You're listening to Arsenal Pass, a flesh and blood podcast for players by players. And all about strategy, leveling up, and the latest news in the world of Wraith. Welcome to Arsenal Pass.
Hello everyone, welcome back to episode 214 of Arsenal Pass. This is the High Seas set review. Hayden here with Pankaj, Bhojwani. Pankaj, how's it going?
It's good, but you tell me. You're the one who just came back from Taipei. Excellent job on coverage, by the way. I didn't manage to catch all the games, but the ones I did, I really enjoyed the commentary. So great job on that. And how was Taiwan?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed the weekend, enjoyed casting, got to see a bit of Taipei, the city of Taipei, which was great. This is my second time being there. I went there for the calling about a year and a bit ago, maybe longer, maybe it was the year before actually. It was the year before because it was Dromai. So yeah, it was awesome. Got to eat some great food. Got to hang out with some people, which was awesome. And yeah, it just went so quickly. Honestly, the event was crazy. Like, I don't know if for those that may not have caught the stream, you know, we sat down and Ethan and Brian go, "Oh, you guys need to get ready for a surprise that's about to happen." And then me and Scott didn't know that Scurv was in the set, for instance, right? We had to adapt to that on the fly. So it was interesting doing a world premiere. I think it's really hard to, you know what this is like, right? It's hard to be prepped for a brand new limited format that people haven't played yet. So I definitely feel like I missed some things on the weekend, but just tried to give myself the space to understand that, you know, I mean, I got to play, like, I played a sealed event on the Friday after the world premiere, and then I did a draft on Saturday after day one, and that was the extent of my ability to actually play it before the end of the weekend. So it was tough not being as super prepped as, say, for a Pro Tour where you kind of know inside outside every format basically.
I think especially with this set, the prep, like, yeah, it's just very difficult to actually be prepped because of how much Treasure Island warps gameplay, which you really only realize once you start playing with it. Mm-hmm. And like the whole, I don't know, so many evaluations of cards of like mine changed after I saw games being played and understanding what Treasure Island did. But before we move on too much, you mentioned the food. How much bubble tea did you have? Because you were in Taiwan.
I don't like bubble tea. I had one. I did have one because every day they brought us in like food, you know, it's like Pankaj, they usually bring in food and stuff. And they did bring bubble tea every single time. And there was literally a bubble tea place. The only like sort of cafe or sort of beverage option or food option on the floor that the event was being held on was literally a bubble tea place right outside the doors of the convention hall. So I did try one, and it was fine. It was fine. It's not my favorite thing. I tell you what, I did eat a lot of like you know, like beef noodle soup and dumplings and things like that. So that was good.
This guy goes to Taiwan for like half a week and has one bubble tea. I need everyone in the comments to give him flack for that. Unacceptable.
I'll be watching out for what. Hey, what were you eating in the UK? You didn't enjoy their
the UK?
Yeah, you didn't enjoy their great food that they have. You know, their traditional British food.
Yeah, of course not. I was eating Indian food. the you know, the national cuisine of the country.
I mean, it literally is, honestly.
Exactly.
Right. I want to get straight into things because this set is big. Like this, when I saw the set, so I got access to, I think, the card list a couple of days before the event, and there were cards missing. And I was like, how are there cards missing? There's already so many cards. A big factor of that, which we'll talk about, is something that I friggin' love for the set, which is LSS really leaning into single color cards at the common and rare cycle, which we've seen a little bit of before. We've seen it thematically through Draconic, of course, previously through Part the Misveil, of course, with blues there as well, with Mystic. But now we're seeing them do it on, you know, generics, pirate cards. They're leaning to it a lot more, and I think it makes for such an improved limited experience. But it does also mean there's a lot more cards for us to talk about as well. So lots to get into in the episode. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Pankaj, but my experience over the weekend was it was such a big win for the format.
I basically just completely agree, and I think they started that. I think it started with MST, but also in Rosetta and Hunted. I believe the yellow count was actually lower than if you go back to like previous sets, for example, like the older sets like Tales of Aria or whatever. There's just a lot fewer yellows in the packs, which, to your point, definitely makes the limited experience a lot more just satisfying to play and engage with. And I love how far they've leaned into it, especially with this set. So yeah, I'm totally with you on that.
What I also like is they're getting better at how to use the yellows, I think, and we'll talk about that. I think they're getting more interesting, which is great. So a little bit of housekeeping before we get into this High Seas limited set review. This is, if you've not listened to an Arsenal Pass limited set review before, basically what we do is we go through every single common and rare. We talk about the cards in terms of their impact they have on limited, how you should be looking at these cards for your limited formats, whether they be draft and sealed. We talk about the color cycles as well and the differentiations there. We do give the cards a grade, but honestly, this is not the most important thing. It is the discussion in terms of how to utilize these cards, how to leverage these cards, tips and tricks for your pre-release this coming weekend, or as you get stuck into this limited format. The grades just represent a way to evaluate against other cards, maybe point you in the direction of what the most powerful cards are in the set, cards that might be early picks, for instance, in your drafts as you get into drafts, or if you're building your seal pool on the weekend. The A's and the B's, these are the cards you should be looking out for to potentially point you in the direction of playing a certain hero or archetype within this new pirate set, right, Pankaj?
Absolutely. Should we go over the grades?
Yeah, let's get into it. So maybe we can go we can go back and forth a bit on this. I can start with the A's. So A's are the best of the best cards. Anytime we're giving an A grade to a card, these are what you might refer to as, potentially bombs. You're going to see this with certain Majestics, definitely. But there is also commons and rares that definitely fit into this. If I talk about some of the, I guess, more impactful cards over limited, these are also cards you might be like, oh, these are pack one, pick ones, right? I think that's a good way to refer to it in Flesh and Blood. Of like, I would take this card, pack one, pick one. It's powerful. It's going to help me build out my archetype. It's going to win me games. These cards win games, right? If I use some examples from, I guess, yesteryear, Uprising, if you played in the Uprising, I would refer to this with like Fyendal's Fighting Spirit. Sash of Sandakai was a big A for me in that format. Outsiders, big fan of Death Touch Red. Lace of Blood Rot, massive impact in that format. If I look at heavy hitters, I think Good Time Chapeau is like the ultimate A from Flesh and Blood limited history. Rosetta, I think Arcane Seeds Life, for instance, a big, massive A. Cadaverous Tilling Red, for instance, as well. Hunted, I think a really good example from our previous format, just been as Art of the Dragon Fire, for instance. These are A's, and this is what you're sort of looking for in your limited format.
I think bomb is the term that comes to mind when we talk about A's. They're sort of the closest thing to bombs that like Fab has. Like MST, if you saw Mirror Guy, yeah, that's like a bomb. That's an A tier card for sure.
That's S tier. That's S tier. I think Mirror Guy's S tier. Let's be honest.
I think Mirror Guy and like Good Time Chapeau stand out as they're so above even the other A's, and maybe there's a whole category just for them. Most sets don't have something in that category. And aside from just their power level, it's also, I think, probably like signaling cards. It's probably like the highest tier of like signal or like signpost cards that you'll see. So if you see that pass to you at some point, you can be fairly certain that the hero is
Soul Reaping's one
it's
of my
unlikely
favorites.
to see that.
Soul Reaping's one of my favorites in that category as well.
Yeah, and like Necromancer, I think in Uprising as well was like like it's the sort of thing where you can pass to your left and be like ask the other person to go into their hero, say if you don't want it for whatever reason.
Yeah.
You can even use it on that front. Next we have Bs, which are above average role players. So your role players, like, you have cards that kind of just like fill out your deck, like your Blue Earth cards in Rosetta or something like that. But B are like the above average versions of those. So for example, one card that stands out to me a lot is like in Bright Lights, like Junkyard Dog was like an above average role player. You do want more of these, but they're not. It's not exactly A tier. Like you're not warping a game plan around it. You aren't building towards it in some way, but in your in-between turns, that's exactly the sort of cards you want to fill out your stuff. In Mistveil, will be like Red Waxing Spectre and things like that.
Yeah, I always think with Bs, these are the cards you want. The more Bs you have in your deck, probably the better quality your deck is overall. I think more likely, the more Bs that you have, the more likely you have like a 8, 9, 10 out of 10 sort of deck, because these are powerful cards that help you enact a plan. But they're realistic to. I think if I'm in a 1 of 2 seat, for instance, or I'm really open in a draft and I get passed into a hero, I'm going to expect that I'm going to get a lot of Bs to fill out my deck. So these are definitely cards to look out for as well. Like, for instance, you might not have many A's in your seal pool when you look at it, but you might have a lot of Bs in a particular class, and that should really draw you in very much so. And often, pack one, pick one of a card at a B level, very common, I would say. Not every pack's going to have an A in it. Then we go into C's. These are your true.
In fact, most packs won't. Yeah.
What's that?
In fact, most packs won't have an A in them.
Correct.
Yeah, go on.
Correct. Very unlikely. I mean, usually, I think last format we had like maybe 6 or 7 A's maybe even less, actually. I think this set we're going to have a lot more, though. The set is very powerful.
This set is strong.
Yeah. Seas, these are the true role players, as Pankaj alluded to. They'll make up the majority of your deck. They'll support your overall plan. They'll provide good resources. Blue 3 blocks, is a classic example of a C in most formats. They help defensively, or they can be okay attacks or support actions. Maybe they enable Go Again to go wider on a chain. I think some of these cards, if I think about Hunted, for instance, I think Dust Runner Outlaw Red. It's like an enabler. It's 1 cost in your decks, but in your Syndra decks, but it's not necessarily the most exciting thing. You don't want too many of them, but it's going to play a role for you. A blue 3 block, for instance, I think also really important. I think of cards like Wage Vigor Yellow was another one in heavy hitters for me, where Wage Vigor Red, for instance, that's in the B sort of territory, but Yellow's still playable, still a solid role player. Untamed Blue, for instance. Actually, Untamed Blue, I'm taking that out. Untamed Blue is like a B minus for me. So yeah, those are some of the cards I always think about. And then just to lastly finish off on power through these are the cards you want to play as little off as possible. These cards, they kind of suck, right? This is where you're starting to get into crack bauble territory on some of these cards. They're going to be slightly better because they might block for 2, or they could, in a pinch, maybe attack for something, but they're not going to be super relevant. You really don't want to be playing many of these cards. They're going to fill out your deck. I think from the Hunted, Yellow Throw Yourself at Them is like a perfect example of a D of like, you're not happy to have it in your deck, but it's a step above a crack bauble, for instance. Setup grade, we'll give some cards setup grades as well. These can be contingent on getting the right support for the card. I noted in the Hunted, I think Flurry Stance is like a bit of an example of this. You can play that card in certain builds, but you're really going to need a lot of support to do it. Overload Script was one from Bright Lights as well. I think if you had the right build with the Overload Script as well, you could really utilize that card massively. And then Cyborg Grade is our last one, which is these are cards that are going to come in purely for specific matchups and have a specific sort of reason to be in the matchup. I think Lay Low, great, for instance, except you don't want that against Arachne because you're going to be marked majority of the game and you're going to struggle to really use that card. Whereas against Syndra, more likely to want to use that card. I think Calming Breeze versus... actually, I think Calming Breeze was mostly fine, to be honest, but sometimes you, depending on the strength of your deck, would only want to play that in certain matchups. Evasive Leap, I think, is one that I think back to out of Part the Misfail as well as a potential sideboard card at not red, at sort of your yellow standpoint. I don't know, any others that you think of as sideboard grades that you would bring in for certain matchups over the past few sets?
I don't remember the full names, but I think the Monarch ones, which cared about light versus shadow stuff, like the light shadow hate cards, for example. That's
Eclipse Existence
classic.
And Ray of Hope.
Yeah, those kind of cards are very, very classic cyber grade stuff.
Cool. Yep. And then just some general set notes. We already spoke about leaning into single color cards, so that is something to be aware of as we'll talk through them. We will shout out if they are red only, yellow only, blue only. The set is very powerful, so the level of general damage and output is higher than some past sets where you might think, oh, that card in previous sets would have been like a B. In this format, it honestly might be a C. I think a 2-card 7 comes to mind, where in previous formats, like 2-card 7, like that is so impressive. In this set, it's like, yeah, it's fine for the majority of the time.
Yeah, you're still not sad when you draft a 2-card 7 in this set, but it does seem like your heroes have access to more powerful things. That ends up being your filler turns rather than your power turns, whereas in some previous sets it used to be the power turns. You send a Fighting Spirit, someone Uprising, that's your power turn.
Yep. And it's, like you say in the set, it's like, yeah, it's my in-between turn while I get ready to come in for a 20 damage 4 or 5 card hand. It's very different. Fatigue can be real, and this is something I think we're going to allude to a little bit, or it's something you should definitely think about with some of these cards, with your limited format sealed draft in the next few weeks, pre-release this weekend. But it's not what you might think of fatigue in some other formats where it's fatigue by blocking. It is definitely fatigue by damage. There is a lot of inbuilt anti-fatigue things in this format. So turning gold into harpoons in Marlin, for instance, into Golfin harpoons is a really big way to be able to do that. But your opponent can play towards that and potentially deny you gold for late game harpoons. Depending on how you spend your gold in the early game, you might not have gold left to create harpoons in the late game. So fatigue is definitely a thing, but it's very nuanced in this format. It's actually a really skill testing part of this format that games can sometimes... They can look like they're not going to go to fatigue, and then they can go to fatigue all of a sudden. It's quite interesting.
I think one interesting aspect of the fatigue in this format is that I think a lot of your power turns end up using more cards from your own deck than you might realize, because there's a lot of draw discard type stuff. There's a lot of like you cracking gold or whatever to get more blues in your pitch to do your powerful thing, and you crack gold, you're drawing more cards. It's like you have more deck velocity, which lets you do your power turns, but that also means you are in a sense boosting part of your deck. Like when you draw a discard, right? You're effectively boosting.
Yeah.
You're effectively boosting, and that kind of effectively fatigues you faster. So I think that aspect is also a very interesting thing if your games do come down to fatigue.
Yeah, that definitely comes at a cost, a lot of those power turns, like you say. I want to talk about just quickly some of the ability, effect, keywords, types. Some of these are returning and some of them are new, and I think it's worth covering some of these. So Untap is brand new in this set, and effectively what that is that tap or untap, is that as a cost, you tap something. You can also be required to tap something upon resolution. There's two kind of ways that you can tap something as part of the cost, either or as part of resolution of effect. And you also now have an untap step, which comes at the end of your turn. When you pass priority on the end of a turn, you're going to, let me get this the order right on this.
Do you know the acronym?
I can't remember. What's the acronym again?
So it's APUD, and if you're, I mentioned this on last week's episode, but you were already in Taipei, so I had it with Nathan on. So how you remember it is Arsenal Pass usually delivers, and
love that.
But for those that don't like us, it's Arsenal Pass under delivers. Either way,
that's great.
Yeah, and so it's Arsenal, and then pitch zone, and then untap, and then draw.
There you go.
And that's what the APUD stands for.
Next up, we have Galvanize, which is a returning keyword from Bright Lights, which when you defend with a card, you can use the Galvanize ability to destroy an item you control to gain an effect. In Bright Lights, that was defensive value in the set. It generally revolves around cogs, either creating cogs. Actually, I think it's basically exclusively creating cogs, right? Even the Majestics.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Crank, another returning keyword as well from Bright Lights originally. Crank is when this comes into play, you can remove a steam counter on it to gain an action point. At the start of your turn, remove a steam counter from said item or destroy it. Going to be very prevalent for our friend Puffin. We have twice and thrice per turn instant effects on cards as opposed to a once per turn instant, which is quite cool. So of course that just means you can do that effect a second or a third time. And then Watery Grave. This is our keyword that revolves around cards to graveyard and also enables, basically it says, it flips face down when it goes to the graveyard from the battlefield. Any other place it comes from, it would remain face up, and all our allies have Watery Grave. Speaking of allies, that is a returning piece now, very prevalent for our Necromancers. Overpower, you're going to see, this is something that LSS have used instead of Dominate effectively over the past few sets, going back to Bright Lights as well, and continues to be a big part of the format for sort of semi-evasion or some interesting interaction with cards like Block and sort of ordering where you might want to have block cards in your pick list.
Yeah, in this set, it does feel like it is quite evasive. It is near Dominate level because there's like barely any defense reactions, if any. So it really is, and there's no attack reactions either. So the only way you get around Overpower is with block cards. It's the only way you put more than one defending card, aside from equipment, I guess. But I mean, Dominate works on equipment too.
Exactly.
As in, you can use equipment block Dominate too. So it basically is Dominate for this set, at least from a limited perspective.
And then we've got Go Fish, which I think is a very cool mechanic. You're going to see this on the Harpoons or on some of the rare Harpoons and Majestics. This is choose, and you're basically, when that hits, the opponent chooses and reveals a card from their hand. And then there's an effect tied to the card as well, based on what they choose. So, for instance, one of the Harpoons cares about yellows. If they reveal a yellow card, they discard it. But if it is a Harpoon,
if you have activated a cannon,
if you activated the cannon rather, then you get to look at their hand and choose the card specifically. So that's the Go Fish mechanic. High Tide. This cares about having 2 blues in your pitch zone to trigger the High Tide mechanic. It is things from additional power to go again. And then lastly, we get to steal stuff in this set, which is quite relevant, honestly. We're going to talk about our Jack Be Quicks, Jack Be Nimbles, but you effectively get control of an ally or an item from your opponent and get to use it for a turn before it goes back.
Right. I think that is also permanent steal. I believe Skurv's weapon.
Oh, true. Yes, there is.
The companion.
Stealing gold.
Skurv's,
yes.
Yes. Yeah, you can steal gold permanently. I think there might be some other effects that do that too. But yeah,
Mutinies,
Scurv is the one that definitely comes to mind.
Mutinies steal permanently.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Cool. Do you want to talk tokens? Do you want to kick us into some tokens that are in the set, just in case people aren't aware? And I will now bring up our card overlay.
Yeah, so speaking of gold is one of the tokens, you could say the primary token mechanic in this set, which has, we've seen this before, but it says action, you pay 2 resources, destroy the gold, and you draw a card, and it has go again. It's an item, so cards that care about destroying items or stealing items can target the gold. Next, we have Gold Kiss Rum, which is another generic token item as well. This has instant tap your hero, destroy this. Your next action this turn gets go again. So this can be attacks, this can be non-attacks. And your hero can't untap this turn unless they're a pirate. So at least that second line of text doesn't really matter when it comes to limited. Everyone will untap at the end of the turn, regardless of if they're drunk or
not. Many ways to create Gold Kiss Rum if you're not Scurv, and that's important to note because it's obviously a very powerful token, but there isn't a lot of ways to create it if you're not Scurv.
And then we are going to look into the class-specific tokens here. We have Golden Cog, which is the Puffin-related token. Puffin creates these by sacrificing gold tokens using her hero ability. This has Crank. So as it enters the arena, you may remove a Steam counter from it if you do gain an action point. And it enters the arena with a Steam counter. And at the start of your turn, destroy this unless you remove a Steam counter from it. And we have Golfin, Harpoon. This is the Marlin token. It costs 0. It's a yellow card, but cannot be pitched. Attacks for 2. It's an arrow with Harpoon in its name. And it says, if this would be put into a graveyard, instead remove it from the game.
Perfect. Those are our tokens for the set. Golfin Harpoons are going to be very important for Marlin to use as both an attack action, but also as a resource, which we'll get into with some of the cards. And of course, Golden Cog is what's going to help you trigger Puffin's hero ability with the additional crank, but also is going to be your resource for costs attached to Puffin cards, which we'll get into. Want to talk about a very important one, format defining. The return of macros. If you haven't seen macros before, maybe you didn't play Rosetta, where we had Sanctum of Aria was the... That's right. Sanctuary of Aria was the macro in that set. We now have a macro, but this time instead of being 1 per player, it is a shared macro that sits on the board, and both players interact with it simultaneously. Do you want to go ahead and read that one for us?
Yep. It's called Treasure Island. It's a high seas macro landmark, and it says, the first time a hero is attacked each turn, put a gold counter on this. Whenever you or an ally you control deals damage to an opposing hero, you may remove that many gold counters from this, then create gold tokens equal to the number of counters removed this way. Yeah,
and honestly, this is format defining. This, of course, basically turns things into everything onto an on-hit, at least when there's gold on Treasure Island. One of the things to note, and people were getting this consistently wrong in the World Premiere, I don't blame them. I think even at one point, some of us were like, oh, right, that is how that works. At the start of, when you attack, you only remove counters equal to the damage that you deal. So if there's 3 counters on Treasure Island, you can leak through 1 damage and the opponent would only get 1 gold, for instance. There'd still be 2 counters on it. So it's the on-hit triggers only for the damage amount, which creates even more complexity in this Treasure Island in terms of managing, because it was so funny on day 1 we would see people just blocking out everything, and we'd see Treasure Islands that had like 8, 9, 10. I saw one with 12 walking around the tables, the counters on it, because each player was like, I'm not letting this go. And then eventually at some point, it's just hampering your game plan. So this is really a resource to be managed, and we're going to talk about some of the cards that also help you interact with gold on the table once Treasure Island has been cracked.
Also, speaking of important things to note, neither effect on the Treasure Island triggers when you attack allies. So that is important to note as well. If you're attacking Gravy Bones as allies, you don't put a counter on a Treasure Island, and when you hit, you don't get any gold either, despite counters on being on Treasure Island. So that's important to note as well.
Yeah, I think Treasure Island is honestly just a big learning curve. Like, it's going to take a few games once you get into this limited format to understand, even at a base level, how to interact with Treasure Island. And it's going to take many more games before we see players master the right strategies around Treasure Island. It can be the way you defend on certain turns versus attack on certain turns in Treasure Island can be honestly game defining depending on what cards you might be playing around from the opponent's side. I'll use an example, right? Mutinies, I think, is a great example of this. So Mutinies, we're seeing people understand just how powerful these cards are. We'll get into them, but they effectively steal a gold if your opponent has more gold than you. So how do you manage gold? Gravy can, of course, crack gold at instant speed, the only hero that can do so, which also changes the dynamic a little bit of Treasure Island and gold management. Me and Scott were referring to it as, are you vying for Treasure Island dominance, or are you trying to play a game that uses the Treasure Island more as a resource to be shared and to be managed?
It is also really exciting just design-wise. Like when we saw macros in Tales of Aria, it was sort of to plug a hole in the set, which was they didn't want to put Arcane Barrier. They didn't want you to draft Arcane Barrier. And they didn't want to do a Helios Maya thing like from Uprising, where one of your slots is automatically used up with this thing if you want to prevent Arcane Barrier. So this gave it to you on the field. Mm-hmm. But it was a very much of a patching. It was more like a patch for having arcane damage in a limited set. But over here, it feels like it adds a whole new level of dimensionality to limited format, and it's very exciting in this set. I'm just excited for it going forward as well.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of the development process, if not all of the development process, had this macro in it, right? Like it feels like everything is purposely designed around it, which is awesome. Right, let's get into it. We're going to start with Puffin, our pirate mechanologist hero, for this set. So if you aren't familiar with Puffin, I will read Puffin to start with. So Puffin is pirate mechanologist hero, young, 20 life, 4 intellect, action, tap, destroy a gold you control, create a golden cog token, which we've now seen. The second time you crank each turn, draw a card. And I want to talk just while we're at it, Pankaj, let's just talk about the weapons as well. There is 2 options for token weapon, now called basic cards, that Puffin can play for free. You can just add these to your deck. There is what I'd say has been the more popular of the 2 from decks over the past weekend at the World Premiere, which is the Cogwork Blunderbuss, which is a mechanologist weapon gun 2-handed, which says attacks with 2 and says action, 2 resources, tap. So there's your tap mechanic, attack. And then instant speed, tap a cog you control. This card's next attack this turn gets go again. Thoughts on this one and sort of how this interacts and works as kind of the more primary weapon for Puffin, I would say, so far?
It's really interesting that it's instant tap a cog you control, and this card's next attack this turn gets go again. So, like, why wasn't it an action that had go again? Like, what's the point of the instant if you need to do it before the next attack anyway? I just thought that was an interesting thing about the templating on this card. But yeah, this is the one which... This feels like the one that's the actual weapon compared to Spitfire. I'm going to read out Spitfire real quick, which is action, tap this and a cog you control, attack. So you can attack for free, effectively, if you have an untapped cog. And when this attacks, you may tap a cog you control. If you do this attack, the attack gets +1. So coming back to Blunderbuss, why I said that feels like the one that's the actual weapon. That's the one that makes you fatigue-proof, in a sense, right? Because Spitfire is limited by the number of cog generation you have, and Cogs is a limited resource in a sense. It's limited by the number of gold you have, and your cogs do go away because your steam count is infinite either. So if Spitfire seems like the more aggressive one, and Blunderbuss seems like the more you can just kind of default to this. And also from my understanding, it does feel like there's a lot of cards which reward you for having a wide resource base, as in to have more blue cards in your deck, and having the 2 cost on Blunderbuss lets you actually expend those resources in a way that's efficient, which Spitfire doesn't completely let you. So it feels like these are the 2 archetypes. You have the resource heavy archetype and the more redline archetype established between the 2 weapons. Yeah,
if you tune into the World Premiere stream, the calling stream over the weekend, you would have seen Chris Ayali on stream a couple of times, and he drafted Puffin twice, top 8, and also in the first draft of the day. And I was out there actually watching one of his games between rounds when I wasn't on coverage. And he was a big fan, for instance, of Blunderbuss, blue, pitch to play one of the 1-for-4 pumps and just come in for 6 as a 2-card off turn. And actually was kind of playing a very controlling game with the Blunderbuss because it is this weapon. And I think that's where a lot of players started with, because it's like the only true weapon. So a lot of people, I think, were thinking about Puffin that way. We actually thought Puffin was going to be the most played on day one because of that. It ended up being the least played of the 3 core heroes, which was quite interesting. And then the Spitfire, for me, it's like, I think we've not seen enough of it yet and how powerful it could be. And we'll talk about some of the cards that interact really well with Spitfire, because I think if you can generate these cogs, I think it's very powerful. Also, I think Spitfire might just be more of a constructed weapon, actually, interestingly. Potentially.
Interesting. Yeah, I could see it, because I think at least Puffin and CC might be leaning towards well, fewer blues, and Blunderbuss really wants you to have enough resources. I could see it. But I could totally see draft archetypes that involve Spitfire as well. But yeah, I think I agree with you where it needs more exploration, and it could be a thing that it is more of a draft card and not a sealed card. And sealed card, you probably just default to Blunderbuss, but you probably need some level of high threat density in the form of cards that don't want you to pitch too much for Spitfire to work. So it could be a bit of a narrower draft archetype, but one that could definitely exist. And as we go into the cards in the main set, I do want to. I will just say I'm probably going to lean on you quite a bit to explain certain interactions and stuff, because you were actually at the World Premiere and you actually saw a lot more games being played.
And played myself.
I kind of just
myself, luckily.
Yeah, and you played yourself, which makes a massive difference, whereas I'm sort of just going on theory crafting. So it'll be interesting to see your practical experience versus just like my theory and how they clash potentially.
Yep. The last thing I just want to quickly say as well is I think people are defaulting to this kind of like set number of blues in their heroes so far, and I think there's actually archetypes where you play very little blues in Puffin, and I think that's where Spitfire might potentially shine, where you don't actually utilize the weapon, whereas Puffin so far has really lent heavily on that weapon, like even just the play pattern I spoke about before. Right, let's get into it, and first card up that we're going to talk about when it comes to Puffin, so I'll start and then we'll just go one by one. As we usually do, Pankaj, is Rust Belt. This is a Mechanologist equipment chest at common. It is a 1 defense and it is battle worn. And it says instant. Tap a cog you control, destroy this. Gain a resource. What do you think about this card, Pankaj?
I give this an A. This feels to me
right off the
like
bat,
Sash
first card.
Yeah. Yep, this feels to me. I mean, it's Sash of Sendikai level, right? As long as you have cog generation, which a Puffin deck should have. I mean, it's literally on the hero ability. Actually, that's the other thing about the macro, right? Which we didn't fully get into. I think the access to gold is a lot easier because of Treasure Island than it may have seemed when you're first just looking at the cards. Just watching the games, it feels like either side kind of is sort of getting gold at a reasonable pace after the first couple of turns, and so. As long as you have a gold, like your Rust Belt can convert into like a resource. And it also has Battle Worn 1. And that's the other thing about the Battle Worn 1, something you're going to hear me say throughout this limited set review. I think even Iron Rot 1 in this set feels a lot more impactful because of Treasure Island as well. It's what can let you very, very importantly stop your opponent's first gold, which is kind of the most important one. So the fact this is Battle Worn 1 and gives you a payoff for your gold and cogs, and gives you a resource for free like Sash of Sendikai, I just gave this an A, like, easily.
Yeah, I also gave this an A. I think what's interesting I want to add, because I agree with basically everything you said, I think one thing to add on, interestingly, is that chest resources feel a little bit less important in this set than maybe other sets, but it's still really powerful. The reason I say it feels a little bit less relevant is you have gold to bail you out of awkward situations. You have more blues generally, especially in the seal format. You tend to play more blues in this than maybe previous formats, so you're more resource rich in a lot of ways. So I think the resource doesn't feel quite as impactful, but don't get me wrong, a chest equipment giving you a resource unlimited is always really strong, and like you say, breakpoint's so key. And the fact that you get both, like battle, because a lot of this is blade break in the set, so to get battle worn and the instant speed ability, one of the most powerful instant speed abilities and in limited, and the battle worn for one, is massive. So yeah, we start up straight here with an A to start the day.
Next, we have Unicycle, which is the Mechanologist equipment in the leg slot, which also blocks for 1 and has battle worn. And it says instant, destroy this, untap a cog you control. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, this card is really good. I have this at an A-, so I think 2 A's to start the day, basically, albeit an A- for me on Unicycle. I think with this one, again, Battle Worn, very, very strong on the set. I'm rating Battle Worn very highly. We're going to get into that. I think one thing to just remember on these cards is they are Mechanologist specific, but I think they're so powerful that honestly, these are cards that I would first pick, especially if you have somewhat of a Puffin preference. But even if you don't, these cards are just so strong that I'm looking for them in the pack. Again, this is common, so it's in line. I think the untap a cog you control can vary the power level from your deck, in terms of some decks will really utilize this for some crazy, like if you have one of the Majestics, for instance. We saw that on the World Premiere stream actually with Shoma, and using it on the Plantier to get a third cog to destroy a piece of Paul Van Heisel's equipment, blocking card, sorry. But yeah, this is really strong. It's going to get you out of some tough situations where your opponent's maybe been starving you on gold as well. That is a strategy against Puffin that people try to enact, and having a unicycle to potentially do a double cog activation on a turn when you only have one cog can be massive. And of course, Battle Worn just so strong. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I give this an A, and a bit of a spoiler, to be honest. Any equipment that blocked 1, whether it was Blade Lyric or Battle Worn, I didn't give lower than like a B or a B plus in this entire set, just because of how important it is against Treasure Island. Like, I think you mentioned the starving opponents of gold. Something I noticed a play pattern was happening a lot at the world premiere is the first couple of turns, both players are trying to starve each other of gold, and then at some point it's like you can't block breakpoints anymore, and then both players start getting gold. But you can't block breakpoints anymore because you're out of your equipment because you use them to block to starve them to begin with. And if you didn't have this equipment, you couldn't have even done the initial starvation of gold. So that's why I've rated all of them at least at a B. And this one's an A. And actually, I have a question for you, a theoretical question. What value do you give untapping a cog?
That's a really tough. I've actually thought about this. I think it's a really tough question. I think, in general, if I use, say, a card we'll get into soon at the common, which is the Skiff and the Skimmers, a cog can either give them a +1 damage or go again. So I think go again is worth, if I use the weapon as an example in the set, I think it's probably worth somewhere around 2 to 3 value. Go again's so hard to value itself, and you're trying to value something based on a value that it may or may not have. So I think I would probably give it somewhere around a value of 1 to 2 damage. That's really good though, because that's effectively, that's 2 to 3 damage you're getting out of your piece of equipment.
Exactly, which is why I give this an A.
And
because untap is
and breakpoint, and
untap is minimum +1.
Yeah, and the breakpoint could be worth 2 to 3, could be as much as 2 to 3 damage on your opponent's turn as well. So I just want to say on the equipment with defensive value, one thing I will say is there's a lot of equipment in the set. You should be able to get generally a full suit of equipment. So I think maybe that knocks equipment down like a quarter of a grade or something to what it might be in other sets. But equipment is just so strong. And because of Treasure Island, it is so strong in the set, defensive equipment.
It's interesting because, spoilers for people who haven't watched the finals, but the winner actually only had 2 pieces of equipment, which is very, very interesting. All right, let's move on into main deck cards. So we have Cloud City Steamboat, which is a 2-cost Mechanologist action attack, which attacks for 6 and blocks for 3. This is a rare, comes in red. Are there yellow and blue versions of this?
Full cycle for this one.
Full cycle. And it says, when this hits a hero, you may tap a cog you control. If you do, put a steam counter on a cog you control. And twice per turn instant, tap a cog you control. This gets +1. So if effectively when it hits, you get to, in a sense, refresh a cog. You tap a cog, make it stay around for a little longer, and it has a twice per turn instant.
Yeah, we see this kind of ability with Galvanize in this set as well, that you get to float cogs, I like to call it. And floating cogs is good because it doesn't use up a piece of your gold. I will say with Puffin is one hero who can kind of afford to throw away gold because of Blunderbuss, I think. The fact though that there's a twice per turn ability to turn this into a 2-card 8. I think one thing to note though is that the cogs are precious. Like you do generally plan them out on a turn. You don't, especially in the early game, especially when people are trying to deny gold, which they do try and do into Puffin because it effectively denies damage because of cogs as well, and denies cards because of the ability to double crank on a turn. People are really big on that strategy. Cogs do come at a cost. This is also a 2-cost 6, albeit one that blocks for 3. I have this card, this is a card that I thought I was going to be a lot higher on when I saw the card, and then when I saw it played, it's a little bit awkward at times because of the 2 cost. It doesn't necessarily fit into all the strategies, and the cog, sometimes you just can't afford to, you already used your cog to get go again, say on a Skiff or a Skimmer, and you don't have a cog to actually utilize on this. So I actually give this a B- at red, and I think the blue is actually a really solid blue though, because it's a breakpoint that can have go again on some awkward blue heavy turns. I have that around maybe like a C+, and the yellow I think is just kind of whatever.
Well, I give this a B- as well. I was glad because you seem to be going down where you're going to give this a C. I was like, oh damn, I rated this way too highly. But yeah, I give
still
this a B-
good
as well. I think a big thing is I don't care so much about the on hit on this card. I care about the twice per turn instant to give me +1 at instant speed, and then get the on hit of Treasure Island.
Yes.
Which is kind of where I was like, I think that's the more relevant part of this card and why I like it quite a bit. Like, we spoke about how, like, cogs, like when you talk about unicycle, like untapping a cog is a minimum +1, is because of cards like this. And I think you need some number of these. And if my deck was mostly full of like steamboats or cards that let me tap cogs to give +1, I feel I'd be pretty happy. Because eventually they'll go through, eventually I'll get the gold, convert them into cogs, and get to do the thing.
Yep. Let's move on. Next is Cogwork Zeppelin. This is another rare Mechanologist attack action. 3 defense, 6 attack. We're looking at the red version here. It does come in all cycles. It's 2 cost and says, when this hits a hero, you may tap a cog you control. If you do, create a golden cog token. Twice per turn instant, tap a cog you control. This gets +1. So where the Steamboat refreshed a cog, this one actually creates a golden cog, which is really important to note. Can just effectively give you go again. You can create the cog by hitting. So you use a cog maybe to buff this up to 7 to push it over the top to hit an opponent. You get a new cog by tapping another cog, or maybe even just the cog that you had available. You create a cog, you crank it, you get an action point, and potentially draw a card off Puffin as a secondary crank for the turn. I think this card is one of the best cards in the set. One of the cards that I want to see pack one, pick one, and I have this definitely at red at an A, and I think the yellow and blues are probably still Bs for me.
Okay, I gave this a B, so I rate it a bit lower than you, but I think you are convincing me that it should be higher. I did catch the go again thing, but I think the Puffin part of it, the fact that it like does like half of Puffin's ability as an on hit is very, very strong, and it comes baked in with evasion in a sense, or the reaction speed, buffing it to give you that on hit, which is very big. I think one thing I will point out is that it's very difficult to plan your turn around this hitting and giving you go again is the problem. Like, are you going to hold extra cards to bank that this hits, and then if your opponent, I don't know, like blocks, like in a way that, I mean, it is still a ceiling of 8, right? So if they block in a way to deny you that, you are sort of opening yourself up to, in a sense, IPing. Oh, obviously your opponent did overblock as well, so you're both exchanging bad value, but I just don't see, I'm not entirely sure how rewarding the play pattern is, where you rely on the on hit of this either for Puffin or for the go again. Which is why I sort of gave it, I was like, it's better than Cloud City Steamboat, but I still feel like the more relevant part was just the instant +1 on it. But I could be valuing the on hit a bit too low.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the downside to this. I think if, there is a downside to this card, or I guess a weakness to this card, it is definitely that. I think often my play pattern with this is like, maybe play my 1-for-4 pump, come in with this, and have like a 0 cost afterwards. I actually quite like teeth in the cogs for that. And if my opponent blocks it out or whatever, okay, I just asked on my 0 cost. And if I maybe get the chance to draw a card, do a bunch of other things, that might also... Because the other thing I'll point out, right, is say you hit with this, you get to create the cog. That cog you can then, if it's one that draws you a card from Puffin for being the second cog of the turn, you draw a card. You can also then use that cog to potentially pitch a blue that you draw and give your blunderbuss go again as well. So I think it's I think the payoff is, the ceiling is so high on this card, and the floor is still fairly high on this card. And I think the only thing that this would be an A+ if it was a 1-cost 5 attack. I think that would be, because that would fit perfectly into Puffin's structure. I think the cost structure and the fact that you have to craft your turns a little bit, and you can't guarantee the on hit of this, is definitely why it's not just like completely insane, I think.
I think you're right. I think you're convincing me that it is an A, because I think I think it is an A, because actually, if you think about it more, is the on hit always says draw a card in a sense? Because if this hits, well, okay, you need to have an untapped cog.
Yeah.
But if it hits and you create the cog, you crank that, you hit, which means you got a treasure island gold, because this is an attack you did, and then you can crack the gold to Puffin, crank that cog, and you draw a card always if this hits, right? So this basically says on a draw card. Like the hoop of needing to crank earlier before you play this is barely a hoop, because you can just crank afterwards because you have a gold almost guaranteed because of treasure island. So yeah, I think with that, since it says on hit draw card go again, actually I think this is an A.
It's so threatening. All right, should we move on?
Yep, let's move on to Copper Cog, which is a blue 0-cost Mechanologist action cog item, so it blocks for 0, and it has the keyword unlimited. You may have any number of Copper Cogs in your deck, although since it's draft, everything is unlimited. And it has crank, And this enters the arena with 2 steam counters. At the start of your turn, destroy this unless you remove a steam counter from it. I gave this a C, and I'm very curious to hear your take on this, to be honest, because this reads like one of those cards where in practice could be very, very different in theory. So I'll give my theory first, so you can talk about the practice part of it. I give it a C because I'm like, it kind of like half replaces itself when you play it, right? Because you can give it 1 crank, and it's a cog that will also stay around for 1 more turn, which is relevant for your cog floating effects. So in the sense that, it'll convert to at least like +1 later, probably. And maybe even more than I'll just go again on your gun, for example. But it is a 0 cost, so there's really only so many you can have in a deck. Like, I feel like if I even have 2 in the deck, I'm already feeling a little bit not great about it. So I'm like happy to have, I'm okay to have 1 in the deck, which to me feels like a perfect C.
Yeah. So, I mean, honestly, that is basically it. I think I have this as a C+. The reason for that is that one of the biggest strategies is trying to deny puffin cogs early, and you cannot deny a copper cog, and it also sticks around for 2 turns. And also it can help you draw a card early with just 1 piece of gold by playing this. It replaces, to your point of replacing itself very quickly. I think that is a real factor. So I think the first one, honestly, maybe even the first one's like a B-, like it's going to have big impact in your game potentially. But each one after that, despite the fact it's unlimited, not relevant and limited like you say, but it's funny that after the first one, I think they get a lot worse. They don't block 3. That is a real cost. But it is blue. It is a utility blue. And I think passing up a utility blue is, like, for me, less than a C+ is tough. But there is definitely downsides to this card, and it's not always going to feel good. But when you have this and it does the thing you need it to do, it's going to feel like a B. And other times it's going to feel like a C-.
Makes sense.
Next up.
Moving on.
Is...
Okay, you go.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Next up, I was like, are we going 1 for 1? I feel like we're never great at doing the 1 for 1 piece because we just get excited into the next one. Next up is Lubricate. This is a Mechanologist instant that does have no defensive value, of course, because instant it costs 0. It's at blue. It is rare. It says untap up to 3 cogs you control. Simple as that. I didn't see much of this card on the weekend, honestly, and I think there's good reason for that, as I think this card is not particularly great. It's quite awkward. I think this card is... I'm going to give this a build around C. Otherwise, this is a straight up D for me, I think. I'm going to give it a build around C because I do think that if you open some of the triple cog Majestics, you can do some kind of disgusting stuff with this card in your deck, but even then, it's still a no-block blue that has to come up at the right time, so I think at best, it's a build around C for me.
Yeah, I give it a D as well. I think having 3 tapped cogs is a lot to ask for.
Yeah.
And then you also need something to pay off the untapping with, right? So it's you need to tap the cogs to something that pays off.
Yeah.
And then you need something else to pay off afterwards now that you've untapped them as well. So I feel like it's unlikely to be worth the hassle.
It's a constructed card.
Is the thing.
That's a constructed card.
Yeah, and it's a no block when it doesn't come up. It comes at the wrong time. I do have one caveat to this, which not the build around part, but more of this in a sense could functionally be an attack reaction that your opponent doesn't see coming, which isn't nothing, but it's still D, I think. Like, it's still not. It's like you might, but there might be one game in like 100 where you're like, oh man, my lubricate let me pump this, and my opponent wasn't expecting it because my cogs were tapped. I think most of the time you're gonna be very disappointed.
Well, you also have to have the cogs to start with, because I was like, oh, like, what if you come in with your Cloud City Steamboat, or for instance your Zeppelin, right? And you're like, okay, I attacked with Blunderbuss first, I tapped the cog to give that go again, and now I come in with the Zeppelin, I tap one for a +1, and then I tap the other to give it go again, and then I tap another one to give it +2. My opponent didn't think I could do that, and now it has go again and +2 because I got to untap those 3 cogs. But how did you get 3 cogs in the first place? That stayed around for that turn, and then what are you doing with the next lot of 3? So yeah, I agree. Very awkward card. Move on to the next one. This is you this time.
Yep. All right, Pinion Sentry. I don't know. It's a blue Mechanologist block card that blocks for 3, and it says when this defends, you may tap a cog you control. If you do, create a golden cog token. So important to note, this does say create a golden cog token, and that's valuable, except this will only create on your opponent's turn, which means
no crank.
You technically can crank it on your opponent's turn, But you won't get an action point, obviously, because your opponent's turn. And unless you have a second way to crank on your opponent's turn, you won't get Puffin's card draw. So it kind of is
Double
saying you
century.
get to come to your turn. Yeah, unless you're like 2 sentries. So it kind of means you come to your turn with an extra cog with no counter on it, basically, when you block with it.
Yeah.
I give this... So, I mean, effectively, that's to extend an existing cog. I think that's the best way to think about it. Where you have an existing cog, which has no steam counters on it, it's untapped. You got to tap it and you create a new one, and you don't crank it, so you come to your turn. The one who didn't have a counter on it died, and then this one loses the counter, so you just extend it for a turn. I give this a C+. I think blue block 3 is never lower than a C. I don't think I've ever given a blue block 3 lower than a C, and this is exactly that. And extending an existing cog is nice for the cog effect, right? We spoke about how extending a cog is kind of effectively +1. You're effectively like untapping a cog on your turn or something. So it's kind of effectively +1 at minimum. So, yep, I give this a C+. I think I'm fine to add this in my deck, but... Also, you don't want too many because you can't arsenal them. But I'm also not like, oh yeah, my deck is so good because I have Opinion Sentry.
Yeah. I think my shorthand for this effect is like refresh the cog or extend the cog effectively. I kind of like refresh the cog. That's kind of my shorthand for this effect because it is quite common, this effect. I like this card though. I think blocks are important in this set because of overpower, because of cannon and things like that, plus other overpower on other attack actions as well. And I think, like say, blue 3 block is important, although Puffin has a fair number of them. It's not like some of the other classes that don't. But I have this at a B-, at least especially the first one. I think that refreshing a cog is actually pretty relevant. Like I would give that a +1 of value. So I effectively think this is a blue 0 for 4, albeit a little bit awkward in some instances. And I think I'd be hard pressed to give that less than a B. So, but that does have downsides. So I'm at a B- for this card.
That makes sense. Would your grading go down for multiple copies? Like, is it B- for the first copy, and then second copy it's like lower? Like
I think it's B- for the first 2, and then it goes down pretty rapidly from there. Yeah, I think you'll be careful about the number of these in your deck. Next up is Cloud Skiff. This is a Mechanologist attack action. Also, just important to note, the Opinion Sentry only comes in blue. That card is just in blue. Cloud Skiff, this is a cycle though. This is a common Mechanologist attack action. We are looking at the red one here. It costs 1, attacks for 5, and defends for 3. Yellow is of course 4 attack, blue 3 attack, and it says once per turn instant, tap a cog you control. This gets +1 or go again. This is the like meat and potatoes of these Puffin decks. I think this effect is on a couple of cards. It's kind of the and/or effect is pretty common. You're going to see this. This is the 1 cost version. It's kind of like the zipper hit equivalent of Puffin, right? The updated zipper hit version. And I think this card is pretty important. I have this red at because of the cost structure of Puffin with the weapon and the attack. I have this at a B- because it's a 1 for 5 that can get go again or buff. I have the blue and the yellow at like a C+ kind of range for me. I think this card is pretty important.
I give the red a B because I feel like this is the definition of above average role player. I feel like if all my attacks were this, I'd be happy. I have a sick Puffin deck.
Yep.
If basically all my attacks were this, it just kind of does everything that you want. Okay, not everything. It doesn't like create cogs for you.
Yeah.
But it has evasion effectively built in on the card because you can pump it, and like defense reactions aren't really a thing. So it gets you your Treasure Island gold if like this is the last thing you do, or you can do the whole go again thing and be tricksy with that. So it gives you like cog payoffs. It helps you get more cogs because of the evasion on it, and it lets you go wide as well. It just feels to me like the more of these I have in my Puffin deck, the stronger it is.
Yeah, I think one thing I will add, my caveat's probably why I have it a B- rather than B, is that cogs are a real cost, right? Like you only get so many cog activations a turn. And the other one is actually that this doesn't necessarily create a breakpoint going from 5 to 6, which I think is relevant. So just worth, and I think that's intentional from LSS on this and the next one, is they don't create, I think what's interesting is actually the blue version of this does create a breakpoint, and I do actually quite like the blue of this, but I do think it's just worth noting.
Next, we have Sky Skimmer, which is the 0 cost version of Cloud Skiff. So it's at red, attacks for 4, Mechanologist action, attack, cost 0, blocks for 3. Has once per turn instant, tap a cog you control, this gets +1 or go again. I gave this a B+, because I think it's Cloud Skiff but better, and I gave Cloud Skiff B, so this is B+.
I literally have the same on this, except I think the blue is slightly better. So I have a B- at red, a C at yellow, and a C+ at blue. The reason I think this is... And honestly, maybe this is slightly better. I think the reason I have it at around the same is I think the cost structure, the 0 for 4 element is generally stronger than a 1 for 5, except in this deck in particular, where you have the weapon plus attack. But there is a competition for one resource in this deck, which we'll get to very soon, with these pumps, these non-attack actions that cost 1 and give a +4 pump. So actually, I think you're right. I think I would give this a B at red. Actually, I'll talk myself up to half a grade on that one. And I think you can have more of these in your deck than you can have of the 1 for 5s, which is good to note as well.
Yeah, and I think one play pattern that happens in this format is that you might be on the starving your opponent's side of gold sort of end of the play pattern, where you are trying to stop them from getting their gold. And so having one card play is just, I mean, zero cost is always just strong, right? Yeah. I mean, even if this is a wounding blow, like, remember, this will put a counter on Treasure Island. Now they have to deal with a breakpoint with your one card play. Otherwise, you get a gold, which in Puffin is really, really good. I mean, all the heroes pretty good, but in Puffin, a gold is you're halfway through your card draw. So I just feel like this, because of that play pattern, and you're happy to like end your chain with this as well. Always, like, when you're random drawing as much as you are in this format, I think just having the cards that you can play with don't ask you for anything else except an action point is just going to be awesome.
Speaking of one card,
and because of the +1, because of the +1, they also on the card they also can't just give you a 3 block and a piece of equipment and be like, okay, they're safe from the on hit, right? Because if you have a cog lying around, like, it's just, I think it just does a lot.
Yeah, I think one thing that you'll find as you play this is there is ways as the opponent to be like, oh, I've starved you early. You actually don't have access to more than one cog. I can cover this with a 0 for 4, and if you do, give it +1, fine, because your turn's over. And if you give it the go again, like, it's often easy to tell what they're going to do, I think, because of their cog structure. But once you get into the mid to late game, like, that completely changes and it opens up lots of avenues. So yeah, these cards are very important for Puffin. Speaking of wounding blow type effects or chain ending effects, let's move on to Teeth of the Cog. This is again a cycle at common. It costs 0, it attacks for 4 at red, and defends for 2, and says Galvanize. When this defends, you may destroy an item you control. If you do, create a golden cog token. So it's doing that chain extending, like the cog extension, like we spoke about, refreshing the cog effectively, except that you don't have to tap this one like you did with Pinion Century. You could just destroy it, but it's honestly effectively the same thing for most intents and purposes. I actually was surprised. I thought this card was kind of trash, and then I saw this card play out, and I think it's like a solid C+ at red, and even blue is like, I think, a C- C because of the cog. If you need the cog effect, the refresh effect, extending cogs is good, and the yellow is like I think like a D+. But the 0 for 4 element with that galvanize ability, I think, makes the red at least like a C+.
Okay, I give this a C. Again, I might be undervaluing the galvanize part, just like with the Pinion Sentry thing of it. Where, I mean, extending a cog, as we talk about, is like kind of +1 a lot of the time, or go again sometimes. But the block 2 means that it's just it means that you have lost value on the blocking side of it, right? If
Correct.
you want to get your extra +1 from the cog, you do need to have blocked inefficiently.
Yeah.
So I feel like I'm not super happy when I get to do this. It'll be more of I was like kind of forced to block with it. So you get the +1 from that. So I'm not super high on this, but maybe it's a thing where once you play with it, you realize that's still very, very valuable. But to me, it feels like in the role player category very much, which is like the C grade.
I think that just makes it a blue C though at that point, because it's like, okay, it blocks for 2, but I get 1 value back, possibly even 2 with like a go again. So I get the value back on the other side, but I think it can be no better than that. I think this card is just, I thought might be not make many decks, and now I'm like, actually this has a role in decks that I play. Next up.
Next up, we have Tough Old Wrench, which costs 2. It's a Mechanologist action attack. Attacks for 6, blocks for 2, and has Galvanize. When this defends, you may destroy an item you control. If you do, create a golden cog token. So same text as Teeth of the Cog, but instead it costs 2 and attacks for 6. I give this a C-, because I think it's worse than Teeth of the Cog because it costs 2. Yep. So it's more restrictive on how it plays your turn.
Yep. Again, this is a cycle as well, worth noting. But I have this at a C/C- honestly like D+ for the yellow. Like, I don't want this kind of card in my deck, honestly. If I'm playing a yellow in my deck, I'm not going to be happy about it, honestly. It's not great. Cool. Let's move on next to Gold Wing Turbine. So we are looking at the red version of this, it is again a cycle, Mechanologist action, defense for 3, cost 2, and says your next Mechanologist attack this turn gets +3 attack, create a golden cog token. Blue is +1, yellow is +2. I'm interested to hear your thoughts on this one.
So I give this an A, because while the cost could potentially be slightly awkward, I think unconditional cog generation on your turn is very good. Because as long as you have 1 gold around, this thing replaces itself, right? It creates a cog, you crank that, you crack the gold to Puffin, you draw a card immediately. And then the pump makes it easier for you to like chain gold, because now your attack is coming in for higher. And then you can get your Treasure Island gold. I mean, you also have cogs now, so you can even give your gun go again and have to attack with something else afterwards. So, and it blocks 3 as well, right? So even the floor is like totally fine. So to me, the unconditional cog generation on your own turn is strong enough. It seems strong enough to me because it's halfway through Puffin's ability that I thought it's an A.
I'm glad I asked you to go first. I just had a feeling that we were going to be very different on this card for whatever reason. I have this at like a C+.
Wow, with that different? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think this card is good. Don't get me wrong. I think this card is like a really important role player in your deck. And I think creating like unconditional gold, like golden cog creation is good. I think the kind of bad cost structure is kind of accounted for to some degree by the fact that obviously, you get a golden cog for free. So then you can potentially draw a card to help you replace some of the value of this card, and the golden cog is usually worth. So even if we say the golden cog is worth 1, right? Because this doesn't have go again. Reminder to everyone. So you have to crank this golden cog just to get an action point off of this. So if you say it's worth 1, this is a 2 cost 4 pump, right? And then you're getting half of a card draw out of it. So I think this card is honestly the 2 cost structure is a little bit awkward from when I've played with this card and from what I saw play out. But I think unconditional cog is great in the early game. I think this card gets a lot worse in the mid to end game. I actually like the blue of this card for like early turn plays when your opponent's potentially trying to deny you. And I like having, a red in my deck. I get really uncomfortable having multiple of this, in too many of these rather in my deck. I'm probably okay to have 1 or 2 red, but honestly that can make your cost. I think you really have to be cognizant of like, if you value these cards high or you draft them highly or you have them in your deck, you need a lot of the 0 costs and the 1 cost skiffs and skimmers, I think, to make sure that you don't get taxed. And also you become a lot less of a weapon build with these cards. I'm more of a fan of the other pumps, even though they don't have unconditional cog creation, but I think that Puffin goes so wide and causes so many breakpoint issues that once you crack through on finally getting gold, you have access to it pretty readily. So yeah, that's where I'm at with Goldwing Turbine.
Interesting, because I actually thought this card gets better in the mid game because you're more likely to have gold lying around, and I feel like when I resolve my first Goldwing Turbine, I want to already have gold, so that I can immediately get the card draw from Puffin.
I agree, because if you use this card just for 2 cost 3 make a cog, it is underrated, right? That is not a good place to be.
Well, if you get a +1 from the cog, then it's actually on. It's come to fight, right? And come to fight.
It costs 2 though, and that cost structure is really important.
Yeah,
because your weapon costs. Right?
Yeah. So, I mean, which is why your conversation about having multiple of these gets awkward. I'm just kind of like, I don't know, if you resolve 2 of these in a turn, then you have 2 floating for your weapon exactly.
So it's which is 3 card 9, so it's on, and I guess you draw the card back off of it, which is fine. So you draw a card back off of one of them. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, in any case, I feel like, yeah, I don't know, this card, I think when I saw it played in 1 or 2 of the games, I was like, this was the impressive card, because Puffin is once a turn. Like, how... I think there are very few playlines that let you draw a card off Puffin that don't involve this card, right? And the fact that it's unconditional... yeah. I mean, yeah, there's very few. I mean, there's this, and then there's like perk up kind of thing, which so it's not... Basically, this is one of the few ways where you can actually plan your turn fully. I suppose, but that's not actually going up in card. It's just replacing itself, right? Like, whereas this one is you actually getting value and getting the crank.
But this costs you most of 2 cards to do it, right? So you're getting. So Copper Cog is 1 card replace itself, right? Whereas this is half a card. Like you use 2 cards, but you get 3 damage out of it and a replacement for one of the cards. And net a resource.
Yeah. So you're paying 2 resources for like 4 damage and go again, which okay. In any case, this read to me as one. When I saw it being played, I was like, the fact that you can actually go to your turn and know you're gonna be triggering Puffin seemed to me pretty strong. But yeah, it could be one of those things where it reads better than it actually plays.
I think I might be a little bit lower just in general on this card than some others. I like it. Don't get me wrong. I think this card is good and it has a real important role in Puffin and in certain Puffin decks. For instance, I wouldn't have this in the same range as Cogwork Zeppelin or, spoiler alert, Perk Up when we speak about that card. But I could be talked up to like, maybe the B- range in line with a Steamboat, for instance. I don't think that's out of the realms of possibility for me. And there's certain decks where I'm going to rate this a lot higher once I get into the draft. Like if I have a lot of like 0 and 1 cost skiffs and skimmers, like this card becomes a lot higher priority for me at that point because of the cost structure of my deck. But if I'm in a more Puffin deck with a lot more pirate cards and things like that, like this card, because it's really important to remember, this card says next Mechanologist attack this turn. It's not just the next attack this turn. Then this card also starts to, just with the cost structure and the fact that it only applies to Mechanologist cards, does go down a little bit in value for me.
Makes sense. Next, we have Drawback the Hammer, which is a 1-cost Mechanologist action that blocks for 2. And it says your next Mechanologist attack this turn gets +4. You may untap a gun you control. Go again. And this only comes in red.
Only comes in red. The next 3 cards, the cycle of Drawback the Hammer, Perk Up, and Tighten the Screws, only come in red. And blocking 2, I think, is really relevant because if you get flooded on these cards, they do only block 2. I have this one at just like a C. I think this is the worst of this cycle. I think untapping your gun is the worst effect, but it sometimes is relevant. Like don't get me wrong. Like sometimes you do just have the double cogs available, and you pair this with a blue. To come in for 8 damage off, but that's not great. It's not where you want to be. Generally, attacking twice with the gun is not actually good. So yeah, I think this is where there can be a Spitfire build though that is a lot more exciting, and Drawback the Hammer is really key to that. So I would say in a Spitfire deck, this is going to have a lot more value. It might be in your sort of like B- range, but it is a 1 for 4 pump, blocks 2, and the effect is a bit more niche.
I give this a C-. I think the effect is rarely coming up, but of course, asterisk there to your point about if maybe you have a Spitfire draft, then yeah, the effect is going to come up. But at least if you're talking about like the Blunderbuss, which is like the sort of default strategy, I think the effect is rarely coming up. So it's a 1 for 4, go again, which is fine, but it blocks 2, so I don't really want too many of it. So C- for me.
Yeah, next up we have a card that I would like to have a lot more of than that one. That is Perk Up. This is the same template effect, so it's only at red. It's a Mechanologist action, defense for 2, cost 1. It says your next Mechanologist attack this turn gets +4 attack. You may untap your hero, go again. This is the enabler that I really, really want. This is going to let you create a second cog off of your Puffin ability, which I think is really strong and is going to help you to draw that card off your Puffin hero ability. I think this is kind of the cleanest enabler because it's also just a 1 for 4 pump, which I think is good. So I have this at like a B+ range personally for me. I think it's a B+ actually. I really like this card.
I gave this an A as well, just like the Goldwing Turbine. I think I gave the cards that can let you actually trigger Puffin to draw a card pretty high ratings. Because I think that is the hero, right? That's the most powerful thing she does. And this is the thing that lets her actually resolve her effect. Because actually, if you think about it, there are not many ways you can actually go ahead and get your card draw from Puffin. And the unconditional ways like this and the Turbine are the few ways to actually do it. To get your second crank on the turn. So yeah, I have this as an A. I think this is absolutely a build round. It's a weird A where it's, I think this is a case for most A's, to be honest. Like that doesn't mean you want like 6 of these in your deck. Yeah, you have 6. You don't want like super critical, like too many of these. But you're definitely happy with like a 2 to 3 copies of this thing. And yeah, so for that reason, I think it's a very strong card.
What I like about this card though is the cost structure of 1 is really good because even if you have something like, I don't know, like a Cloud City Steamboat, for instance, you're like, or even you know, if you were playing cards like Tough Old Wrench, like a 3-card 10 is like not terrible, even if your opponent's trying to deny you gold. So I think you can have like 3 to 4 perk up in your deck, honestly. Like I think you can, because the downside on offense is not that bad. But if you're, and also 2-card 6 with weapon is not awful. Especially if you are getting, but the upside of this card can be so high where you're doing some insane damage on turns. Like this is an enabler for some of the craziest sort of 4 and 5 card hands from Puffin, I think. So yeah, I mean, I could maybe be talked up to an A-. I think when I compare it, right, I go back to, for me, the key card for me in Puffin that I'm looking for every single time at Rare is the Cogwork Zeppelin. And actually this card is, I think it's not a Cogwork Zeppelin, but it is a different. It works differently. It operates differently in the deck. So I could go B+, maybe A-.
Right. I could see it being in a similar tier, because this is the one that it doesn't matter what my opponent does, I'm getting the Puffin draw. Whereas Cogwork Zeppelin, it's
not if they deny you gold.
It's tied to
not if
an
they deny
on-hit.
you gold, right?
Right, but then the same thing applies to the Zeppelin, right? Where it's if they're like denying me gold at Zeppelin, I mean, if they're denying me on hits, then if they're denying my card Zep hitting, then even the Zeppelin is like, it's fine. It's because it's a 2 for 6.
That blocks 3. Yeah, 2 for 6 blocks 3. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, but this is the one where I can fully plan on my opponent's turn based on my blocks and everything, whether I'm getting an extra card or not. And I think that's very, very valuable.
Yeah. Yeah.
Next, we have Titan the Screws, the third in the cycle. So, only comes in red. Cost 1, Mechanologist action that blocks for 2. Your next Mechanologist attack this turn gets +4. You may untap a cog you control, and it is go again. I was a bit torn on this one. I'm between a C+ and a B- for this, because it kind of is effectively a 1 for 5 go again. If you have a cog, right? If you have a tapped cog, then we talk about untapping a cog being effectively +1. But again, the untap condition isn't as free as it seems like it, because you need to have tapped it first to get its value, and you want to untap it with this, and you want to do something else after this that pays you off for tapping a cog. That's the only time this is actually more than just a 1 for 4, which I don't think is going to be super common, so I don't want to give it too high a rating, which is why I'm like, that's kind of C+, but when you get to pull it off, it's like a B-, because 1 for 5 go again is very good. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
I think in practice it just doesn't play out that way very often. But I think what's more common is where you play this, you tap your I think. Actually, I take it back. I think it is reasonably likely that you can pull this off a lot of the time, especially once you have more of those 0 cost and 1 cost cards. Problem is the 1 cost doesn't play into the structure, so it needs to be the skimmer to get that 1 for 5 value off of this. But there is other ways as well sometimes where you're on like a 5 card hand and it's a lot easier to do that value than you might think. So yeah, I have this as C+ though. I'm a solid C+ on this one. Right.
That's good.
Let's move on to the man himself, calling champion, Gravy Bones. For those that haven't seen Gravy Bones, we're going to talk now Pirate Necromancer as we move into this next section of the set review. Gravy Bones is a Pirate Necromancer hero, young, 20 life, 4 intellect, instant, tap your hero. Destroy a gold you control, draw a card, then discard a card. If a blue card has been put into your graveyard this turn, you may play cards with Watery Grave from your graveyard. So important to note 2 distinct effects here. One is a activated ability, which is this instant tap, destroy a gold, and this is how you can easily filter out your great yellows, of course, your allies very easily, get those into the graveyard, and then also has the ability of giving you just being able to play Watery Grave from your graveyard, and that pairs hand in hand, of course, with no weapon for Gravy Bones, but does have this offhand equipment, which is the Pirate Necromancer equipment offhand, Compass of Sunken Depth, no defense or attack value, instant, tap it, look at the top card of your deck. This effect is actually very, very important. And then the first card with Watery Grave you play from your graveyard each turn gets go again. So again, 2 effects, an activated and a static. And so that pairs with Gravy to allow you to play a blue card, turn on your Watery Grave from graveyard, and then Compass will give the first one go again.
Gravy is so unique in multiple ways, both outside of the set and within the set, in the sense that he has released with no weapon, which is the first time we've ever seen. So that's like very unique to him, in Flesh and Blood as a whole. And then even within the set, the other 2 heroes have 2 weapons each, and he's the only one where you're always just flipping a hero up with a compass and
no weapon.
So yeah, exactly. So super, super interesting. Cares a lot about the top of the deck, as you're talking about, and has a little bit of an MST-esque feel to him in the sense that you want blue starters. Like how MST really wanted blue starters so you can transcend. This guy wants blue starters so you can play watery grave cards from your graveyard. I think it's important to note as we look into the cards.
Very important. Yep, I think that's a very important lens to take. Right, let's get into the cards. You want to start us off with Washed Up Wave?
Let's go. Washed Up Wave is a part Necromancer equipment in the arm slot. It blocks for 0 and has Blade Break. But it says when this defends, you may discard a card or destroy the top card of your deck. If that card has Watery Grave, this gets +2 defense. So that's where the Blade Break comes in handy since it does block 0 at base. So this is also where it synergizes very well with the Compass and also synergizes very well with Watery Grave because you want them in your yard, not in your hand, not on top of your deck. I gave this a B. I think obviously you as much as possible want to have this with the top of the deck version, not the one where you have to discard a card, because then you're kind of converting one of your cards in your hand to 2 block. Yeah. Whereas if you get the top of the deck, you're kind of converting an arm slot into 2 block, which is very, very good. But this means you're going to be using your Compass to check the top that's Watery Grave and then destroying it. And I think the Compass resource is actually very important. The Compass resource is a thing. You tap the Compass, you get knowledge of the top card of your deck, and then you destroy it with an effect like this. Now on your turn, you don't know what the top of your deck is. And that can matter for a lot of your effects, including his hero ability, right? So I think there's a bit of a cost there, which isn't nothing, even though you have Compass. So I'm not super high on this as I was on the Mechanologist battle-worn ones, but it's still good. I think getting a Watery Grave in your yard is going to be very, very strong, so I'm giving this a B.
Yeah, I have this a B+. I think the similar reasons to you, I think the Compass activation piece is a little bit less relevant for me, but what is more relevant actually is that sometimes this is just awkward where you're like, oh, I just haven't found a Watery Grave on top of my deck, and I need to use this turn, but I need to also discard this card, so I guess I'm doing that way instead of getting value out of it from a gold, for instance. So Gravy can just sometimes feel a bit awkward, honestly, and that is a tough thing. I think, unlike Mechanologist, where we've just spoken about where you have really key cards you want to see, I think Gravy is really reliant on some of the non-Necromancer cards and also just pure synergy of cards. So I think overall I'm a little bit lower on some of the cards, but they come together to form more powerful things in a group rather than in isolation, like some of the Puffin cards might, and we'll talk about Marlon when we get to it. But yeah, I think what's weirdly interesting is that your allies, so your Watery Grave cards that you want to discard to effects like this, that's actually a tax. Like in terms of you only have so many, and so you have to be really careful about when you discard them. And sometimes you actually don't want to discard them to one effect, but rather to another to trigger something. So it's actually really important, interestingly.
I think, yeah, to your point about the non-Necromancer cards, I do think a lot of the Pirate cards actually are mostly Gravy cards, and then the other two don't use it so well. So I definitely agree with you on that.
Okay.
There's a fair number of them where, like, actually once we get our ratings, we'll be like, oh, in Gravy this is good, and the others I'm like,
yeah.
So into main deck cards, we have Board... Oh, wait, it's your turn. Sorry.
Oh, sure. Next up, we have Board the Ship, which is a rare Pirate Necromancer action attack. This is at red only, this one. It costs 2, defense for 3. It says, when this attacks, you may tap an ally you control. If you do, this gets overpower. I think there's so many ways to get overpower if you really want it, and actually tapping your allies for another effect is not a great use of your ally, because where you might think, oh, you just have allies on the board to use and they don't have go again, so what are you using them for if you're not using them for things like this? Actually, you just don't really establish a board like it's really hard to establish a board presence in Gravy and Limited, and instead, generally, you often find you're playing one of two ways. You're using one ally per turn as a value proposition when you're playing into the opponent, to especially aggressive, maybe if the opponent's on an aggressive deck, to be like, okay, I'm trading this ally for value, so life off of your total by attacking with it, and then getting life back by you having to attack it on your turn. Or you're trying to set up like a double ally turn to force them to have to stop. You're using your life as a resource early game, and then you're like double ally, and then they have to clear the allies, and then you're like, okay, well, here's 2 more allies, and eventually they're going to whiff on the go again, and you kind of take some dominance into the game that way. So tapping to give overpower is just like so far down my list. It is a 2 cost, 6 attack, block 3, so I think I give this like a C minus, but I'm actually so unexcited about this card.
I give this a C. kind of basically what you said. I think a play pattern of Gravy is that the turn you establish an ally, you want to be attacking with that ally, and it's not super easy to give that ally go again. There's not too many cards that do that, so this is more like an off-turn thing, or the rare cases where you give the ally go again and then you attack with this. So I think the text on this card is actually almost completely blank. But 2 for 6, 3 block, 2 for 6 in particular is important. You do need like vanilla attacks in Gravy, because that's the best way to punish your opponent after you manage to give an ally go again, because then it's basically true damage, because they have to take the hit so they can clear your ally. You just left that as well, so it has a place, but it's very firmly in the just default role player. It's not advancing your ally game plan sort of thing. Next, we have Paddle Faster, which is a 0-cost Pirate Necromancer action attack. Attacks for 4, blocks for 3, also only comes in red. And it says when this attacks, you may tap an ally you control. If you do, this gets go again. I give this C+. The 0-cost makes it so much better than the above one. But really, I think most of the time this is a wounding blow. So, well, it's fine.
Yep, all the same problems as above, except it's a 0-cost wounding blow, like you say. I'm a C+ on this one as well. Nice and easy. Next up, we have Hoist 'em Up. This is, again, red only, rare Pirate Necromancer block card this time, defends for 4. When this defends, you may tap an ally you control. If you do, this gets +1. For me personally, I'm more interested in a block effect that has this. I'm actually basically never using this, honestly. Sometimes you will because you have maybe an additional ally, but it's honestly so niche. You're generally tapping your allies either to gain life, something like a chowder, or attack with it, or give it a bonus effect like you have with some other things. So this is a 0-4 block card, but hey, that's good. So I would probably give this somewhere in like the B- range. The only thing I think though is that actually every card in Gravy counts so much, and what I'm actually more interested in than this one, which is a Pirate Necromancer, is actually On the Horizon, which is the generic one that lets you look at the top card of the deck so that you can do some of the things you just spoke about with Compass and then still be able to look at the top card of the deck. So actually for me, I have this at like a C+.
I give this a B. Again, like similar to you and similar to the previous 2 cards we just spoke about, I think the text on this is blank. I think if you have more than one ally to spare, you're kind of already winning, and you're not really interested in win more cards. Like that's not why it's there. But I just see block 4, and I like block 4s in this format because there's a dearth of them, and Treasure Island is a thing. I think the lens of Treasure Island just changes the game so much. Being able to block breakpoints is very important because people value breakpoint cards higher because of Treasure Island, and therefore breakpoint defending cards are also higher for that reason. It's why every block 1 equipment I've also rated pretty high. So this is a B for me just because it says 4 on the bottom right. I don't care about anything else on it.
I could be talked up to a B-. I do think block is important, but I also think this is a red card that is only good on defense. And actually, as much as the block cards are really good in this format, sometimes you know, especially like against Necromancer, even if it's like a mirror or something, you like draw back up after your opponent's like cleared out your allies, and you're like, oh shit, I just have this block card that's not going to do anything for me this turn when I need to put pressure on them. Also, last thing I want to say, we said that you basically never tap an ally. There is cases where you do, and it's a play pattern thing about how your opponent tries to attack your allies. They might choose to ignore your allies and try and kill you, and that is where you're going to be tapping allies to gain extra effects. So it's not completely irrelevant, but it just doesn't happen very often because of the way that I think is correct, or at least better to play Gravy at this standpoint and also play into it. So just worth noting. Next up is my favorite cycle of cards because they have cool names and cool art. This is Avasti. This is at rare Pirate Necromancer action. It only comes in blue, defends for 3, and costs 0. There is a cycle of exactly all of that template I just said, except they say different things. This one says your next pirate ally attack this turn gets go again, and when this hits a hero, create a gold token, and the card itself has go again. I think this card is really important. I think it's the best of the cycle. But honestly, I don't think it's close that it's best of the cycle. The go again is so important to be able to do things like double ally swing or ally swing into another attack, and it's an enabler. I have this at a B, might even be a B+, honestly. I think this card is very, very important for Necromancer. Like, this is the sort of card I see as a signal to move into Necromancer if I see this sort of thing. Not allies. We'll talk about allies and the rating of those, but this is the sort of card where I'm like, oh yeah, Necromancer's open.
I give this a B, because, yeah, you need starters in Gravy, and when your starters are block 3s as well, then, and when I say starters, I mean blue cards that go to your yard immediately after you play them, and when they block 3 as well, that's a perfect spot. But also, I think this is the one out of the entire cycle that lets you do Gravy's strongest turns.
Yes.
Actually, I feel like I might be I might be talking myself up.
I think this is a B plus. I'm giving this a B plus. I'm changing.
I was at B, and I think I could give this an A actually, because I think it is game. I think the turns this lets you do is the game-winning turns, which is you establish an ally, you attack with the ally, and then you come in with your 2 for 6 at the end or your 3 for 7 at the end. I think a lot of people might be like, oh, you get to attack with the ally and then you get to establish a second ally. I actually think the stronger thing to do is attack with like your big dumb attack.
I agree.
After you've attacked the ally. And this is the card that lets you do that. And in that sense, it is game winning. In a sense, it's game plan defining to some sense. Where once you have this, you can actually be like, okay, the way I win is I play this, play my swabby, give that attack with a go again, and then finish off with like a 3 for 7 or whatever. No, A is probably too high because that is like a full 5 card hand. So okay, I'll stick to a B, but I do think this is the stuff you want to set up, and this is your power turn of the game when you have this.
I'm gonna give it a B plus, and the only reason I'm not gonna give it an A minus is I think this card is replacement level for a common in this set to a degree with Mutiny, the Go Again Mutiny.
Okay, so does Mutiny give an ally attack go again? I forget. Is that Mutiny does?
It gives your next attack go again this turn.
Oh, okay.
So it does give allies. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to go with a B plus on this one. I've talked myself up half a grade.
Cool. Next, we have Heave Ho, which is the same templating, blue, 0 cost, Pirate Necromancer action, blocks for 3, it has go again. And this one says your next pirate ally attack this turn gets overpower, and when this hits a hero, create a gold token. This one I'm lower on than the other, like the strongest turns of Gravy don't involve overpower an ally attack, because like also a lot of them aren't coming in for super high amounts anyway. I give this a C+. It is a starter after all, and again, I don't think I'm ever giving a blue block 3 lower than a C. And since it also has a very easy like starter thing, it's like maybe half a grade higher, but the effect is whatever, I think.
You gave it a what, sorry, a C?
A C+.
Okay, I also have this as a C+, and I fully agree. It's just a blue 3 block starter, which is good. So I think that's a C+, it's slightly above a C. Next up is Yo-Ho-Ho, which is literally all the same things we said before, except this one gives you next pirate ally attack +1 this turn, and when it hits a hero, create a gold token. I think this is in line because overpower on something for like a swabby, for instance, is going to mean that you get to create a gold, which is great, and also get 2 gold because of Treasure Island minimum. Yo-Ho-Ho is +1, it creates a breakpoint potentially. I think it's around about the same, honestly. I just have the C+ as well.
I give it C+ as well. I think it is marginally better than the overpower in most cases, but not enough to bump it up a grade. I think like even half a grade. So I'm still at C+. I think Avasti is the one where I'm like, oh, I'm super happy to see this. The other two are like, sure, cool. Next, we have Kelpie Tangled Mess, one of the first allies we're looking at for Gravy Bones. Kelpie Tangled Mess costs 0. It's a Pirate Necromancer action ally, which attacks for 1 and has 3 life. So remember, these allies don't block. And this one has action tap attack, so no resource cost for the attack. And then action, pay 1 resource and tap this to tap target hero or ally, go again. I gave this a B. And it might be too high. I think Kelpie is one of the hardest allies to actually give a grade for. So I'll talk to you about like my reasoning. I think one thing is that it's quite hard for your opponent to get rid of it. Like they need to 3 go again. Like then you get rid of it. So it's difficult for them to do it efficiently. And also I think they kind of do need to get rid of it because I think any ally that lets you attack for free, which Kelpie is one of them, is just strong enough that they do need to kind of get rid of it. So I'm kind of like, as far as allies go, I feel like this is one of the higher priority ones, but I'm interested to hear your opinion.
I think this one's fine. I think the upside to this, so every ally has a downside. That's where I start from. Every ally has a downside because it costs you a card, it doesn't block. I think every ally has to redeem itself effectively is kind of how I look at it. So 0 cost, tick, because you can just play it out from hand. Great turn 0 play, just play it out from hand, for instance, after like maybe a go again attack, or just playing that, right? Or playing it on a turn where you have an additional card. It's fine. That doesn't always come up, but you can block out and play it, for instance, on some awkward hands with 3 blocks. Attacks are free. Again, I also agree. I think that's relevant, but it only attacks for 1. I think some of these rares are a little bit harder to evaluate. I actually have this at a C, like C+, but I think in the mirror, it's like a B-. I think this card can really shine in the mirror because of that tapping a target ally. I think is actually huge to try and, because the mirror is such a weird matchup where it doesn't often come down to allies. It actually comes down to more like attacking and things like that. But the middle of the game can get really weird where you posture for position and then you both kind of like start to roll into allies. And if you brick on a hand potentially where you can't take care of an ally, what is good about this is you can play it, you can tap the ally and get go again, and then your opponent can't use their ally for either damage or to clear yours. So I think it has some relevancy, but yeah, this is honestly one of the ones I'm least excited about.
Okay. I think it also, I like generally the allies that you can use without attacking in a sense, and they have like go again effects. I also do like, because I do like the play pattern if they leave Kelpie around, because it's like, oh, there's only attacks for one. Like even against a Marlin or something, or like a Puffin, you tap their hero, which is important, and after you can send like a 2 for 6 afterwards or something. And I think even that play pattern does make Kelpie enough of a threat where I'm kind of like, as far as the allies go, because we're going to come to some allies where I'm kind of just like, these are like, I'm not too high on. And you, like to your point about they have a cost, but they're also your payoff. So you do need some number.
You do.
But you can't have a, I think you technically could have a gravy deck without any allies, but I think you definitely want some number. And I feel like if one of my allies was Kelpie, I'm not too sad.
Yeah. The tapping Puffin is actually really relevant, actually, and Marlin. So yeah, I'll go to like a C+. I'm struggling to get to a B on this, but I think sometimes it is going to feel like a B, and that's going to be great. Next up, we have Limpet Hopalong, which is another rare pirate Necromancer action ally. This one costs 0. Attacks for 2 and has 1 life. It says action, 1 resource, tap it, attack, go again, which is very important. And it of course has the Watery Grave text that all of these allies do, so we're not going to keep repeating that. I struggle with these rare ones because I think, on the surface it's like it's a 0 cost, it has go again attached to it, but it does cost a resource, which I think is relevant, the fact that this does cost a resource to attack with for 2 damage. But because it has go again and lets you do the thing you spoke about of like, okay, I play my whatever blue, I then come in with this, maybe it's a mutiny that gives this, say, the +2 attack, for instance, after I steal a gold. I come in for 4, I pitch my blue, I come in with my 2 cost attack. Like, that is like a pretty good turn. I have this at a B-.
I feel like out of the rare ones, this one I had, I think, an easier time rating. I give this an A. Wow. It is a weird A as far as like Gravy Bones' allies go. It is weird because you can't have too many, right? But I actually think 1 or 2 of them is actually potentially game winning, mostly because like it's so hard for your opponent to get rid of this. I actually just I hate this card because it has 1 life and you have to get rid of it. It's like one of those things where, oh, I'm not a ninja, then it's like, okay, I kind of just lose to this card.
Yeah, good point.
It's like that's the thing. It's like, how are you supposed to get rid of it, and you have to get rid of it. Because remember, it's going to trigger your treasure island and all that kind of stuff. Because it's a 1 for 2 go again, so it's inefficient to block. It's action point like free, like agnostic. You can always just do it. It just costs 1 resource, and it's so hard for your opponent to get rid of it. Unless they're gravy with their own limpet. Like your limpet is going to soak up a full attack from them, and an action point. That I'm just like, this card just feels game winning once it's on the field. The amount of tempo it's going to give you, or the amount of value it gives you if they don't get rid of it. So. It's like the Ashwing equivalent for Gravy Bones. I think this card is very, very strong. I sort of give it an A.
I think there is counterplay to that stuff, though, and we'll talk about it. But cards like Blue Sikkim Shot, for instance, I think people are underrating a little bit because of the effect of just clearing some of the small allies. Like I think there is significant counterplay at like very low cost for a lot of decks. Trade-in is one that also stands out to me. That also gains you a pretty good effect. Yeah. So
blue trade-in is one. I was like, okay, that's kind of nice to get rid of this, but it's still asking a lot from the opponent. It feels like.
Yeah, but it's also this the thing I always go back to is this asks a lot for you as well. Like it's still an ally in your deck. Yes, it costs 0. Yes, it gets go again, but this is the one free ally. Like if you use this as your Watery Grave ally for the turn, this is the one, right? So like you're talking about they have to clear it, but they have to clear any ally. Really, like that's kind of generally how it plays out, right? So just because this one is, you're like, it feels bad to throw a card at it. I mean, you're going to throw a card at it. What I would say is actually the opposite of like, well, I can clear this easier. I can clear this with my Blue Sikkim Shot, whereas I can't clear a Swabby or a Barnacle or something with that Blue Sikkim Shot. It's harder for me to clear that one, albeit this does get the go again to extend your hand, which I think is the most important thing about this card.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it all ties together, right? It's like, yeah, in a sense, it's like, the lowest value attack clears this. But this is the one that lets you do Gravy's strongest turns, as we we're talking about, like why rated Avasti is so high. It's because you get to do the thing, you attack with ally and then send a basically true damage attack at them, because in a sense they can't block too much because they have to deal with the ally. So
I think the stronger play, personally, we'll get to it, is some of the blue go again cards, like the blue 2 for 4 and then into a more impactful ally. Like, for instance, I love doing that into Swabby, for instance, or Barnacle, because Barnacle's also hard to clear. So that's where how I rate some of the allies. I think there's actually a lot of enablers that are 3 blocks that do it the other way around, as opposed to ally into X. They do X into ally, I think is also really relevant. So we'll talk about that. But I think that's the thing that kind of balances these cards off for me.
That makes sense.
Should we move on?
Next, we have Scuba Salty Sea Dog, another rare Pirate Necromancer action ally, which costs 0 as well. Attacks for 4 and has 4 health. And this is action, pay 3 resources, tap it to attack. When this attacks, you may put a yellow card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's deck. If you do, create a gold token.
Oh, okay. So this is my favorite rare ally, personally. 0 cost, has 4 health, which I think is difficult to deal with. The effect to put a yellow on the bottom and create a gold, I think, is really relevant. Like, doing this once in a format where, honestly, people try and fatigue Gravy a lot of the time, I think is actually really powerful. Bear in mind, you're not generally going to be putting a ally on the bottom of your deck. Actually, there's some cases where you do, because you need another ally in your deck to pay for you need a Watery Grave trigger from discard. But generally, you're not going to do that. You're going to put another yellow on the bottom, which you can obviously set up. But yeah, I really like this one. I have this as a B+.
Wow. What, man, our Scuba and Limpet are basically reversed. I gave this a C. I was like, I think it's fine. It's like, I think it's fine. I think it gives you a hammer, basically. Like, if the opponent leaves it around, which it doesn't attack for free, it doesn't naturally have go again. So I kind of, it takes hits for that. And for me, the effect feels not super relevant. I feel most of the yellows are going to be Watery Grave cards. And remember, if they went from the field, they turn face down, so you can't target it with this.
Yeah, of course.
So you're going to be targeting the Watery Grave cards that you already discarded, which means, like, they're already there for you to play out from Gravy. You put them on the bottom of your deck and you discard. Like, you're not actually going up in cards in a sense, because the Watery Grave card in the yard was already something you could play.
Well, it was you were using as like, so, the Watery Grave is sometimes you need. That's what I was saying, right? Sometimes you need to have Watery Grave to be able to pay for an effect that requires Watery Grave. For instance, like the Go Again cards. Like, it is actually a lot more relevant than it may seem on the surface.
Yeah, so typically can maybe convert back into like a +1 or like a Go Again somewhere. It's not super high enough where I was like, I really like this, because I think the 3 cost and attacking for 4 is. I just much prefer attacking, like paying 1 and then getting 2 Go Again. It feels like, and also the 4 health means it's kind of a little bit more efficient for your opponent to be able to clear it.
Sure, but it's a 0 cost, so it kind of. I think the thing I have is, like, I think people get hung up on like efficiency of card usage to clear things. Like, oh, I felt better sending the Scarf for a Scar at a Scuba than it did at like a Limpet, and I'm like, well, they're both 0 cost. Like, they're both the cost to get them out is the same. One came in for 2 at the start of the turn, and one came in for 4 at you at the end of the turn, right? Be it they're balanced off differently. I think. I actually honestly think maybe I'm slightly high on this one, and slightly too high on this one, and maybe a little bit lower on Limpet. Like, maybe I'm more like a B- on Limpet and like a B on this. I still slightly prefer the one, like the first Scuba, I think, than maybe the first Limpet. But I don't want like necessarily multiple Scubas, because they don't operate well together in multiples. But I do like this card.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
Cool. Let's move on. Next up, we have Angry Bones. This is a Pirate Necromancer action attack at common. It is a cycle, this one, so we're back to cycles now. It defends for 3. We're looking at the red one, attacks for 6. Cost 2. It says, when this attacks, you may discard a card or destroy the top card of your deck. If that card has Watery Grave, this gets +1 attack. So there's your kind of need for Watery Grave cards to pay as a cost. They're the ones I don't like as much, but I think they are useful. Damage is good. And these are good ways to end turns or to set up cards with Watery Grave into your graveyard to start the game. I think they're role players. I have the red at a C+. I think the blue is like a C for me, and the yellow I don't really want on my deck. It's like a C- for me.
Okay, interesting. I think here's where your experience actually playing the format is probably something I'm going to lean on. So I give this a B. It read pretty good to me because I think, well, again, the floor, like I think I already spoke about how he does like just vanilla attacks to like end his turns, like after he resolves an ally. So I do like the floor of it already, given it's a block 3 as well. And then I think this is one of the best ways to actually get allies in your yard. Like he does need ways to do that. Obviously, if he has gold, he can do it, like with his ability. But this is also a very good way to do it, and it synergizes with the compass. And then the potential breakpoint also means Treasure Island gold. So I was like kind of high on this, but yeah, I mean, I think I'm going to defer to you on this one, and maybe I should be low on it.
I think we're saying the same thing. I just think that effect is quite... Like, we're going to talk about quite a few of them in terms of that. I think the value on the card that I have on this card is like, yeah, I want them in my deck, but I'm not prioritizing them highly because there's a lot of ways to be able to do this. I think that using your gold off the hero ability to draw and discard is often bad, honestly. I think you really want to minimize how much you're doing that per game. You want to do things like this. You want to do things like waves, for instance. Anytime you get to do it off the top of the deck, that is fantastic. Obviously, Compass lets you set it up so well. So these effects are important, but I also want to have the go again ones primarily because they're going to help me do the bigger turns, and you do need to be able to push damage and swing with your allies and push multiple damage. Otherwise, you will get fatigued in this format. Like that is a very real thing. So, yeah, we'll get on to those. Should we move next to Burly Bones?
Yep. Next we have Burly Bones. It's the same format as the above one, where it costs 2, attacks for 6, blocks for 3, and this says when this attacks, you may discard a card to destroy the top card of your deck, and if that card is watery grave, this gets overpower. So it's like very similar. It's basically the same as Angry Bones, but instead of +1 overpower. I also gave this a B because it's very similar to the above one. I would say it's slightly worse than +1, but still functions similarly, and my justification is kind of similar to what I said earlier.
Yeah, I'm just one grade down for me personally. I'm a C at red, C- at blue, and I don't want the yellow in my deck, preferably. Next up is Jittery Bones. This is another Pirate Necromancer action attack at common, another cycle here. This costs 0 and attacks for 4 at red, defends 3, and says when this attacks, you may discard a card or destroy the top card of your deck. If that card is Watergrave, this one gets go again. This card I'm very interested in and I think is quite high priority for Necromancer. I have the red at a B. I have the blue at a B-. I think it's a very important... C+. I have the other one slightly high. And yellow at a C-. I think these... Honestly, maybe the blue is B-. These cards are so important.
So very similar, where you gave this 1 grade higher than the previous 2.
Yeah.
I also gave this 1 grade higher, but since my previous 2 were B, I gave this an A. So it's kind of all like related to each other, because I think this is the best out of the 3 we've seen so far. And I had a special note that the blue might actually be better, because then it also doubles up as a starter.
Yeah, 0 cost starter as well, which is nice.
Exactly. So I kind of like have A for this one, and the blue might be A- or as well an A, and yeah, the yellow is I don't want the yellow.
What I quite like is like the play pattern. Like I did this in one game I played where I was like, okay, block with 2 cards, play like Jittery Bones with my... So I had 2 cards left. Jittery Bones, I'd already compassed to see that there was a Watery Grave on top. It was a Scuba, in fact. I'm like, okay, discard the Scuba off my Jittery Bones off the top, get go again, and then this is blue Jittery Bones, and then pitch my last blue to attack with the Scuba that I'm playing off of my trigger effect. I'm like, that's out like a very nice turn off the blue Jittery Bones. So I think the 0. You might be right, honestly. I think it's actually... Yeah, I think that it's like a B- at blue. I think this card is actually really good at blue.
Yeah, I think I won as many of this, and I think it's one of those things where the floor is also good. The floor is a wounding blow, which is fine. Breakpoint when Treasure Island is a thing is also like great. So given the floor is like very good, and the ceiling is like exactly what we're talking about, like that sort of line is, I'm just like, this feels like I won a lot of these in my deck, and yeah, for that reason I give it an A.
Yep. Next up is Oh, is it me? I've forgotten.
I don't remember.
You go.
You go. All right, Restless Bones. Costs 2, attacks for 6, Pirate Necromancer action attack, blocks for 3. This one says when this attacks, you may discard a card or destroy the top card of your deck. If that card is Watery Grave, this gets go again. So this is the go again version of Burly Bones and Angry Bones, or the 2-cost version of Jittery Bones. I give this an A-. I think it is slightly worse than Jittery Bones, but still good enough that I think I'm very interested in these in my Gravy Bones deck.
I think I'm just like maybe a little bit lower on Gravy Bones cards overall. I have this theory that like Gravy Bones is more than the sum of its parts, more than its bag of bones, so to speak. And I'm like slightly lower on all the cards. I think like I actually don't have an A, I think, in any of my Gravy Bones cards, which is probably incorrect.
I have that for Marlin.
Oh, that's interesting.
I have that for Marlin. Okay. I didn't give an A in Marlin. I was like, man, all these cards are
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
And maybe that's just like preference of like the way we look at the cards and just like assessing the power level, because there is cards that are more important than others, right? And I think it's all relative to an extent. And I do think these cards are the most important cards for Gravy Bones. What I will say though is I think Gravy Bones can also really rely on the pirate cards, which we'll get to. I think Restless Bones, I have read. What I do like about this is 2 costs, so it's still just damage velocity in your deck, which I think is important for Gravy. So I have this at B at red, and I think this is worse than Jittery Bones as a blue because of the 0 cost element. So I have this at a C plus for blue, and then yellow at like a C. I think is still playable.
Yeah, I guess it also depends on the allies that you have. Like if you have an ally that costs 2 attack, maybe you're like happier with the 2 cost. Or not happier, like you're like fine with the 2 cost. But yeah.
Right. Next up is Barnacle. Back to the allies, this time at common. This is a 2 cost, 4 attack, 3 health, Pirate Necromancer action ally. It says action, a tap to attack, and it has Water Grave, so no cost. Is this one maybe one of the best? Honestly, I think Barnacle is so good. I think there's one that's better. I have this at a B minus, but actually I think maybe I have this at a B, and maybe Scuba's a B minus. I think this is actually better than Scuba. I think actually the free attack is just so insane. Yeah. They have to clear it. They absolutely have to clear it immediately.
Exactly. I have this at a B, and my notes were literally free attack. Yeah. Full stop. Like that's it. It's just they have to clear it. 3 health isn't always the best. Like they need like red trade in or something like very specific to like clear this and like in a way that and feel happy about it. And otherwise you get a free hammer compared to like Scuba's where you have to pay for a hammer. Mm-hmm. Like, and that's like a world of difference, right? So yeah, so you had to pay to get this in, whereas Scuba was free to get in. But the fact that it's more threatening the more it stays around, for me, I would pick this over Scuba, basically. So that's why I've rated this higher than Scuba, and I have it to be.
Yeah, I actually think maybe this is, like, if I'm just trying to reassess my grades and I'm maybe a little bit lower on some cards, maybe this is even a B+. Like, I think this is one of the most, like, if I see Barnacle, that's where I'm like, oh, I think this hero might be open, because I think this is one of the best. So, yeah, interesting.
Next, we have Chowder Hearty Cook, which costs 3. It's a Pirate Necromancer action ally. This one attacks for 3, so 1 less than Barnacle, and has 3 life. So same health as Barnacle, but attacks for 1 less and costs 1 more. Also has a free attack, so just tap to attack, and it has an instant tap, gain 1 life. I think this is slightly worse than Barnacle, but ever so slightly worse. But it still has a free attack, so I still give this a B. I'm just like, free attack makes it a B because they have to clear it.
Yeah, free attack's good. I'm coming down on this card more and more. I thought this was at first maybe going to be one of the best ones, but I think the 3 health, the 3 attack, and the 3 cost, like the instant gain of life is like sometimes is relevant. Like your opponent has to clear this, because if you get to sort of sit this with another ally, gain life with this, and attack with another ally, they're in such trouble. So I like having access to a card like this because it forces your opponent to have to respect your board. And the free attack is good, but I've come down on this slightly from where I was. I'm at like a B- now, I think, on this card.
So, well, not only does it reward you for having a wide board, where if this is one of your allies, you get to actually make use of everything. You sort of get the gain 1 life immediately, because it's very likely your opponent's going to clear this, and then you untap at the end of your turn, right? So this will be untapped on your opponent's turn when they attack this, and you can instant gain a life immediately as well. It's relevant, it does feel like a lot of times it's going to be very similar to Barnacle, where instead of Barnacle attacking for 4, this one attacked for 3, but it gained you a life before it died. Mm-hmm. So for that reason, I have it rated very similar to Barnacle, because I think the opponent's always going to clear it, and if they don't, you're like winning anyway.
I think that just the 4 toughness on Barnacle was kind of insane in some instances. Like you can't clear it with things like a retrade in and stuff like that. Yeah, so that's...
Wait, no, Barnacle's 3 health. You meant 4 attack?
Oh, sorry. Barnacle's the 4 attack one. Yeah, sorry, I'm thinking of that one. The Barnacle, the free attack for the 1 extra damage, I think is pretty good, because you do get the gain life back for the 4 on this. I think is, like you say, is relevant. You'll get the instant speed back on it, but I think often I'd rather have the damage than the life, especially if it's in the mirror for clearing another ally, for instance. Like
also Treasure Island.
Yes,
like Treasure Island relevance.
Yeah, that's actually pretty relevant as well. Like clearing our next one, which is Cutty Shark Quick Clip. This is Pirate Necromancer action ally. Costs 1, attacks for 3, 4 health is again a common. Action, 1 resource and tap. Attack, once per turn instant, 1 resource. Your next ally attack this turn gets +1. Go again. Of course, there's Watery Grave. This is one where I'm like kind of floated in between how much I like this. I like the 1 cost sometimes, depending on the deck, for structure, but then it costs 1 to attack, which is a little bit awkward. But I like that this can be a resource sink at times with the extra resource to give +1. It just doesn't maybe come up as much as I thought. I have this one like a C+. I think this one is not as good as like Barnacle or Chowder, for instance. And if I have Barnacle to B, Chowder to B-, then I think I have this at a C+.
I give this a C. I think it is surprisingly awkward. Like, the turn it comes down, you're pretty happy. It's like efficient. The turn it comes down, you like, hey, you paid 1 for this, and then if you pitch a blue to play this, then you can pay 1 to give itself +1 and attack with it for 4. So in that sense, it's kind of like Barnacle, but except that then you deal 4 to clear it. But it's every turn after that where I'm just like, you're pitching a whole card to attack for 3 with no go again.
Yeah.
I'm just like, it's the threat of it lying around is so much less than Chowder and Barnacle and Limpet and basically the other allies I rated highly. That I'm just like, this, it's surprisingly awkward. So for that reason, I'm kind of just like, it's a C. I think this is the one where I'm like, ooh, like, there's a limited number of allies I can have in my deck, and this is, like, if I have the others, I'm just not putting this in my deck.
Yeah, there's also a 1 cost that I'm way more interested in than this. I mean, even like Limpet, for instance, I'm more interested in this. Yeah, I think that's really fair. Let's move on. We've got Rigor Mortis. This is a 6 attack, 1 health, 1 cost, Pirate Necromancer action ally. Action, 1 resource, tap to attack. I think this is the best ally, personally. I think the 6, the way that the way that the games end up playing out, in terms of you like play kind of allies 1 at a time as opposed to do things like double allies. The fact that I'm looking for cards like Avasti and the Go Again Mutiny for this deck to be able to do this into like a winning blow, another like spend another card to come in for more damage afterwards, or like a card like a Battalion that's caused me to pitch 2 blues, for instance, on my big hands. I think this is what I want, is just upfront damage. And we spoke about awkwardness to clear something like Limpet Hop Along, right, with the 1 health. Honestly, the difference between 1 health and 3 health all the time is really negligible. Like, unless there's specific cards like Blue Trade-In or Blue Sikkim Shot, things like that. So, yeah, I think Rigor Mortis is just really powerful. I have this at a B+.
I give this an A. I think I'm with you. This is like the best one. I have this like right up there with Limpet, in my opinion. I think these are the allies you want. I mean, it's so hard for your opponent to deal with. It's just more along the lines of allies with 1 health. It's like really, really good, basically, because it's very difficult for your opponent to deal with that in an efficient way. So yeah, I have this at an A.
The only thing to be
everything you said it's a Vincera guy of the set, right? Basically.
Yeah, but it's better. One thing to note, I would say, is Blow for a Blow is a real card and will can double clear allies, including Rigor Mortis, because of the 1 ping. It is relevant. It definitely is. Something to watch out for. So I don't like double allying on a Rigor Mortis and potentially playing into a Blow for Blow unless I know they definitely don't have it. So yeah, and the last thing I think, like, sounds like we're pretty aligned on these things. I think the reason I'm like half a grade to sometimes a grade lower on these cards than maybe we're at, because we've kind of relatively had them the same, I think is the fact that I just think there's the pool feels a lot flatter for me for Gravy than something like Puffin, where I'm like, these cards I have to have in my deck or my deck is not going to be as good. Whereas I'm like, sometimes I can kind of trade the allies, and what I need is like payoff in like my damage cards. Like, for instance, I really want like Red Battalion Bark, for instance, in my Gravy deck. I think that's really important. I need damage. So that's kind of where I'm coming at with maybe some of the great differences. But we're basically saying the same thing about relativeness of these cards.
Yeah, it's interesting because I actually do feel like there are some allies which I'm like happy to have in my deck, and some allies I'm sad to have in my deck.
Yeah.
I'm not too happy with like the dog. I forgot the name of the dog.
Scuba. Scooby.
I'm not too happy with like Scuba or like Cutty Shark. I'm kind of like quite less happy compared to like Rigor Mortis and Barnacle, for example.
Yeah.
So I do feel like it's like for me the allies are less flat than I think for you.
Fair enough. Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. Next up.
Yeah, next we have Shelly, Hardened Traveler. It's a 2-cost Pirate Necromancer action ally, which attacks for 4 and has 5 health. This one's similar to Scuba, is a 3 resource cost action attack, attacks for 4, and has instant tap this. The next attack action card you defend with this turn gets +1 defense.
Yeah, I mean, the instant tap effect is actually, I think, kind of relevant because your opponent might just leave this on the board because if you're resolving this and getting damage out of it, you've probably already won the game because I think this card kind of sucks, honestly. I basically think this is like the perfect example of a win more ally. Like if you're ever resolving this and it's having impact on the game. It's cost 2, it costs 3 to attack. The instant ability is kind of irrelevant versus the way you want your opponents to be playing when you play an ally. So if they're attacking your face, it's probably because you're dead. I have this at a C-. Like this is like maybe even a D+. Like this is a card I am not happy to play, and I'm only playing this if I like literally need the Watery Grave to be discarding to stuff, and I might play it at some point in the game.
I give this a C. Kind of just like, yes, similar to you. I'm like quite low on this ally. It's just like the reason I was so high on like the allies that were difficult to clear earlier is because they also had effects which really punish your opponent for leaving them around. So if they don't have the efficient way to clear it the turn you put it down, you get a lot of value.
This does not.
Shelly, though, similar to Shelly's is similar to Scuba in a sense where it's like if they are like, damn, this turn is not efficient for me to clear it, fine, keep it around. You get a hammer. Like you literally use it for like until they clear it, you just get a hammer, like a Titan's Fist. And that's just not great compared to like the freaking Chowders or like the Barnacles, which let you attack for free, or the Limpets that give you go again and actually let you convert the full hand. So I'm like, while 5 health is awkward to clear, it's just not that punishing if they don't clear it, because even its instant effect is kind of just fine. Yeah. So yeah, I have this at the C.
Even compared to Scuba, which is 0 cost. So it's like, yeah. Next up is Swabby. Swabby is a 3 cost Pirate Necromancer action ally, has 7 attack, 3 health, costs 3, and action 2 resources, tap, and attack. So kind of the reverse cost structure of Shelly, except that it costs 3 as opposed to 2, and attack is 2 cost. Except this one attacks for 7, and that is massively impactful. I think this card can sometimes be a bit awkward, but it is such a great game ender. It literally ended the finals of the Calling. I think this is like a nice solid C+, but in the right deck where you like need the damage output for like in-game, just to be like, you use this as an attack for 7, similar to like a Battalion Bark, for instance, something like that also the opponent then has to clear. I think it gets into the B territory. I think this one's is pretty solid. It's a bit different to the others in some ways, but I think this card's solid.
I give this a B. I think generally any of the allies where your opponent has to clear it, the turn it comes on. Like kill on-site allies, I think just have a lot of value because there are enough times where opponent just will have an awkward time clearing it, but they have to do it on their turn. So you just get a lot of incidental value on that front. And this, unlike the previous one, is not just a hammer if you leave it around for a turn. This is a 1-card 7 rather than 1-card 4. So for that reason, I have this a little bit higher and I have it at a B.
Fair.
All right, next we have Headstone. This is a Necromancer equipment on the head slot, which blocks for 1 and has Battle Worn. Instant destroy this, destroy the top card off your deck. I give this an A. I mean, it has block 1 on it, and I already spoke about how I think I'm just very high on block 1s on the equipment slots in this format because of Treasure Island. And then the instant effect, you're probably going to have games where it doesn't come up, but the games that you do, it basically drew your card. So I think on board, block 1, always, sometimes draw your card, especially since you have Compass to like know what a top card is. Just puts it in A territory. Yeah,
it's Battle Worn with an instant effect, right? So if I compare this like Rust Belt, for instance, I had this at an A. I've actually dropped this down to a B+. I'll explain why. The more I've like played some games of Gravy, the one thing that keeps getting me is that having Watery Grave to discard to the effects on your attack actions is so important. And so I just really ever actually want to use my Headstone I was finding. There were times where I would obviously use it because it would mean that I actually got to play, I didn't have one of those attack actions, for instance, and I wanted to say like, 1-card play my like Scuba out was actually like like an interesting thing to do with my blue, or 1 cost 2-card out like an ally of some sort, or even actually flip the blue off the top to trigger Watery Grave when I didn't have a blue I could play is relevant. So I think I just found it becoming less and less relevant. Actually, to be honest, now what I mostly use Headstone for is putting a blue into the graveyard. It's actually not putting a Watery Grave card into the graveyard. I think that's really important to remember. So I could go in like an A- on this, but I think I'm at like a B+. I just think this is actually, I also then think about replacement level, and I think about something like a Tricon in the head slot where I might potentially have more interest in. I think this has some amount. Also, the arms equipment kind of does something similar to a degree, although it doesn't hit a blue, which is important. So I don't know. I kind of go back and forth on this in the arm slot, where I'm like, no, this is an A, and the arm slot is like a B minus C plus. Where then I'm like, I play another game, I'm like, oh, this arm slot's so insane, and the head slot is kind of whatever. I think all in all, maybe this is an A minus, and the arms is like a B plus.
I think in any case, I mean, okay, block one on the field, I think we both agree, super good. Important, especially in this format. And then I feel like the upside on this is you drew a card, like a lot of the times. Like either you put the blue in the yard, in which case you didn't have to play a blue to trigger gravy, which is effectively, like, in a sense, like drawing a card. Because if you're playing like a blue 0 cost go again, instead you crack your headstone, it's like you didn't need to play the blue to put to get a blue in your yard. Yeah. Or you put a watery grave in there, which is kind of effectively drawing a card. So I feel like potential draw a card while also blocking one, so having an amazing floor puts this into A territory for me.
Yep, cool. All right, that is our Pirate Necromancer all done. Gravy bones. Right, next up is Marlon, our Pirate Ranger hero. Marlon says, 20 health, 4 intellect, action, tap, destroy a gold you control, create a goldfin harpoon in your hand, go again. Whenever you draw a card during your action phase, you may put an arrow from your hand face up into your arsenal. So these heroes have this kind of active and then a passive effect on all of them. The templating is really cool, I think, in the set where they have this kind of mirror effect. But yeah, any sort of thoughts, or do you want to go straight to the weapons when it comes to Marlon?
Yeah, I think her ability is the one that, for me, like, and this extends to even CC, feels like the hardest for me to use in a way that's effective and efficient. It feels like a lot of the times the best way to use it is to just create a Goldfin Harpoon for you to discard to convert into an actual card from the top of your deck of like a tipple or like a trade-in or something like that. I haven't fully, and like sometimes pitching to the gold to like load is like fine, but it's very difficult to fit that into a cost curve that makes sense with the weapon. So her ability, I feel like, is the most dubious, and I feel like it's going to take a lot of playing to figure out how to use it. It feels like very, very complex on that front. But yeah, let's move on to the weapons. So let's start with Hammerhead Harpoon Cannon, which is I think the one we saw the most over the weekend. And we saw like one red spine on stream, but it was mostly Hammerhead, which is a Pirate Ranger weapon bow cannon. And it has action, pay 4 resources, tap this. Your next arrow attack this turn gets +4. And if it has harpoon in its name, it gets overpower and go again. Now, important to note, this one doesn't load. So you need to already have the harpoon or the arrow in your arsenal, or have some other way to put it there, like Marlon's draw card effect, for you to actually activate this and fire something on the turn.
Yeah, I think going back to that Marlon ability and leveraging it, right, like you spoke about, obviously that's so important for Hammerhead. I think it's so interesting. I think Marlon is maybe my favorite hero so far to play in this limited format. I actually really enjoy it. Like, I'm a little bit in contrast to you. I actually find it a little bit more straightforward, maybe some of the usage of the hero ability, but when I say straightforward, actually that's a lie, not straightforward. I find lots of uses for it, but they're not always necessarily great uses, and I think that's the challenge, is finding builds and finding ways to get leverage Marlon to full effect. Like Red Spine Manta, which we'll talk about. Red Spine Manta now is a ranger weapon, bow two-handed. It says action, tap it, put an arrow from your hand face up into your arsenal, go again, effectively Redliner, for those who are familiar with Redliner. Whereas Red Spine Mentor, I think, is a lot more straightforward. You're like, okay, I'm going to play Red Spine Mentor. I'm going to be like, arrow attack, either go tall or go wide with double arrow. And that's, I have these arrows that say, go face up, and I get an effect. Cool, brilliant. Whereas the cannon can, I think, be a bit more complex, and the Marlon hero ability, really, you need to leverage it for Hammerhead.
Yeah, and to your point, it's like, yeah, there'll be lines where I'm like, okay, yeah, Kraken Gold here does let me do this. But yeah, to your point of like maximizing it, because it feels like, and this extends to CC, a lot of times I'm just like, I do the gold thing and I end up with either an extra resource floating somewhere, or like 2 resources floating somewhere, or an extra card somewhere, or like an extra gold fill. And it's very hard to get the maximize and get it to be those hyper efficient. which is the point you're trying to make in terms of the complexity of a hero ability.
Yeah, definitely. Should we get into the cards though and talk about them? And we'll talk about them through the lens of Red Spine Manta and Hammerhead, because unlike Spitfire and Blunderbuss, where it feels like Blunderbuss is kind of the default, and then there's some interesting Spitfire builds that maybe we need to uncover, I think there's already a clear differentiation between Hammerhead and Red Spine when it comes to draft in particular. And actually they look quite different, these decks, I think, and will continue to evolve over time. So do you want to read the first card?
Yep, Bluefin Harpoon. This is a 2-cost Pirate Ranger action arrow attack. It attacks for 4 and blocks for 3, and it's blue. It has Go Fish, which is when this hits a hero, they choose and reveal a card from their hand. If it's blue, they discard it, and you create a gold token. If you have activated a cannon this turn, instead look at their hand and you choose the card. So important to note, if you don't activate the cannon, this basically doesn't have an on-hit unless they're holding 4 blues, because they'll just reveal something as not a blue and they don't need to discard it. So you kind of always need to activate the cannon, which, remember, the cannon costs 4. And so that's where the awkwardness sometimes can come in with the hero ability, where you're like, okay, so that is fully costing 6. You pay 4 into the cannon and then you pay 2 for the harpoon, and that's costing 6. So you crack a gold and you'll have like 1 floating somewhere. If you activate Marla into the gold, you can have a Goldfin Harpoon, which you can arsenal, I suppose. But then it's like weird because it's like a 0 cost yellow harpoon in arsenal. So yeah, like when you have the play patterns around these harpoons, the hero ability can be tough to leverage sometimes. But yeah, it is a good on hit, obviously. But it does involve you playing a blue, and so there's a bit of a cost to that. I give this a B, where I'm like, I definitely want my blues to be this. If I could pick my blues in the canon version, obviously. Red Spine Manta version is probably like a C. But in the canon version, I want my blues to be this. But the rate is... It's strange, right? It's like, remember, your opponent can also block. Like, say you activate the cannon and they have 1 blue. They can block with a blue and like force this to whiff. So the disruption is not as... It's not always as debilitating as you might want it to be, but of course there are definitely going to be enough times where it's also just takes your opponent's entire turn and you effectively time walk them. And then remember, when that happens, you're probably getting 2 gold from it as well, 1 from Treasure Island and 1 from its own effect. So like there's enough push and pull where overall I'm kind of just like it's like a B. It's like an A when it super works and it's a C when it like does nothing. So it's like a B in the middle. It's like a wash.
Yeah, I mean, it's a blue that's a 4-attack arrow that blocks 3. Like, I think its floor is really low. I think the difference between this and a cannon build and a Red Spine Manta build, though, is massive. Like, in the Red Spine Manta build, this is literally just a 3-cost blue arrow. The on-hit effect is not going to be relevant, like you say. In a cannon build, on the other hand, though, I think this is still it still has build-around qualities to it, because I actually think the most common play that you do with this is you just put an arsenal, and then you... activate cannon and play it off of 2 blues, and that is a 3-card 8 with overpower that has an on-hit effect that is going to be relevant. And yes, they can throw the blue in front of it, like you said. Hands without blue don't operate very well in this format for most decks. So if you do take their only blue, you're probably getting more value out of them having blocked that blue anyway. So I think that is the play pattern that I think is the most apparent. Honestly, that's the one that probably has the most impact. But that's not always awkward. And something I want to point out, the difference between Cannon and Red Spine Manta. Red Spine Manta, you do not want to arsenal arrows unless you can guarantee having go again. Cannon, on the other hand, you're really happy to arsenal arrows because it's like often part of what your game plan is. So it's a real difference between how those decks play out. They actually feel very different. You operate very differently. And so in a Cannon build, yeah, like this is a blue that on some, you're like, okay, in this hand, I'm pitching this to play out an effect or play out another card or, pay for my cannon. You actually don't cannon that often, but when you do, you want it to be on things like this, right? So the fact that this is a blue that has utility, I think is really important for these harpoons. Like, I think there's a reason they've done this design-wise. I have this at a B-, so I'm actually like slightly lower than you after all things are said, even though it sounds like I'm higher than you. I'm probably around a B, I think. I'm just like, I think this is the middle. I think the red one is the best one. Actually, let's just talk about these all together. Let's just do this together, because there's Bluefin Harpoon, Redfin Harpoon, and Yellowfin Harpoon. They're exactly what they say. They're the exact same card, except that they care about and discard red versus yellow versus blue. I think red is like a B+ for me, and this is like a B- B for me, and then the yellow is like, honestly, to me, it's a blue arrow block 3 that sometimes is relevant because it's a harpoon. C+ for me.
I give the red and the blue both Bs, and then I give the yellow one a C. Because again, blue block 3, I'm never giving lower than a C. So that's kind of what the Yellowfin Harpoon is to me. Although I do have a caveat for the yellow one, where I'm like, potentially sideboard grade C+ because it's specifically gravy. because specifically Gravy, but like the other two, like whatever. And then Redfin and Bluefin, I'm at B for both. I think I rate them both equally, because I think taking their relevant red or taking their blue is enough times similar levels of debilitating, and also the hit rate is also, I think, somewhat similar in this format, where it's like, both of those combined. I wouldn't rate one of them. Like if somehow I have both of these in the same pack, I actually don't know which one I'd pick.
I'd take red. I'd take red because I think it's
kind of
actually, so against Gravy, I think it's a wash. I think blue versus red is the same, honestly. Sometimes the blue is actually going to be slightly more impactful against Gravy. Against Puffin, I think the red is always going to be better because they so much play off of these red hands, and actually taking a specific red can actually just destroy a lot of their turn if it's something like one of the go again cards that enables their like go wide sort of nature of the hand. And against Marlin as well, I think sometimes you're going to be able to hit like a pump that does a reload, or you can be able to hit like a gold creation, like something like Tipple, which I think is really important. So I personally prefer the red. I have it half a grade higher for that reason. But yeah, these cards are good. These cards are good, don't get me wrong, but I think they require other things to come together for them. That's the thing. But they are blue, which has what offsets it.
Exactly. Speaking of blues, the next one, Rusty Harpoon. Again, Harpoon in its name. This is a 0-cost Pirate Ranger action arrow attack. And that's it. It attacks for 1 and blocks for 3. It has no effect except the standard arrow reminder text. I'm so upset with this card. I'm so upset.
Yeah.
I'm going to go on a CC tangent over here. Why couldn't this attack for 2? Like, there's like drill shots and like searing shots, which all attack for 2, and those have on-hit abilities. This one doesn't have an on-hit, but has Harpoon in its name, so like that's its ability effectively. Mm-hmm. I was like, why couldn't this attack for 2? Why does it only attack for 1? I was very, very upsett that the Harpoon in its name docked it down like a full attack point, and it has no ability, text on it otherwise. I give this a C-. Like, yeah, you can activate your cannon and give this overpower, I suppose, but it's like, unless it's lethal, the overpower really doesn't matter because there's no on-hit attached to it. So I have this at a C-. Oh, wait, I guess this is a blue 3 block that I gave lower than a C. Maybe I should give it. Maybe I should give a C for that reason.
It's a C.
Yeah. Okay, blue 3 block. It's a C.
Your rage has docked it half a grade.
Yeah. I was upset from a CC level perspective because I was brewing with this and I put this in my CC deck and I was like really upset. I was like, okay, I like never resolved this card.
I think it's limited. Honestly, I agree, but I think it's limited balancing to make sure you don't have a 6 attack overpower at blue, like a 3 card or a 2 card off of a gold actually, which is what it is. So you hit the gold because it's a 0 cost, crack your gold, draw your Rusty Harpoon, and then load it with your other blue, or vice versa, whatever, and then you have the attack for 6 overpower, which is like significantly more relevant than 5. But honestly, I think it's whatever. I have this card at a C as well. I just wanted to point that out. I think that's the reason for it. I don't agree necessarily. It annoys me too, but that's the way it is.
Cool. Next, let's move on to some equipment. So we have Patch the Hole, which is a ranger equipment headpiece. This blocks for 0 and has instant destroy this, return a card from your arsenal to your hand.
Can I say one last thing quickly on Rusty Harpoon? Don't let Harpoon in the name like be like, oh, I should pull this card to the front when you're drafting. That card is pure filler. Anyway, Patch the Hole. What do you think?
Yep. I give this a C. Like, I don't hate it, but I'm not picking this up over like a relevant card in a sense. Honestly, the way I see it, it effectively allows you to block from arsenal once a game. Is the way I see it. You get to put your whatever in arsenal, and then you get to block from arsenal. It's kind of like freaking Bunkerbeard from Hunted in that sense. Like, to me, that's like probably the best use for this card. Not enough for me to go out of my way to pick this up.
Okay, I was on the same page, and then I played with this card, and I think it is by far and away significantly better than Bunkerbeard. Like, it's not even the same territory. I think the reason, so I think your evaluation is my evaluation when I first saw this card of, you just like, you arsenal your card or whatever and you bounce it back and block with it because it was the last card remaining or whatever. But actually what this does is allows you to arsenal a really relevant piece for a future turn when you're playing something like, I think this is particularly important in Red Spy Manta. I actually want this card when I'm playing Red Spy Manta because I can arsenal an arrow that I want to set up for next turn. So say the 0 for 4 go again or something, and then I can bounce it on my turn, so then I can actually play it face up, but I also am not blocking my arsenal, because part of the problem is like, so say I have like a battalion bark or something, even to that extent, where I'm like, okay, I want to set this up, but actually I need to like pitch, load with Res by Manta my Sikkim shot first to pitch my first blue, and then be able to do whatever, you know. I think that is the funny thing about it that I didn't quite realize, and once I played with it, I was like, oh, actually this card is a lot better than I thought. So I have it a B minus, and my note was better than you think.
Okay, cool. What about in the harpoon build? The cannon build.
So in the cannon build, I really want Tricon. I think in the cannon build, so I basically think this is like a B plus in the Red Spy Manta build, and like a C in the cannon build. So I have netted out to like a B minus, I think, for draft. But the Tricon is the one that's really important for cannon, I think.
That's fair. And I think I had a bit of a biased lens where I was focusing more on the cannon build. When I rated basically all the Marlins cards, so I think that is that's on me. Yep. So I didn't see the red spine synergy here, but yeah, I think you're right. That is pretty cool.
Cool. Next up is Glide Well Fins. This is another piece of equipment at common. It defends for 1. It's a Ranger equipment arms. It says action, 1 resource, destroy this. Put an arrow from your hand face up in your arsenal. It gets +1 attack this turn. Go again, and it has Battle Worn, which we keep talking about how important Battle Worn is, when that's going to be an indication for me, giving this an A to an A minus, I think. The one thing is I actually think this has a bit more replacement level than some of the other Battle Worn equipment, but the arm slot is also kind of weak. I will say, I think in the cannon build, this is like something that I'm prioritizing almost over anything else at that point. Even in Red Spine Manta, it's still good to allow you to, you know, go wide with arrows, but it does cost a resource, and you do have things like the Nimblism arms, which actually, if you are on that bandwagon, is really good. And sometimes you don't actually need the reload effect because you're drawing cards, you have Red Spine Manta, and then at that point, Fish Fingers almost does the same thing, except doesn't get you the Battle Worn. So it's definitely in the A range, but I was tossing up between A minus or A, basically. Card's good.
Turns out I lied. So I apologize for that. I said I gave no Marlin card an A. I gave this one an A. I think I meant I gave no main board.
I think I'm the same, honestly.
Non-equipment. Yeah. A card of Marlin an A. But yeah, the Glidewell Fins I gave an A. Battle Worn 1. So I'm not going to keep rehashing how much that matters for like Breakpoints and Treasure Island. But also being able to load, especially for the cannon build where you don't have a weapon that helps you load, is super important for bailing you out in that sort of build. And then a +1, I mean, yeah, +1 just can be very relevant for all the various on-hits that you have, and of course Treasure Island as well, which is a persistent on-hit you're going to have every single attack. Mm-hmm. So yeah, A for me. Block 1, sip with a relevant effect.
Nailed it. Next up.
Next we have Drop the Anchor, which is a 0-cost Ranger action, which blocks for 2. And it says, your next arrow attack this turn gets +3, and when this hits a hero, tap them and all allies they control. So a bit of disruption here against specifically Gravy. And this only comes in red. Well, I guess not specifically. It does tap the hero as well.
Yes,
so it is
Puffin,
relevant to the others as well.
Marlins. Yeah, I think this ability is very relevant.
I gave this a C, but I think given my now new consideration for Red Spine Manta, I could see it being C in the Cannon build, and then a lot better in the Red Spine Manta build, like maybe a C plus in the Manta build, because I think in the Cannon build you don't have a lot of space for pumps. You need enough blues and you need enough harpoons. Having red pumps is difficult to fit in, but in the Manta build, I could see this being totally, very, very strong.
I just have this B minus. I agree. I think this is definitely better in the Manta build, but I mean, I still think the hero ability, honestly, that ability I think is actually very strong. And having seen it enact where like the opponent came in, they even had an overpowered cannon for 11, and then the opponent's like, well, first of all, this is a big chunk of my life, so I can't do anything about it, and then secondly, it's actually going to stop me from being able to puffin to create the cog I need to get go again on my first attack next turn. This is so bad for me because I can't even overblock because of the fact. So maybe I'm a little bit skewed by that. I also think versus Necro, it's very powerful in the Manta build where you're like, okay, cool, you've got allies. I'm going to kill you. That is my current plan, is to kill you. So actually, even in the cannon build, often because you can't clear allies effectively, you're like, I just have to kill you, and I think buffs are good for that. So I have this at a B minus. I think this card's pretty good.
Cool.
Next up is Fire in the Hole. This is a ranger action at red only. Rare, defense 2, cost 0. It says your next arrow attack this turn gets +3 attack, and you may untap a bow you control. Go again. I was really high on this card initially. I was like, oh, this is insane. Like, you get to, first of all, I was like, oh, you get to like double cannon for like in-game kind of craziness, which is like expensive. And wait, am I wrong? It is tap for cannon, right? That does work.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah. So I was like, because that was where my head went. I was like, it's not cannon.
Yeah, that was one of my first, and I was like, oh, you can like double red spine manta. But I was like, actually, honestly, like it is better there, I think, in the end, because it's more relevant there. I initially was like, this is an A, this card's insane. I still think this card is really good, and actually you do get a lot of like double manta turns with 0 cost arrows. Like, I've done this, like, here's my 0 for 4, go again off my swift shot into play this, untap my bow, here's my powder shot, like this is my 3 card 12 turn, and I'm like, oh, this feels really good. So I think this is for me like a B+. I still think, but I just think it's because the floor on it is a 0 for 3 pump, which I think is nice, but the ceiling on it is actually like oftentimes feels like a 0 for 5, which is really strong.
I give this a build around B because I do think it's a red spine manta card. I think in the cannon card. I mean, again, I think pumps in the cannon build are very, very.
I did it.
Tough. Yeah.
I did it. I did kill someone with double fire in the hole, double cannon. That's why I was like, oh no, did I like cheat? Well, this does work with cannon, right? Yeah, I like fire in the hole, double cannon.
Yeah, it does. It does.
It was pretty hilarious, honestly.
Yeah. I think build around B. I think if you're in the draft and you know your red spine manta, you can like safely pick this up. Because I think there are like, I mean, there's Sikkim shots and swift shot, right? Which you can like you give go again, because you do need the go again to activate the bow. But even in the manta build, if the floor of this is pretty easily 0 for 3, because it's a lot easier to like load an arrow and like fire an arrow every turn in that one. But the cannon build, I think you're often going to have arrows as well. You have like bolts and stuff, and then you draw the pump, and that only pumps arrows, and the untap is almost never relevant except super end game. So I'm just kind of like, yeah. So for me, it's build around B.
I think the floor is a lot lower in cannon, and the ceiling is harder to pull. But honestly, like, it did feel pretty good to be like, I arsenaled it, and then I only have blues left in my deck, and I'm like, hey, here's an overpower attack for 15, and my opponent's like, oh, I did.
So how did you load if you arsenaled this? I guess you activated Marlin. Like, as in you cracked a gold.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Yeah,
right?
you activate it first.
You can arsenal this in red spine manta. Is the thing.
Yeah. So pitch to blue, activate the cannon, play this on tap, crack the gold, draw a card, go from there. So yeah, gold in games.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. So it asks a lot more.
Yeah,
like
for sure. I just think it was. I thought it was kind of bad. I did it once, and then actually I played other games and have seen other games where it's like, oh, you still play arrows in the cannon build because you just arsenal them. Like, you don't play stuff like powder shot or headshot because those things are terrible. But you do play things like, here's my 0 for 4 arrow, and so like pumps to be like, here's my 2 card 7, for instance. It's still really reasonable. So yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Next, we have
go for it.
We have monkey powder, 3 cost ranger action, blocks for 2. It says your next arrow attack this turn gets +1 and overpower and draw a card. And then this says go again. It only comes in red. I give this a D. I think it's really bad rate. It's really bad rate. I guess it gives you a load in the cannon build. Red Spine Manta definitely doesn't want this. They have easy way to load. And then the cannon build, I guess it gives you a load, but it blocks for 2 and only gives +1 overpower. You're spending a whole card for +1 overpower, effectively. Sorry, you're spending a whole card for +1 overpower and loading.
Yeah.
I guess is the way to look at it. And then you don't know what the top card of your deck is because you don't have Compass. I don't like it.
Yeah, and especially because it takes a card out of your deck to do this. And like, yeah, the overpower can be like relevant on some arrows because like you don't have all these harpoons necessarily to like cannon them. But I'm like, at that point, you've jumped through so many hoops for this. I agree. I think this is a D. I think this card. I'll give it a D+, sure, because I think sometimes you are going to play this card and it's going to be fine. But I think generally this card just kind of sucks. Wow, Monkey Powder's so strong that it knocked us into the next day. Pankaj. Hook is the next card we're going to talk about in this set review. This is a ranger action at rare, non-attack action. Defense for 3, cost 0. It is blue only, and this is a cycle. So I think maybe we just talk about the cycle all at once. The cycle is hook, line, and sinker. I'll read hook first, and then we'll go through them. So hook says, look at the top card of your deck. If it is an arrow, you may put it face up into your arsenal. If you do, it gets +1 attack this turn. Go again. And then Line and Sinker do the exact same thing. So look at the top card of your deck. If it's an arrow, you put it face up into your arsenal. Line will give you your next attack, gives that next attack go again. And Sinker gives it overpower. And it's important to note that all these buffs are specific to that arrow that you put face up into the arsenal. That is the Hook, Line, and Sinker line of cards. Oh, that's awkward. But yeah, Pankaj, thoughts?
Before we get into the mechanics of the card, I have one gripe with the art. Because if you put these cards next to each other, if you spell out Hook, Line, and Sinker, and you put them next to each other, the art is not aligned.
That's annoying.
It's the way to make the art a cohesive picture. It'll be Hook, Sinker, Line.
Or Line,
So I'm
Sinker,
like,
Hook.
why? Yeah, so I'm just like, why? Like, why is it like this? Anyway. Small gripe about that. I gave all of these the same grade. I just gave them all C, just keeping in line with the blue block 3. Therefore, it's a C. It's not lower than a C. Mostly because without a compass, like Marlon doesn't have access to a compass, I just feel like you're really only going to play this if you have that block card that lets you know what a top card is. So it's like super, super niche, or the headpiece, I guess. So super, super narrow. Or if you're trying to Hail Mary. Neither of which are places I really want to be. But blue block 3 means it's a role player. So C.
Yeah, blue block 3. I mean, I'm cool with blue block 3s. I would like them to have a bit more impact because I think they can. I will say though, like second cycle in this format is a thing, and I don't mind having like a Sinker in my deck. Lining it up second cycle. I think knowing your pitch deck in this format is actually pretty important, honestly, to like really gain the most advantage you can. And if you're not on the cannon build, say you're on a red line build, like you can get a card worth of value out of this, right? You can effectively replace it because it'll flip off the top. Sinkering in like a headshot, for instance, and then playing a buff from hand and swinging in for like second cycle 9 overpower lethal. It's pretty good. So I'm not saying the card's good and you're going to be like, oh, every single time it's worth a card, because it's not. A lot of the time it's just going to block or pitch, but you can actually set this up. So I have Sinker at a C+, and I have the rest of it at Cs.
Okay. So yeah, I think we're somewhat aligned. I guess, yeah, I didn't super consider the second cycle nature of like particularly Sinker. Yeah, I could see how that's a thing. It still just feels like a super narrow use case. I still, like, if I'm picking up this card in draft, I'm still just like, I'm picking this up because it's a blue block 3.
Yeah.
Because I intend to, like,
that's
resolve
fair.
it.
I think the +1, though, like, if you think about it, if this card replaces itself and you effectively get a free +1 or free go again, like, it's not bad. I think these cards are all actually better than they look. So I think maybe, like, actually, I'm going to give them all C+. I think they're all slightly better than they look, but they're not. I'm not going out of my way to draft these.
Right. I mean, they're only better than they look if you can guarantee its effect, right? So it's either second cycle or you have on the other look at the top card effects.
There's a few of those, though.
It's an arrow.
On the horizon, the headpiece. Okay. No, it's not. Or second cycle, which I think is pretty relevant in this format. So
all right.
I think if it...
Fair enough. And it's a blue, so it's...
Yeah, if it was super consistent, I'd be like, oh, this is like a B. Because it replaces itself. It's like a really strong effect, but it's not consistent. So I think for me, it sits in the C range.
Okay. Next, we have Dry Powder Shot. This is a 0-cost ranger action arrow attack. In the red, it attacks for 3 and blocks for 3. Oh, it only comes in red, actually.
Yeah.
And it says, when this is put face up into your arsenal, it gets +2 this turn. So it's basically Headshot. It's a 0-cost version of Headshot, which we haven't seen before.
I like that we've got the cycle of red-only arrows. I really like that they've been like, you know what, yellow arrows a lot of times suck. And blue arrows are actually pretty good in this format, but they're almost a little bit too good in some ways. So they've like limited which ones have blues. So I like that they've just kind of been like, here's some red arrows and then here's some cycle of arrows. Like for instance, blue salvage shot is really good, I think. Or like fairly good at least. So yeah, I like this card. I think the thing is, though, is that in the cannon build, you do a lot of arsenaling of arrows, so this is not playable in the cannon build. I think, really, like, you could maybe get away with one or two of them because you can obviously trigger it off a draw card. In the red line build, though, I think this card's really nice. You know, like a 0 for 5 is strong. So I have this at like a CC plus range, though. Like, I think this is a role player. It's not something that I'm like, oh, dry powder shot comes around, I'm in on Marlin right now. It's more like I pick it up late and it's gonna fill a role in my deck. I think this is kind of a true role player for me.
Yeah, I have it at a C plus. I think it's one of the better arrows. Like, if I could pick the arrows in my deck, like, this would probably be in there. It's one of the better ones. The cost curve is strange for the cannon build, so I'm with you. I think it's a little bit more on the red spine build, but because you can just trigger it off, draw a card, I don't hate in the cannon build either. So yeah, I wouldn't mind more my arrows at this sort of quality in Marlin, but yeah, totally just a role player, so C plus for me as well.
Yeah, cool. Next up is Entangling Shot. This is another red-only arrow. It is a ranger attack action arrow, defends 3, attacks for 4 at red, 0 cost, and it says, when this is put face up into your arsenal, you may tap target hero. So this one, a little bit easier to arsenal and come in with, but of course you're not going to get the tap effect from it, so generally you still want to be mantering this in or putting it in off a draw card effect. But when you do, I think this is actually pretty good, honestly. There's turns where Puffin finally pushes through for like their first gold, and then you're like, okay, well, that's going to be annoying next turn, except that I have this Entangling Shot to stop you from being able to generate that cog that you need to really go big on your turn. So I have this at I have this half a grade above Dry Powder Shot, so C plus to B minus range. I think, though, I'm more in the C plus for these arrows because I think generally they are kind of role-playing for you, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm on C plus as well. I give this a exact same grade on Dry Powder Shot. I think I'm at the same level for both of these, where, you know, if I see them in a pack, I'm not taking it as a massive signal. But I'm also like, yeah, this is an arrow I'm happy with. But I'm not like, this is a strong signal. I'm not like, my Marlin deck is super, like, much better with this, so it's not game plan defining. It's just these are the kind of arrows I want filling out my deck. It's uninteractable disruption of sorts, right? Like, if your opponent plans to use their tap on their turn, of course, knowing they're tapped, they can sort of plan their blocks accordingly. But in any case, you're most likely slowing them down for a little bit. So yeah, it's fine. Not too thrilled, but I'm not sad about it either.
Cool. Next up.
Next, we have Netling Shot. It's not netting, it's just nettling. It's another ranger action arrow attack. Cost 0, only comes in red, attacks for 4, blocks for 3. And it says, when this is put face up into your arsenal, you may tap target ally. This one I gave a C. This one I'm half a grade lower than the previous two, than Dry Powder and Entangling. Because it's just sideboard for gravy. And it's decent, but it's kind of like pausing for one turn, because I think you still at some point need to most likely kill the ally anyway. So you're kind of just delaying a little turn. So I kind of just give this a C.
Yeah, same. Literally the exact same reasons. Next up is Scouting Shot. This is, again, red-only arrow in this cycle of red-only arrows. It's another 0 for 4 arrow, 3 defend, and says, when this is put face up into your arsenal, you may look at the top card of your deck. I think this effect is good defensively. It is not good when you already have an arrow in your arsenal, I think, because at that point you've already mapped out a lot of your turn. It doesn't change too much actually seeing the top card of your deck once you've already got an arrow in your arsenal. There'll be rare occasions where it does, but most of the time this is just I'm drawing that next turn sort of thing. Sometimes it's like, oh, I could crack a gold here and I do have a line on this because it's maybe like a first cycle sloop or something like that. But it is really narrow. So I have this at a C.
I give this a C as well. The problem is you can't really make use of the information because you're not giving this go again easily. Like if you have a Ramshra maybe, but or like the pirate boot, I guess. But most of the time you're kind of just looking at the top on like your own turn, which doesn't do anything except specifically with gold potentially. So I'm kind of just like, yeah, it's a C for me. Next, we have Swift Shot. This is same templating as the previous ones. 0 cost, 4 attack, ranger arrow, blocks for 3. This one says, when this is put face up in your arsenal, it gets go again this turn. Now, this one I'm higher on. This one I gave a B because I think it works in both builds. I think the cannon build, you don't necessarily want to pump this, but I think cannon build does want more of the pirate attacks, like the pirate boats or whatever. And just being able to go wide with the boat and with an arrow is pretty useful, I think. The Manta build can also use his combos very well with stuff that lets you untap your bow, or even just 0 for 4, just as other 0 for 4s. And very importantly, into Gravy specifically, it also lets you clear their board while pressuring their face. So for all those reasons, I have this at a B.
Yeah, literally exactly the same. I'm a B as well. One of my favorite lines of play, because this is so good in Red Spy Manta, like it's just naturally default really good. But to your point about the cannon piece, this is so important for mid games and for particularly into Necromancer. You do things like, okay, crack my gold, draw a card, place this in, attack with it, with go again, pitch my other blue, come in with a sloop, and then come in with a 2-cost attack afterwards, I think is like a really good sort of 5-card turn that you can have with, or 4, actually that's a 4-card turn that you can have with those cannon decks. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Source Shop. Definitely a B for me.
But I think Battalion Bark is going to be, we haven't covered it yet, but I think it's going to be a very, very high pick, and that just works very well with this, right? You crack gold, play this, and pitch another blue, Battalion Bark them.
Yep, agree. All right, next up we have Headshot. Headshot is a very familiar arrow returning from all the way back in Arcane Rising. This is Ranger Action Arrow Attack. This one is a full cycle at red, yellow, and blue. We're looking at the red here. Defense for 3, attacks for 4, cost 1, and says when this is put face up into your arsenal, this gets +2 this turn. I mean, to me, honestly, this is just in line with Dry Powder Shot. I think 1 cost has some differences in the way it interacts with different builds of the hero. But because of the face-up element, I actually find Red Spy Manta wants more of the face-up arrows, so I think the 0 cost works better in the Red Spy Manta builds generally, but this is on par for me. I have this at a C. I quite like the blue one, though. The blue one being a 4 attack that you can do something like go again into a 4 attack headshot into an ally, I think is like pretty good, or keep the pressure on with the blue, I think is really reasonable. So like if I see these blues coming around middle of the pack, I'm often like kind of picking them up. I think they're one of the best sort of blues that you can have in that deck.
I give this a C+, same grade that I gave to Dry Powder Shot. I think the pattern of you crack a gold, load this, and you send it, and you get a 1-card 6 is just strong enough to where this is, in my opinion, again, one of the better arrows. Not enough, not the level of Swift Shot where I'm like, okay, it's going up like a letter grade, but I think it is definitely better than like the Scouting Shot and like the Nettling Shot. It puts it in Dry Powder tier for me. Cool. I think just that play pattern is enough to put this at the 6 power. Oh, sorry, to put it at C+.
Yeah.
Next, we have Salvage Shot. This is also coming back from, I believe, Arcane Rising as well.
Yep. Before your time, I know.
1 cost. Yeah, there's a 1 cost Ranger arrow, attacks for 5, blocks for 3, and it says when this hits, put it on the bottom of its owner's deck. So a little bit of a anti-fatigue thing for the Ranger, on top of how the gold naturally is a little bit anti-fatigue, since you can convert it into effectively weapons. I give this a C+ as well. Again, it's just in the range of it's just slightly better than like the other basic arrows. And the blue, I think the blue is quite nice to clear Gravy's allies while not losing cards in deck and not feeling like you're wasting too much, like you're being too inefficient. So C+ for me.
I just said B-. I think the first one like is really important in my deck. Like I'm actively looking, like if I'm getting sort of towards the end of pack 2, I'm now thinking, if there's a Salvage Shot in my pack 1 pick 1, I'm probably going to pick it up because I think it's quite important to be able to clear allies, like you say, and put to the bottom. Like that matchup, Marlin and Gravy often really does come down to fatigue, I think. So I do think it's important. I also think the yellow and the blue are like perfectly serviceable. The yellow in particular is perfectly serviceable for that same reason, because it clears everything that isn't called Shelly or a Majestic Bomb. So I think that's really relevant. The blue is like pretty good because at least you can use it in in-game situations. You can like pump it with a cannon if you need to, if you're in that build. So I have definitely at least the first one at like a B-, my first red or yellow, and then after that they're probably in this like C+ ranges for me sort of thing.
Makes sense.
Next up, we have, again, another returning Arcane Rising card. This is Sikkim Shot. This is, again, at all colors, this one. It is a 1 cost arrow. We're looking at the red version. Attacks for 4, defense for 3, and it simply says, go again. I think this card is fine. I think I much prefer the 0 cost, although the upside to this is, of course, that you can place it in your arsenal and still get go again from attacking out with it. And that is actually very relevant, especially in your cannon builds, especially into your necromancers, especially for pushing damage. So I have this at the C+ to B- range. I think I'm on B- for your reds, and then I think I actually still put the blues in like the C range. I actually think the blue second shot is pretty relevant.
I give this a B for the red, at least. I'm generally grading these. I was talking about the reds. I'm giving this a B. I think unconditional go again is what Marlin needs to convert hands. I do feel like sometimes
it is kind of conditional. It is somewhat conditional because you do have to be able to get into your arsenal, and that is not like arrows still have a cost in this format when you're not on Red Spine Manta. Like you have to manage your ability to get arrows into arsenal. But the big thing about this is you can play it from arsenal and get go again, which is really important.
And gold as well helps with like loading right from into your arsenal. And the play pattern that I feel like could happen a fair number of times is your opponent tries to block you out to like stop your treasure island, or like you had like one like a decent arrow on hit, and they're like, or you tap them and they're like, okay, cool, like my turn doesn't really work, I'm gonna block you out and ask you to convert. And I feel like cards like this is like what you need. I think it works in both builds. Red Spine Manta for, I mean, it kind of a little bit more obvious reasons, but even in the cannon build, because as what we talked about earlier about wanting to go wide to do pirate attacks as well on top of arrows.
Cool.
So I give this the same grade as the Swift Shot. Yep.
Right. Next up.
Next, we have Call in the Big Guns. This is a 0-cost ranger action that blocks for 2. And it says your next arrow attack this turn gets +3. You may put an arrow from your hand face up into your arsenal. Go again. So it's basically take aim, but instead of reload, which puts it face down, this one puts it face up.
Yeah, I think this card is good. I think it's solid. I thought this card was going to be more important than in some builds than others, and I think that's mostly true. I have the red at a C+. The thing is, for me, is like, I think the red is by far and away the best, but if you're needing the secondary text on this, which is to put an arrow, like a lot of the time you don't need the secondary text. That's kind of the thing with this card. I think a lot of the time it just, depending on your build, becomes a pump, and if you do need the secondary text, I think you can get away with still like picking up a yellow really late in like pack 2, pack 3 sort of thing. So I don't prioritize these really highly, and I think that's reflecting my grade of a C+. I think the card itself, just in isolation, is maybe somewhere more like a B-, but I've landed on a C+ here for the red, and I try and never play the blue, basically. I think it's bad.
It's funny you said you think a card itself is B-, because that's exactly the grade I gave it. I gave it the red at least, a B-. I think my Marlin deck is markedly better if I have one or two of these.
Yeah, that's fair.
One or two of the red ones in my Marlin deck, I'll be like, I'll be looking for them, and I think my deck quality does go up if I have a couple of these.
Yeah.
It's just the better of the palm shred because it actually loads, and I think to really capitalize on like the Gogan arrows that I think we both liked a little bit, and in the cannon build, like the pirate boats and stuff, to really capitalize on that, you need other ways to load, other than just gold. So for that reason, I have this at a B-. I think I want the first 1 and 2. I'll rate them quite highly.
That makes sense. Cool. Right, we've got another hero to talk about. We're going to talk about, as Brian Gottlieb says, Stupid Sexy Scurv next. This is Scurv, the stowaway pirate thief hero, young only, as found on World Premiere Day, which was kind of crazy, honestly. Has 20 health, 4 intellect, and says, action, tap, destroy a gold you control, create a Gold Kiss Rum token, go again. And then, of course, just like all these heroes, it has a passive ability as well, which is whenever you activate a Gold Kiss Rum, gain a resource. And Scurv does not have a weapon, just like Gravy, but does have an offhand ally, a Scurv companion called Sticky Fingers. And Sticky Fingers has 2 health and 2 attack, and it has Perched, which is important. So just like our legendary bird, Perched, so this can be equipped in addition to a 2-handed weapon. This can't be attacked while it's equipped. But then says action, tap, attack. If this is equipped, unequip it, so it becomes unequipped. So the perch only happens until the first time you use it. Then it's basically unperched after that. And says when this attacks a hero, steal a gold they control. Importantly, it's not on hit. It just does it when you attack. And Scurv, of course, cannot play any of the class cards, so is fully reliant on the pirate and generic cards. What do you think about Scurv, Pankaj?
It's so... Well, firstly, can we start with the flavor? This is the fact that no one knew that this guy was there until we actually started opening the set, which is just so perfect for a stowaway, right? That's kind of exactly what it is. And then he's a thief. It's just... it suddenly added a whole new dynamic to a format that's already very deep and complex because of Treasure Island, and now the heroes themselves, their mechanics are very complicated. Now there's this whole other element to the draft as well. I cannot say I have any opinions on him yet. I think this is one of those things I just need to like get a few drafts in and see how it feels and how it plays and how it actually affects the early picks of a draft. Like, are you going to sort of avoid the class cards so you can be open to Scurv? Is he strong enough to ask you to do that for like if that happens? Or are you inting the rest of your draft too much if you try and just not take like the good class cards that we're talking about, right? And in Sticky Fingers, it's so funny. He's perched, but there's no two-handed weapon for Scurv to have in addition to Sticky Fingers. So he's kind of just going to have Sticky Fingers, which is still strong. I mean, just being able to have a 2-health ally is just strong, right? It's annoying for your opponent to deal with because they do have to deal with it. And his ability is very good. Scurv's ability is very strong. It's Tunic and Time Snap on a stick, right? Like for every gold. So those are my initial thoughts. What are yours?
Yeah, I think Scurv is very good. I think I'm just going to answer some of your questions as a way to talk about my views on Scurv. So I think do you leave yourself open to try and play Scurv? I think not necessarily, but I think there is a strategy in this format of generally like taking pirate cards and then leaning into the open class in a more pirate-focused build. I think there's a class-focused build and a pirate-focused build of each hero anyway. And each, like for Marlon, for instance, even like weapon iteration, I think Cannon leans more into that, for instance. So I think you can naturally do that. And then if you see a Scurv either get passed or you pick it up in pack 2, I think you're in a position to be able to play it, and it is really strong. But I don't think you can leave yourself open in the hope of Scurv, because I think roughly it's like 1 in every 3 or 4 boxes or something. So it's like you're going to go, it's a 1 in 3 drafts maybe. So it might not even be opened. It might be opened in pack 3. All these things to add in. I think it is very strong and sealed, though. And I think if you open it in sealed, you should mostly probably play it. We'll talk about some of the cards that I think are key. Like, I'll point these out as you want to see these in your sealed pool to play Scurv if you're playing pre-release this weekend, if this is pre-release weekend when you're listening to us. And Sticky Fingers actually is so friggin' annoying. And the play pattern of like keep Sticky Fingers until the end game and then force them to be like, well, if you kill Sticky Fingers, I'm effectively gaining life, and then I'm going to keep throwing these. Because what you do with Scurv as well is build some gold, steal some gold, and then you create a few Gold Kiss Rums, and then you just ramp through your deck at the end with like big boat turns effectively with the Gold Kiss Rum, and it's so strong. You just be like, oh, here's my crack of gold here, draw into more blues, here's my 4 card, like 20 damage turn. Meanwhile, you're attacking my Sticky Fingers. Okay, enjoy that. So yeah, that's my thoughts on Scurv.
On the coverage side of things, I just know for a fact if a Scurv gets opened up on like the coverage table, like we're just putting that on stream like immediately. It's gonna happen, regardless of like the featured drafter. Maybe,
surely,
we'll see. But it just feels like you gotta have this guy on coverage, right? If it gets opened up, and you gotta play him.
Let's talk pirate cards.
Let's start. Yeah, start pirate cards. We're gonna start with Blue Sea Tricorn. We've alluded to this quite a bit in this limited set review so far. This is a pirate equipment headpiece. It blocks for 1 and has Blade Break. And action, pay 3, destroy this, draw a card, go again.
Yep, I mean, I think in sealed, this is a really important card. I think it actually in draft is a little bit less important because some decks don't play higher numbers of blues, whereas in sealed, I think you generally play a higher number of blues for consistency reasons. Like sealed just is stronger than draft because of the amount of packs. And this card really shines, to load an arrow if you're Marlon, to cycle through a blue into a red, to put a second blue into your pitch zone for like things like sloops and stuff like this. I have this at like an A-. It's a Blade Break equipment with a really relevant ability. It might be more on the B+ side for me in draft, but this does keep you open, and the head slot is it's not particularly strong, but it's not particularly weak. Like, I think Helmsman's Peak is a really good card, for instance, but this is going to be slightly better in some decks. So yeah, I have this at A- overall.
I give this a B+, but I feel like I might want to bring it higher to an A-. So, I mean, we already spoke about 1 block on equipment. Amazing in this format, right? Like, this one, you do need to sacrifice its effect, though, if you do use the 1 block. So that does knock it down a little bit compared to the battle-worn ones we were talking about earlier. But I think even the floor of this, which is kind of... I saw this and I was like, this feels like this set's Deep Blue, in a sense. Where Deep Blue was you get to convert a non-blue in your hand into a blue. And this one, you get to convert a blue in your hand into like some other random card. But that's like the floor, right? You sort of unbreak, like to your point about some decks not wanting enough blues. I still think you're gonna want 10 blues in pretty much like every deck, like minimum almost.
I don't know about that, honestly. I honestly don't know that. I usually wouldn't. I'm not sure that's true, honestly. From having played this format a bit,
okay.
I'm not sure that's true.
Cool. Okay, I think at least Gravy, Cannon, Marlin.
Those two decks
half the builds of Puffin.
Yeah.
And I think there's enough decks in a format that will want a fair number of blues, where even the floor of this, where it unbricks your hand in a sense, like you draw an all blue hand and you can sort of unbrick yourself, the floor of it is already very good. And then on top of that, and that's a floor, whereas the ceiling is what you were talking about, where it combos with all your pirate boats, right, which want you to have High Tide.
High Tide enabler.
So for that reason... Yeah, so for that reason, I was kind of just like, I might want to bump this up to an A-, but I think it's at least a B+.
Cool. Next up, we have Buccaneer's Bounty. This is a pirate equipment chest. 1 defense, blade break, action, destroy this, gain a resource, go again. This one is like one of my favorite sort of early picks to keep me open. Get a chest slot. I think chest slot is so important in this format. And there is quite a few of them, but I think this is amongst the best, and it also keeps you open. Like Rust Belt, for instance, is much better, but of course that's Puffin only. So Buccaneer's Bounty and the other 2 decks is generally... the one that I'm looking for, because the other one, the generic one, taps your hero. So yeah, Buccaneer's Bounty for me is a solid A.
Yeah, I give this an A-, just knocking it down slightly that you can't block and gain the resource. That you do need to pick one of them. Obviously, they're both amazing effects for all those reasons. But yeah, do you think this is Sash of Zendikar level?
Yeah, I do. I think the other thing though is that this goes in every hero. So that's why I think I would have like Rust Belt above this, but Rust Belt's of course Puffin only, right? So I have this at the same grade because it keeps you open, sort of thing. So yeah, I think it's effectively
makes sense.
Yes, for more or less, yes.
Makes sense. Next, we have Fish Fingers as a pirate equipment in the arms piece. It has blade break and it blocks for 1. Action, pay a resource, destroy this. Your next attack this turn gets +1. Go again. I give this B+. As similar to like the headpiece one, where I'm kind of like blade break 1, can't give that too low because of that. But yeah, you only pick one of the effects. You pick the blade break, or you pick the give it +1. The +1 you can sort of trigger some High Tide effects with it potentially, but I think it's you're not sad to have this, and I think you do want to fill out the equipment suite if you can. So B+ for me.
I think what you're usually doing with this, if you're activating it, is creating a breakpoint to either buy a piece of equipment for your opponent, or actually buy a full card, or the gold, or even other on-hit effects. That's generally where you're using it. But I think you're using this half the time that you're using Buccaneer's Bounty, for instance. So I have this at a B+. I have this literally, 3/4 of a grade down, or 2/3 of a grade down.
I think there's something to be said as well. If you're the sort of deck that like kind of pops gold, if you're playing like the Gravy deck or the Marlin deck where you want to activate gold, you can often find yourself in spots where you have a leftover resource somewhere, and if you can just like sink that into this, that's also kind of useful. So I think that's also something worth considering.
I would say usually at that point I'm saving it to block 1 personally, because I think the defensive... Unless I have 3 other pieces of blade break, but blade break to stop.
That makes sense.
Yeah, to stop breakpoints is really important. Like Fish Fingers is one of the first ones I defend with, to be honest.
Yeah.
Next up is Peg Leg. This is our legs. Pirate equipment, defends 1, has blade break, of course, like the rest do. Action, 3 resources, destroy this. Your next attack this turn gets go again. It has go again itself. I think this is good. This importantly says your next attack, not next attack action. So this, of course, works with your allies. I quite like this card. I think, for instance, this is better than Fish Fingers. That name cracks me every time, honestly. But the 3 cost is still quite a big cost. But in the end game, where you're trying to like put pressure on, if your opponent's like, oh, I block out, pass back to you with all your blues, you're like, well, I have this Peg Leg to make sure I can come with double attack here for big damage. So I have this at B+.
I give this a B+ as well. I'm less high on its ability. I kind of put this on a similar level as Fish Fingers. I think that it's situation dependent. Although, I guess just having this on the board means your opponent can't feel safe blocking out and waiting until you trip up or something. So that is definitely very, very useful.
Yeah, I think I activate this slightly more than Fish Fingers, if that makes sense. But the threat of activation is quite significant. Right. Let's
next we're gonna start.
Yeah, let's talk about all 3 of these next ones together, maybe.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we're going to start talking about some pirate boats, and we've got 3 super similar ones. The first one, HMS Barracuda, is a 4-cost pirate action attack. Attacks for 6, blocks for 3. And this says, when this hits a hero, destroy an ally they control, and High Tide if if there are 2 or more blue cards in your pit zone, this gets +1 and overpower. Now, the other 2 ships have the same high tide effect. They have the same stat line and same high tide effect. So they're all yellows. They attack cost 4, attack for 6, block for 3, and have high tide. If there are 2 more blue cards in your pit zone, this gets +1 overpower. Barracuda is on hit, destroy an ally. Kraken is on hit, destroy an item they control. And Marlin is, when this hits a hero, destroy the top card of their deck.
Nice.
So, yep.
I think these cards are good. I struggle with these cards a little bit though, because I think on the face value of them, if you play these off 2 blues and you come in with them, it's not a great rate, right? You really need the on-hit effect. So I think these sit in like a C range for me generally. Honestly, like maybe even, I think they're in a C range for me. But in the matchup that they're specifically good into, so Barracuda into Necromancer, I think that honestly turns that card into like a sideboard A- for me at that point. That is so impactful at that point. And the Kraken also, I think, turns into like around a B+ to blow up a cog or a gold. I think that is a very relevant trade. The Marlin, on the other hand, I think is just always like a C- for me. I don't think this... Overpower is not irrelevant, honestly. Like, it's not. And there is a 2 block that does similar. So maybe I'd actually give Marlin a C. But yeah, that's my view on those cards.
Well, I'm way low on these cards than you are. I gave Marlin a D. I was just like, I don't really want this. Also, sometimes, I don't like Marlin, HMS Marlin. Barracuda, I gave a sideboard grade. Like, exactly same point as you. Where it's like, yep, into gravy. You bring this in, and you'd be happy to have this into gravy. Kraken was the one where I'm perhaps reconsidering. I gave this a D on the sheet, but I think I'm reconsidering because in my head, destroying a gold, like a conditional destroy a gold or destroy an item, or destroy a cog, I didn't rate very highly. But that was in my head. I was thinking that gold generation is actually a lot more easy because of Treasure Island. So your opponent, like I feel like there were many of the games that we watched on coverage where people were setting like 3 or 4 gold. I'm kind of like, okay, I blow one up. I'm underratingly blowing one up. Like, who cares, right? So that's kind of why I give this a low grade. But I suppose early in the games, there were definitely somewhere like, oh, a person has 1 gold and they need that. So then this would be really good in that spot. So maybe it should be more like in the C range. But the other 2, I'm Barracuda sideboard grade, but Marlin, I'm like, I don't think I want this. I've put a D on that one.
I think Overpower is a powerful effect, and this is a yellow block 3, so I struggle to put this like lower than a C. Like, I think this is filler still in a lot of decks, and there are decks that are going to be able to make use of this, right? Like if you're in a heavy blue like sloop deck, like coming in with being able to play things like this, I don't think is unrealistic. But yeah, I think
I guess. Well, actually, no. How are you giving the sloop? How are you giving high tide on the sloop before you play?
It's going to need to be a 4 or 5 card hand.
Oh, okay.
It's going to be involved.
I guess my take is, I think most of the times in a draft, I'm gonna pick a blue block 3 over this.
Yes, I would agree.
Like, this is like red and blue block 3s are C baseline, so I was like, this is lower than that. It's just, in that kind of logic, if that makes sense.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on. Next up is Murderous Rabble. I need to find the card. Murderous Rabble is a pirate action attack at rare, defends for 3. Also, to note, all the HMSs are rares, and they only come in yellow. Murderous Rabble is a blue-only rare pirate attack action, defends 3, attacks for 0, costs 0, but says when this attacks, reveal top card of your deck. This gets plus X attack, where X is the pitch value of the card revealed this way. Go again. This card is sneaky good. 0 cost enabler, blue 3 block, can actually come in for 3 damage potentially, which is like a really high upside to a blue 0 cost enabler. When I say enabler, we're talking about for Gravy Bones in that situation. But actually revealing the top card of your deck to gain information yourself for potential gold plays afterwards and things like that is actually pretty strong. So I have this at a B-.
I have different grades for all 3 heroes on this one.
Sure.
So I have Gravy at A. I actually think you really want this in Gravy. I mean, everything you said, right? It's an enabler. Also, Gravy can have info about the top of his deck before he plays this already, so he can sort of, in a sense, guarantee.
Is this better than Avast? Is this better than Avast if you're comparing those 2 cards? Like, which one would you rather have in your deck as Necro?
Avasi is the one where
Go
it gives
again.
the ally attack go again,
Yeah,
correct?
Yeah, correct.
I could see them being in the similar... Like, I think they're in the same spot, no?
Okay. I think Avasi's better because it gives unconditional go again to be able to do those big turns like we spoke about, and creates the gold on hit.
Yeah.
But yeah. Which I have that at a B+,
True,
but maybe I should have that in A-. But anyway, yeah. Just curious.
Yeah. Did I give Avasti an A? I think I gave it an A.
Makes sense.
But,
I think you did, yeah.
If I didn't, I should give it an A, I think. But I like how less conditional this one is, right? Where it's that you can also play this on a small hand, where you play ally attack with ally and pass.
Yeah, definitely.
Which I think is just pretty sweet. Also because he has knowledge of the top of his deck, so you can sort of make it actually attack for 3 a lot of the times, or block with it if he doesn't want to, and then enables his effect. In Marlin, I gave it a C+, and in Puffin, I gave it a C. Just because I think Puffin's going to be a bit low on blues, so a lot of times it's going to be a 0 for 1 go again. And then, I think in Puffin is mostly a blue block 3, so it's a C. And then Marlin, kind of like, yep, I think she needs ways to go wide. I think she probably struggles the most to clear allies, and this is a pretty decent way to do it. And she probably has enough blues, at least in the cannon build, where this can attack for a reasonable number most of the time. So yeah, but I think Gravy is one where it's insane. A is probably a bit too high. It probably should be a B. It probably should be in the Avasti. I think I gave Avasti a B. So I think it should be probably maybe in that range, but I think got a bit too hype.
Cool.
Yep. Next, we have Pilfer the Wreck. This is a 3-cost pirate action attack. Attacks for 7, blocks for 2. So 3 for 7, and it says when this hits a hero, you may turn a card in their graveyard face down. If it's yellow, create a gold token. I gave this a B. I think it's fine. It's strange, right? 3 for 7s in this format are not as amazing as they are in older formats. But I think, given that it's a breakpoint for Treasure Island, it's a decent small hand card, and into Gravy, at least it can even be slightly disruptive, where if you like turn the ally face down, you can actually wreck their plans a little bit. So I'm kind of like, I think it's solid. I think I'll be happy to have a couple of these in my deck. Probably don't want too many though.
Yep. I have the rated B-, and the rest I think are like C- to D's. Like I just don't want them in my deck. I think they're bad. Maybe they're
to clarify, I was giving the red a B.
Yeah. I'm B-. I agree. Like just there's two card 7s, especially ones that block 2, so you can't leverage them if you draw multiple of them by blocking with one of them is actually quite awkward. So yeah. Right.
For sure.
Next up we have Saltwater Swell. This is a rare pirate action at a cycle. 3 attack, 3 defense at red. It costs 1 and says when this attacks, reveal the top card of your deck. If it is blue, pitch it. Go again. This card is like such a roller coaster, honestly. I think the art really tells you all you need to know about how this card plays out sometimes. Sometimes, you sail straight past that. Sometimes you're the ship and sometimes you're the the kraken within the wave, honestly, with this card. I do like this card, though. I think the blue in particular, great setup piece for Gravy. Like, you always know what you're going to hit off the top. Phenomenal. Like, honestly, it's actually maybe the best enabler for Gravy in some certain instances because it nets you the resources you need off the top as well. The red is a 3-cost go again that can potentially net you resources, so you can go pitch my blue, attack with this, come in with a 7 attack afterwards. Like, all of a sudden you're like, here's my 3-card 10 off 2 sources. So I think all in all, I think this card is like a B+. Sometimes though, this card is like a little bit awkward, or it blocks 3, but it still blocks 3, and that is important.
I think the block 3 is doing so much for this. I give this a B with a little asterisk saying the blue version in Gravy is potentially even higher than that for exactly the reasons that you listed out. But I think even in Marlin, right? I think we spoke about how Marlin sometimes does need other ways to help her go wide and actually convert the full hand. And this is solid because, I mean, it blocks 3 as well, so you're fine. And it's a non-arrow. You don't need to have it in arsenal. It's just very, very non-restrictive. And to be clear, I'm speaking about this as it's a 1-for-3 go again that blocks 3. I'm not even caring about the text, like the rest of the text. The rest of it could be blank, and I think in Marlin it's still pretty decent. You still want them. Puffin's probably the one that needs it the least, but still, I mean, again, because it blocks 3, it does so much, and it's flexible. I think I'm basically giving it a grade of B because of the flexibility. How it works in all heroes, you get to stay open. You draft this early, you're going to be happy with this in all the heroes. So for that reason, it's a B for me.
Cool. Next up.
Next, we have Divvy Up. This is a 0-cost pirate action that only comes in blue and blocks for 3. And it says, remove half the gold counters from Treasure Island, rounded up. If you are a thief, instead remove all of them. And then create gold tokens equal to the number of gold counters removed this way.
I think this card is a solid C, except if you're Scurv, then this card is a B. You don't need this card to play Scurv. I will point out those cards particularly, but it is nice to have. Actually, in large part, obviously the effect is really good, but it doesn't have Go Again. Be aware of that. But in large part because Scurv needs blue block 3s because he doesn't have the class cards. So yeah, C, but Scurv, it's a B.
Yep, I have this at a C. I didn't give a separate grading for Scurv, but yes, I agree with you. It should be a B in Scurv. I just have this as a C because blue block 3. We'll just point out this is probably the best cases, like the best use case for the play pattern of you block out your opponent's Treasure Island and you're left with one card. It's probably like the best thing you can do with that in many cases. So it's like fine. But yeah, I think most of the time it's just a blue block 3. You'll grab it. For that reason, and it keeps you open as well.
I think the best case is a wounding blow after that to threaten Treasure Island. Like, I think if you're losing cards out of your deck, blocking out and then doing this, like this, like losing a card out of your deck to do that is a massive cost. I think just once you get into this format and play it more. Right, next up is Portside Exchange. This is blue only as well. Rare pirate action, defends 3, costs 0, and says discard a card, then draw a card. If a yellow card is discarded this way, create a gold token. Go again. I think this card is a C+, except in Necromancer, where I think this is another really good enabler, and it's a B in Necro.
I give it a B in Gravy Bones, and then a C in Puffin and Marlin. I think Puffin and Marlin will just be using this as a blue block 3, but yeah, in Gravy, it's an enabler. Like, you get to discard your Watery Grave guy and make a gold from it, and then you get to... And then it's a blue that goes to your yard as well, so your Gravy is turned on. I think it just does so many things in Gravy. Puffer and Marlin counts like, Like, I'll pick it up because blue block 3, but it's like fine.
I think in Puffin, like, sometimes you do have these decks where you're like, I have to play some yellows, and cashing in a yellow, like for instance, I would happily cash in my yellow Goldwing Turbine that I have to play to create an unconditional cog to turn it into a gold with a card like this. But at that point, you're effectively, what this is doing is this is creating a gold, and that is not fantastic. So yeah, I think I agree. I think C is the right range.
You're turning your yellow into a 0-cost go again, make a gold, which is... It's fine.
But this also costs you a card, though, right?
Oh yeah, true. Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, this.
So sure, but either way you look at it. Either way you look at it.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Next, we have Seafloor Salvage. This is a 0-cost blue pirate action, blocks for 3. It says turn a card in a graveyard face down. If it's yellow, create a gold token. Go again.
Well, I much prefer this way to create gold than drawing a discarding card and losing velocity from your deck if you're not Necromancer. And then this is also very good against the Gravy Bones. So I think I would give this like a C+, but it's like a sideboard for specifically Gravy Bones, like B+. It's such a good hate card for taking out their most important ally in the matchup. So yeah, I like this card.
Okay. I give this a C with a sideboard C+ into Gravy specifically. And like, because even into Gravy, it's like, I don't know, taking your time off to do something like this is it's asking quite a bit, I think. So, but I mean, yeah, it's like fine. If I could pick the Pirate Blues into Gravy, like this is probably, I want some number of these. Overall, I think all 3 of the heroes are probably just using this as blue block 3.
I mean,
so C to C+.
It's not unconditional, but a semi-unconditional way to create gold that doesn't require you hitting. It is good. Like, it is sometimes hard to create gold. So I think I'm hard-pressed to give this less than a C+, because I think this is better than just a generic blue block 3 that doesn't do anything. Sometimes it has go again, right? So you can use this in a hand as an additional card. Yep. And get some value out of it. All right. Next up is Scrub the Deck. This is, again, another rare pirate action. Blue only, as these last few cards have been. Defends for 3, costs 0, and says destroy the top card of target hero's deck. If it's yellow, create a gold token. Go again. I mean, it's a blue block 3, so I'll give it a C, but I'm almost never casting this card.
Yep, I give it a C, and my notes were, this is a blue block 3, please don't ever resolve this. It's like,
except the one time you do, and it's like phenomenal, because you're like, I've been tracking my opponent's pitch stack, and now I destroy this like boat that they have on top, like their Yellow Battalion bark or something, I don't know.
Or you're gravy and you're targeting yourself. I don't know. Like,
yes,
because then you target yourself. It's like you put it out in your yard and this blue
that's
goes to
fair.
your yard.
That's actually good. That's good.
Like I was like that's the only time maybe you want to resolve this. So maybe in gravy it could be a C plus. Your compass needs to show you an ally on top, and then you play this and like, okay, you get a gold as well. I guess, but I don't know.
That's kind of good. Honestly, like in gravy, this might be like some like it might be C plus B minus. Like I think sometimes this card, I actually forgot that it's any hero. So yeah, I think that's actually reasonable.
Yeah. Next, we have Shifting Tides. This is another zero-cost blue pirate action aura. Oh yeah, by the way, all of these only come in blue. I don't know whether you mentioned that. But yeah, Shifting Tides, zero-cost pirate action aura, blocks for 3, has Go Again, and says, at the start of your turn, pitch the top card of your deck. If it's blue, put this on the bottom of your deck. Otherwise, destroy this.
I know some people really like this card. It's not a great Gravy Bones enabler because it goes through the next turn, and I find those a little bit awkward, but this is much better than Clapham and Chains, I think it's called, because this is also just a 3-block blue card. So I think this is like a C plus for me, but I've not found this to be like a card where I'm like, oh, I want to resolve this a lot. But carrying this over till next turn, if you're on second cycle, knowing you get the blue off the top, getting this back to the bottom is kind of like gaining a card back in your deck for a turn of resources shifting across to another turn is maybe sometimes good. I don't know. I just have this as a C plus. I'm kind of so on this card.
I give this a C. I think there's very few play patterns that involve me actually resolving this card. I think it's almost. I just struggle to think of a situation where the text in this card actually comes up.
Too big brain.
Because you're giving up, tempo this turn to potentially do something strong in their turn, but you did give up tempo this turn to do this, so it's like your opponent's just sending their whole hand at you, or they're gonna send more at you because you didn't put pressure on them because you played this, and you have to be in second cycle, otherwise you're kind of just gambling, and you don't know what your opponent's gonna send at you. Are they gonna disrupt you in some way? Like, I don't know, Marlin sends a Nettling shot at you, now your hero's tapped, so your whole it's just so it's very Christmas Land card to me, so I'm just like, this is blue block 3 with no text.
Agreed.
And for that reason it's a C.
All right. Not so fast, Pankaj. No, that's the next card. Not so fast. This is a rare pirate instant at yellow only. It is a Scurv specialization. It costs 0 and says the next time an opponent would draw a card from the effect of a gold token this turn, instead you draw a card. This is the card that I'm looking for if I'm going to play Scurv. I would like to have one of these in my deck. It's one of the 2 cards I like to see alongside just bunches of boats. Boats are really important for Scurv. But this card is... So I think as people get better at this format, they're going to be able to play around this card more. They're going to be more aware of it. But the blowout on this card is kind of busted because a lot of the time people are banking on that card draw from their gold to actually enact their turn. And sometimes they can play around it by being like, well, I have 2 gold and I've set up the turn so that I don't get as blown out by this card. But you're still going to draw a card off of it and deny them a card for their 2 resources. So that alone, this card replaces itself at that point. And it also effectively has the opponent discard a card and lose 2 resources. So I think this card is really good. I think this is, obviously it's Scurv specialization, so it's Scurv only. I think this is B+. It doesn't block and it's yellow, so it's not perfect, but I think this is... I give it a B+ overall, because you're not going to draft this early either, because if you're not Scurv yet, why are you ever drafting this? But in sealed, look out for this card.
So I give this a C-, and I'm wondering whether that's just a misconception on my end.
It's just, I think we're just on different...
I have a question for you.
Oh, sure.
How often are people actually pitching to their own gold? Because I think maybe that's why my misconception is. I think one of us might disagree on how often that actually happens. Because that was my problem with this card. Like, what, you're just going to sit on this in Arsenal until your opponent actually activates a gold? Because if they like Marlin to make a Harpoon, or they Puffin to make a Cog, or they Gravy to discard and draw discard, none of that works with this card. They have to actually pitch to the gold, and then you can do this. That was my problem with this, and in the meantime, it's a yellow no block.
Oh, I think
so
people are...
That's why I was a bit low on this.
Yeah, I think people are pitching to gold all the time. Like, I think that activated ability in Gravy is mostly terrible, honestly. Like, it's not mostly terrible, but you've got to use it few and far between, because that actually takes cards out of your deck. You're using your gold in in-game situations, I think, a lot. This card's yellow, so you can pitch it, and it fits into Scurv, I think, reasonably well at that point. I think Puffin is the one that does it the least amount, honestly, the draw for gold piece. And also against Scurv, you can just make sure you don't use your gold to draw. Like, you can be really cognizant of that and be really careful of it. But there's going to be times where you do have to use it. So, yeah, maybe this is more like a B-. I think this card has just been insane when I've seen of it so far, but that might just be more about people not understanding how to play into Scurv at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think I'll stick to the C- for now. I'm still not entirely convinced because you kind of need to draw on this in the right time, and because if you can only put pirate cards in a Scurv deck, so it's not blue. It's not helping you with High Tide as well. Like, yeah, you can pitch it, but it's awkward on all fronts unless you draw it the turn they pop a gold, and because of that reason,
you can play it in Arsenal, though. You can pop it in Arsenal, and if it's then clogging up your Arsenal, you can just play it out, right, and get rid of it. Like, obviously, that's terrible. But if you do resolve this when they go to pop a gold, it is insane. Like, the value you get out of it can be as high as, like, 8 to 10 value. Like, it could be just an insane amount of value that you get out of it.
And it could be as high as a Time Walk, right? Marlon's like, 100%. I need to draw this card to load my arrow, and then you actually just end their turn.
Yep.
I see how the ceiling is incredibly high.
The floor's low.
Just the floor is also incredibly low. So, yeah.
Cool.
All right. Next, we have Throw Caution to the Wind. This is a 0-cost pirate instant that's blue, so no block. And it says, reveal the top card of your deck. The next time you would be dealt damage this turn, prevent X of that damage, where X is the pitch value of the card revealed this way. I give this a D.
D. We can move on. This card, don't put in your deck. It's bad.
Cool.
Honestly, it's just terrible. Yeah, we can move straight
on. We should probably just explain a little bit. So I would say the only potentially compelling thing about this is that it's kind of a defense reaction, of which there are like barely any in the set. But I'd be sad to have this in my deck because it is said the next time you would be dealt damage. It's not like the prevention stays. It's not like if you reveal a blue, you get like your next 3 damage to your heroes prevented. This is the next time you'd be dealt damage. So it doesn't even help you like break points or something, which means the ceiling of this is that it's blocking 3, just like a different blue block 3. So, but you get to play at an instant. I just don't value that very highly. Because there aren't enough attack reactions in this set either for you to really want it. So
yeah, I have no defense for that card whatsoever. Next up is Lost in Transit. This is a yellow only rare pirate. Also, I don't know if you said, but throw Caution to the Wind, blue only. Lost in Transit, yellow only rare pirate block card. Defends for 3 and says when this defends, you may remove a gold counter from Treasure Island. If you do and you're a thief, create a gold token. I think overall I have this card at a C+. I think block cards are good in this format. Like, I think you do want to have some access to block cards in this format. This one also does something quite cool where opponent comes in for 4 with a counter on Treasure Island. You just throw it at the block 3. You take the counter off Treasure Island and they don't get the gold. Is actually a really relevant play line that can really screw with like Puffin and other things as well, and just get you almost an additional point of value with your block. I think in Scurv though, this is probably the one card I'm looking out for the most because it's effectively a 0 for 5 most of the time. So I give this a C+ overall, but if I'm Scurv, this is something I'm highly prioritizing and looking for in my seal pool.
I give this a C+ in Scurv, but then I gave it a D in the others.
Oh, wow.
And this is one of those cards where I started thinking about if I see this in a pack, like how highly am I picking it? And I just feel like I prefer blue block 3 every single time. So maybe I should give this like a C-, but I struggle to put this on the same level as pretty much any other blue block 3. And the blue block 3s have a base of C. So I feel like this should be, in my head, I feel like when I'm looking at a pack and picking what to pick, I'm always going to pick those cards over this.
Okay. I think if I don't have a block card, I would get really nervous if I don't have 1 or 2 block cards in my deck. I think you are really open to losing to overpower effects. But I also think that, yeah, if Scurv was completely out of the question, yeah, it's like a C- probably for me, C-. But the fact that if you end up drafting this and then you land in Scurv, it's going to be insane. I think on the whole, it just bumps up to around a C+ for me.
Okay. Next, we have Battalion Bark. This is a 4-cost pirate action attack. Attacks for 7, blocks for 3. And it has High Tide. If there are 2 more blue cards in your pit zone, this gets +2.
Yeah, so this is a common at all color cycles now. We're through all of the single color cards from the pirate life situation. This is like one of the most defining cards of the format, I think. There is obviously a lot of High Tide interaction with heavy blue pirate decks. This is like the best payoff apart from Conquer the High Seas rather. So I think this card is like a B, and even maybe I'm actually gonna give it a B+. And the reason I don't give it an A is because some decks actually it is quite awkward for them, and it's going to be a card that you only block 3 in a lot of situations unless you just happen to be able to arsenal it and set it up. But the blue is almost always going to be good, and I think the blue and red probably have around the same grades for me. Like, I will first pick a blue Battalion Bark pretty easily, no question. And the C is still in that C range playable for me. I think the yellow is still reasonable.
I give the red an A, actually. I think just it's a super easy playline of pitch to gold and then pitch to this, which feels like every hero has access to, makes this kind of a 2-card 9.
So
right?
can I say one thing about that, though? Because I think that's something that a lot of people sort of point to with this. What if you don't draw the blue off the top?
Right, if you don't draw a blue and you can't convert it, then you only make that line if you already are holding 2 blues. Right, yeah. So you have 2 blues in this. Yeah.
So then at that point you have to arsenal the last card, right? So you're drawing an unknown card to arsenal, and what if it's a blue 3 block?
Yeah,
I just want to point out there's
like
some downsides. I think this is a common people were like, oh, this is insane. You just have 2 blues and then you pop a gold. First of all, that costs you a gold, right? Which is relevant. You're using a gold for this as well. We were just talking about that before. I just want to point out some of the reasons that this card I think is just not completely and utterly broken in this format, which is that like there is downsides to this card.
Yeah. Like, yes, it just feels like that's a very easy situation to be yourself in, where you have 2 blues and a gold in this card. It just feels like something that will happen fairly regularly. Maybe in Pathfinder the least, but I feel like in the other 2, it's like gonna happen. And then you arsenal a random card. You hope it's not one of your blues, I guess. But even if it's one of your blues and they convert like 1 or 2 value, it's like I think you're still pretty happy with the overall exchange.
I think this card like stood out for me so significantly on the World Premiere Day and Day 1 of Sealed for how powerful this was. And then it got to Day 2, and also I did some drafts, and I was like, this card doesn't feel at the same power level. Like, what is going on here? And I think my realization was that it's just about the amount of blues. You just don't have as good a quality blues to be playing in your deck. So, like, for instance, I would do that exact play. I'm like, crap my gold. Oh, draw my blue Battalion Bark. Nice. I'll arsenal that for a future turn. Come with my red Battalion Bark, or I draw my blue and it's a blue sloop. Cool. That's great for a future turn. As opposed to draft where I'm like, cool. I pitch this and I draw my blue. Oh, it's a blue arrow, or it's a blue like whatever, like pirate card that I only ever want to block through. Then do not want to put this in my arsenal, sort of thing. Or if I do, I'm losing a card out of my deck, which does matter a lot. So I agree. I think this card is one of the best cards in the set. It's one of the best first pick cards in the set. But I just want to point out that there is some downsides to this card and some angles.
Yeah, fair.
Next up, let's talk about expeditions. Let's talk about all these expeditions at the same time because they all say the exact same thing. So I'm going to read out Expedition to Azorio Keys, which is a 0 cost pirate action attack at common. These all only come in red. They all defend for 2. The 0 cost attacks for 4. The 1 cost attacks for 5, 2 for 6, 3 for 7, and so on. And they all say the same thing, which is when this attacks, you may put a gold counter on Treasure Island. What do you think about these cards?
I gave the 0 for 4 and the 3 for 7 a C+, and I gave the 1 for 5 a C, and I gave the 2 for 6 a C-. Yeah, I think a 2 for 6 has like the weirdest cost curve. Also, it's not a breakpoint, so it doesn't help you get that gold off the Treasure Island as well that you just put there. The 0 for 4 and 3 for 7, just easy cost curves with breakpoints as well. And then the 1 for 5 kind of fits into like the gold-ish cost curve. It's not as good as 0 for 4 to 3 for 7, so that's why that's like in the middle of the C.
I have these like a C- D+. Like, I want to play as little of these cards in my deck as possible. Like, these to me are the cards where I'm like, I had to play an Expedition to Azorio Keys in my deck because I didn't have like a 0 for 4 that blocked for 3. Like a Thief and Vermins, which we'll get onto, which I think is just a solid C in most decks. So I have this as like a D+. So I think I'm D+. I'm D+ to C- based on which hero. I think they're all in that D+ C- range to me. It just, they fit differently into different cost curves of decks. I think the easiest one to play always is the Horizon's Mantle. Like, if you just don't have any 2-card 7s in your deck, you do want some 2-card 7s in most decks for just damage velocity. So I think that one is maybe a C, and then the rest for me are, C- D+.
Next, we have Golden Tipple. This is a 1-cost pirate action attack. Attacks for 3 and blocks for 2 and has go again. This will belittle stats. And it says, when this attacks, you may discard a yellow card. If you do, draw a card and create a gold token. I think this is very good in Gravy. The red and the blue. Not yellow, maybe not so much, but the red and the blue good in Gravy. I think you want ways to get rid of your your allies. But also, I think in Marlin as well, you do have the play pattern of if you have an existing gold, you do need to have an existing gold. But if you do, you crack that first to make a harpoon, and then you discard that to the tipple, which gives you back your gold and basically draws a card. So in both Gravy and Marlin high on this card, I have it in the B range for both of them, and then C plus for Puffin.
Yeah, this is one of those. I love that play pattern, by the way. The old 1 cost red attack for 3 that draws you a card is pretty good. I really like that there's cards in the set at Pirate and Generic that I think are wedge cards, so they work for 2 of the 3 heroes. Golden Tipple is a great example. It's really good in both Puffin and Marlin. You take this card. I honestly would take Golden Tipple really early in pack 1, like maybe even pack 1, pick 1 in a fairly medium pack, because it's going to keep me open to those 2 heroes, and it's very strong in both those heroes. I think the blue is also fantastic as, again, that enabler. Well, it's good in that enabler spot that we spoke about for Gravy Bones. So I have this at B. This card's good.
Just to clarify, the 2 heroes are talking about a Gravy and Marlin, right?
Yeah, sorry, yes, and it's not so good in Puffin.
Cool.
Yeah, but it fits in the wedge for Gravy and Marlin. I realized I just misspoke there.
Yeah. And also, again, just small go-again attacks are useful just in general to clear allies, right? So I think
100%.
A lot of things going for this card.
Yep, cool. Next up, we have a cycle of yellow-only common pirate action attacks. Again, might just talk about these kind of all in the same space because they have different effects, but they run through a cost curve. Weirdly, in the set order, I guess because of, what do you call it? The alphabetized. Yeah. Yes. The 1 cost goes before the 0 cost, but these are Gold Hunter X. So the first one is Gold Hunter Light Sail, which is a 1 cost 4 attack. They all defend for 2. They're all yellow. This one says when this attacks, if you control less gold than an opponent, this gets go again. They all do X if you control less gold than the opponent. Gold Hunter Longboat is a 0 cost, attacks for 3, defense for 2. If you have less gold than opponent, get +2 attack, so it'll be a 0 for 5. The Gold Hunter Marauder is the 3 cost version and defends for 2 again, attacks for 6, and says if you have less gold than the opponent, it gets overpower. And then Gold Hunter Catch is a 4 cost. If you have less gold than the opponent, it actually costs 2 less to play and attacks for 7, so potentially looking at a 2 cost 7. And there isn't a 2 cost one, I guess, because that is kind of Gold Hunter Catch in a way, a 4 or a 2 cost.
Yeah, I'm kind of low on these cards. I think Light Sail is the one where I'm kind of like... Firstly, Yellow Block 2 and all of them really, really hurts. Mm-hmm. Light Sail is one where I'm kind of like, okay, like, you know, if you're falling behind and you're against Gravy, so like I think it can be a sideboard C because go again against Gravy is just going to be good. So maybe that's a sideboard C. Yeah, the others, they're yellow block 2s, man. I don't know. I'm not too high. Oh, sorry. I think Catch is the one where it's actually could be worth falling behind because of Catch, because then you get a 2 card 7, which is fine. Also, I think something to note is that control less gold than your opponent when you play it, right? And you do have some measure of control over it, where you can pop your own gold to either a hero's effect or just pitching to draw cards off of it. So getting the extra effect on these cards perhaps isn't as hard as it may seem at first. Or it may seem like it's only good when you're losing kind of thing. But overall, I'm kind of like I have all of these in like the C- to C+ range.
Yep, I agree. The other thing to call out as well is that be careful if you're trying to manipulate. So gold manipulation management, especially against Scurv, is particularly important. For mutinies consideration, we'll get to mutinies. Watch out against Gravy though, because they can manipulate at instant speed. So if you have 0 gold and they have 1, they can be like, well, and in response to it doesn't matter with the Gold Hunter Catch, but it does matter for Gold Hunter Longboat because you will, it is static, it is always checking. You will lose the +2. The Light Sail will lose go again. So important to note. On those ones, yeah, I think these cards are just pure filler, and in some decks they're going to be completely unplayable, and in some decks you're going to be like, oh, actually, I don't make that much gold. I am Puffin. I think Catch is like actually pretty reasonable because you're using your gold a lot to crack for cogs almost every turn, and then Catch is 2 cost 7 is good. You might need the go again on Light Sail for taking out allies, and I think that makes it like a pretty good sideboard C+. But yeah, overall these cards are not too great. Speaking of a card that is pretty great.
Next we have Swift Water Sloop. This is a 2-cost pirate action attack. Attacks for 6, blocks for 2. Has High Tide. If there are 2 more blue cards in your pitch zone, this gets go again. I give this an A. I think this is the same level as Battalion Bark for me, where it's just this and Battalion Bark are like your best High Tide payoffs. And I think if I have 1 or 2 of these in my deck, I'm absolutely... it's game plan defining. for both of them, and that's why I have them in A. And this sort of game plan defining where I feel like if I pull off a turn where I get to get the high tide effect in an efficient manner, where I use my remaining resources and cards, I'm very, very likely to win that game.
I'm going to reserve personally like my A's for cards that I think fit into every single archetype or a good no matter what. So I have this at a B. If I gave this rating after I just watched Sealed again at the World Premiere and played some Sealed, I would have this as an A. When I got to Draft, it was the same thing. I was like, in Draft you do play a lot of decks do play a lot less blues. The red is a lot more awkward than I thought it would have been. You also, you can't just pitch. You can't overpitch this unless you have the gold, so it requires cracking gold sometimes to do this or playing something else first. But I think the blue is like still a really solid card, and if you draft it early, I think, well, it's a 2-block though. I think that is worth pointing out. Like the 2-block downside is real for me as well. So I have this at a B. I think while this card was one of the most impressive cards for me in Sealed, I think in Draft it is weirdly one of those cards that I think changes in value a bit for me, and I have this at a B.
That's a very fair point. I guess if you're on the Red Spine Manta build, you definitely don't want to card
this card's bad in your deck. This card's actively bad in that deck.
Exactly. Yeah. So I might just be rating these a little bit too high.
He's playing too much cannon. He loves cannon too much. That's why. Gravy and cannons. That's what he's into.
I do like cannon.
Next up,
I definitely don't like gravy, but all right.
Next up is
bones. Anyway, sorry.
Good. Well, you don't like gravy. It's fine. It's fine. You don't have to have gravy with your as a side. All right. Next up is, speaking of gravy, Swindler's Grift, not grit, is a 2-cost pirate attack action. This is a full cycle, as was the Swiftwater Sloop. We're looking at the red one here. Defends for 2, attacks for 6, cost 2, and says when this attacks, you may discard a yellow card. If you do, draw a card and create a gold token. This effect is just kind of not that relevant. Giving cards out of your deck is not great. You don't want to Mullen isn't going to make an arrow and then discard it to get another gold because you just had the gold anyway. So this is like a C to C minus for me. I think this card is like pretty much just. In fact, honestly, it might be a D plus. Like I just don't want these cards in my deck unless I need 2 costs for some reason. And in this format, you don't really need 2 cost 6 attacks. So.
Yep, I give this a C minus. It's also not a breakpoint, at least the red one. It's not a breakpoint, so no Treasure Island stuff as well, and I think that is important. And then block 2, I want a blue block 3 over this in most of my decks, so yeah, C minus. Cool. Next, we have Thieving Varmints. This is a 0-cost 4-attack pirate action attack that blocks for 3. And it says, when this attacks, you may remove a gold counter from Treasure Island. If you do, and you are a thief, create a gold token. I have this at a C+. It's Wounding Blow, I think, most of the time. In Scurvy, I guess it's a B. It's a B or a B minus. It's probably a B in Scurvy. And the others, I'm kind of like, it's a C+. It's Wounding Blow. And I think Wounding Blow is solid.
Yeah, it's the other card I'm looking out for if I open Scurv. I think this card is pretty important to have 1 or 2 of these. It's a 3-block that manipulates Treasure Island and gives you value from it as well. It's really fantastic. I think, Expedition to Azorial Keys, the 0-cost Expedition. We didn't explain this, but I also, a lot of the time, just don't like putting counters on Treasure Island and giving your opponent it reminds me of that reminds me of Wager Mechanic truly from Heavy Hitters. This one on the other hand though blocks 3. I have this at a C. I think this is a solid C in most decks, and as Scurv I think it's a B. Next up, we have Chart a Course. This is a pirate action. This is a full cycle of cards. Thieving Vermins is red only, as we said. This one's back to a full cycle. 0-cost pirate action, defends 2, and says, we're looking at the red one. The first attack this turn gets +3. You may put a gold counter on Treasure Island. Go again. Important to note that the scaling of this card is quite unique. The yellow and the blue all give +3, but the yellow to your second attack and the blue to your third attack. So important to note that obviously a lot harder to resolve the effect of the plus damage as you go down the chain of cards, and they all defend for 2. This card has surprised me about how good this card is, especially at yellow. I actually think the yellow is the best one. I think yellow is like C+, B-, probably C+ range. It still does block 2 and is yellow. And then the rest of them I think are just kind of like in the C range. I mean, as a nimblism, right, at worst, that can potentially manipulate an unconditional nimblism, mind you. So I think that at least gives red a C+. And then the blue in some decks is going to be like a D, because it's a 2-block blue that you're never going to be able to activate. And then in some other decks, it's actually potentially like a C+, really great utility blue, for instance, in Puffin.
So yeah, I gave this a C, with the blue one being like a build around C. Honestly, where it's like, yeah, in a specific Puffin deck you can make use of the blue one. The red one kind of just read like Nimblism to me, like a worse Nimblism, because it doesn't have the Nimblism payoffs that do exist in this set. And the yellow one, I think I definitely missed the synergy that the yellow has with the set. And yeah, I mean, you can also discard the yellow. I mean, the yellows have some value for all of the cards that care about discarding yellows, right? And making gold on them. And I guess the effect of getting a +3 on your yellow, which in many decks wouldn't be too hard, maybe. I don't know. I'm still hesitant to give it higher than a C.
I think it's a C+. I think I'll stick with C+. I don't think it's a B-.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick to a C. Also, just because I think pumps in this format are just fine.
I agree.
A lot of the time. Next, Mutiny on the Battalion Bark. This is a 0-cost blue pirate action that blocks for 2. And it says, for each hero that controls more gold than you, steal a gold token they control. If you gain control of one or more gold tokens this way, your next attack this turn gets +2. And this has go again.
So these are blue only, these mutinies, and there is a cycle of 3 of them.
We should talk about all of them.
Yeah, might as well go all of them. So Mutiny on the Nimbus Sovereign is all the same text, so you steal a gold if they have higher gold than you, and if you do, gain 1 or more gold that way, overpower. And then Mutiny on the Swiftwater, exact same stats and everything, but gives go again. So you've got +2, overpower, and go again for your troubles. I think Mutiny on the Battalion Bark is one of my favorite blues. If you look at it this way, 0-cost blue, make a gold, +2 attack. That is very, very good. If you get that payoff on it, obviously there's a bit of contingency on being able to do that. Also, sorry, it takes a gold from your opponent. So so you're actually destroy your opponent's gold, create a gold on your side, +2 attack. That is somewhere in the range of potentially 6 value, 5 to 6 value potentially on your deck. Conditional, but that is a very strong blue. So I have Mutiny on the Battalion Bark at a B-. I think it does block 2, so there is some downside there. Sovereign, which is overpower, I have at a C to C+, and then Mutiny on the Swiftwater, I think I have it a C+ to B- in Gravy Bones, for instance. So I think these cards are good. I think people have been underrating these cards. People are starting to come around on them though, but gold management is very important in this format, and Mutiny on the Battalion, Mutiny in general is very interesting.
I gave the Battalion Bark a B, and I gave the Swiftwater a B-, and Sovereign a C+.
Okay, there we go.
The fact that these say steal is absolutely wild. Like, they go -1 on gold, and you go +1 on gold, and I think that is very, very big. And I think, again, because you're playing this in your turn, aside from Gravy and Scurv, Puffins and Marlin's gold tokens are going to stay static. So you can manipulate your own gold to go lower than them before you resolve this. And also Treasure Island's a thing as well, right? They're gonna attack you on their turn. You can let them have the hit to let them go high up on gold on you. Like, it just feels like there's a lot of play you can do to near guarantee that when you resolve this card, you will get its full effect. And when you do get its full effect, it's so incredibly strong.
I laugh when you see someone attack turn 0, and then like the opponent leaks damage, and you're up, Mutiny's gonna come in.
So the fact that they say steal and then they're all blues with go again helps a lot. The block 2 hurts them for sure. If they're block 3s, I think I'd like.
Oh, that'd be A's, yeah.
But yep.
Cool. Next up, we are into the generics now. So through our pirate cards. Worth noting, of course, all of those are blue only, those mutinies. So, generics. Let's start with our equipment, and we're going to look at Bandana of the Blue Beyond. This is a generic head equipment, 0 defense, action. Discard a card, destroy this. Put a blue card from your graveyard on the bottom of your deck. Go again. I'm still struggling to see like when this is actually ever relevant. Like, it has some real niche cases, but honestly, like D, I don't know, C maybe, most.
I give this a D. I was just like, I don't, similar to you, I struggle to see its use case, and you're not even going up in deck. No. I was like, oh, is a fatigue thing? No, it's not, because you have to discard a card to put a card back on the bottom. So it's just like why? Like, why? Like, why am I wasting a pick on this? So yeah, I just gave this a D. I don't see the use case. Maybe I'm missing something, but until then, I don't think I'm picking this.
It's the worst Gravy Bones head equipment in the world, I think. It's like, okay, I discard my blue or my ally, I guess, and then play my blue, and then put a blue enabler back on the bottom. But I'm like, That is like, if you have to play, that's why I think it's maybe a C at best, because it's like, well, sometimes it's gonna, like, it is gonna be worth it. It's not worse than having no headpiece in that instance, but every other time it is worse than having a headpiece because it costs you a card that you could have drafted unless it was your last pick of the pack, for instance.
Yeah, maybe it's like a get out of, just like a on board discard your Watery Grave guy, but you don't draw. You actually just discarding. So like, that's it. I'm
the best use case in those other decks is you discard a Fiddler's Green, which we'll talk about soon, to gain some life and still get the effect. But that is so niche that is not worth talking about. So let's move on.
I mean, in any case, that's just like you convert your Fiddler's Green to a block 3, right? Just,
we
you
can
convert
move
a card
on.
in your hand to a block 3.
We can move on.
Helmsman's Peak. When this defends, look at the top card of your deck. This is a generic equipment headpiece that blocks for 1 and has Blade Break. B+ for me. Block 1, sip. And then, like, you probably can use the top card information fairly well, but block 1 on the board, I like it in this format.
Yeah, this card keeps going up and up for me. I think the only kind of knock to it, I give it a B. The only knock to it might be the fact that there's replacement level for any of the heroes that isn't called Marlin, but you still got to draft those cards. So it's great. Nice to pick up early. Nice, safe piece of equipment. Next up, we have the Captain's Coat. This is a generic equipment chest. 0 defense. Action. Destroy this. Gain 1 resource. Activate this only if you've drawn a card this turn. Go again. So it doesn't have the modality of potentially being able to block for 1 like you do with the Buccaneers. And you have to also have drawn a card, so it's more conditional. But it's a chest resource, which I think is hard to be bad. So I have this at a B-.
I have this still have this as an A. I think it is basically Sash of Sandakai level for me, just because I think all the heroes draw cards, right? It's like all of them like have this card draw mechanic in them, and like because of the gold. And I think this is best used on those turns anyway, where you're randomly drawing cards because you might not fully know your resource curve. I think this opens up a lot of flexibility in your play lines, and actually. Alex even brought this up in our last replay analysis. So if y'all haven't checked that out, definitely go check that out. He actually made a play on his turn. I think his chess piece might have been a different chess piece. It wasn't exactly this. But he made a play on his turn where he popped a gold and he was banking on drawing a resource card so he can swing the gun afterwards. But he was like, even if I drew a red, I would just crack chest and then send the gun. And I think just giving yourself that level of flexibility when you are playing these heroes that draw random cards is just going to open you up to a lot of playlines. Let you take risks that you wouldn't otherwise be able to take. On top of just when you actually get the full effect from this, we actually use the resource not to unbreak yourself, but you actually use it to do a power turn. For me, and the fact that all 3 of them can use it, I think this is easily first pick material, and for that reason, I have an A.
Oh. Yeah, I'm not quite on first pick material because I think there's a lot of replacement level at chest. There's 3 chests that give you, for every hero, that give you resource. Puffin has 4. And I think this is the worst of them. So for me, it's in that B- space. It's still really good, like you say, for all those reasons. Equipment in this set is just so good.
Next, we have Old Knocker. This is another generic chest equipment that blocks for 1. It has instant tap your hero, destroy this, gain a resource, and this one has Blade Break 1.
Yeah, back to the modality of having potential to stop a breakpoint is really important for me. So I have this at a B+. One thing I will say is that tapping your hero sometimes on the turn when you need the resource can be a real cost. Like in Puffin, I actually think in Puffin, for instance, this is actually such an awkward card so often because you're like, I have to do one or the other this turn and I can't. Like often it just puts you into these situations where you actually lose so much value. But like I think for Gravy, it's pretty easy. I think for Marlin, it can be a little bit awkward on some turns. But I think this card basically is more awkward than it looks. And I would say actually I end up using this for breakpoint more than resource. So I have this at a B, basically.
Okay. I give this an A-. I was like a bit lower on this on Captain's Coat because exactly what you said. It is, I think your power turns where you want the resource typically involve you activating your hero ability, and this doesn't let you do that. But Sip block 1 and probably has more of a relevant effect than all of the other Blade Break ones when you actually do get it off. So yeah, A- for me.
Cool. Next up is Swift Strike Braces, generic equipment arms, 0 defense, action, destroy this. Your next attack this turn gets +2 attack. Activate this only if you played Nimblism this turn. go again. I can only give this a build around grade. I think it's so hard to take these cards early and bank on getting a nimblism, because even if you do that, it needs to be a red nimblism and it needs to work in your deck, because if you're taking this to get value out of it and its value comes from playing a yellow or a blue nimblism, you're not really getting much value out of this a lot of the time. So I have this as a build around B+. This card is risky though.
I have the exact same grade, build around B+ for me. +2 on board is nuts. +2 on board, I mean, you get Goliath Gauntlet, basically, if you get the nimblism. But yeah, you can't really pick this early. You need to see this after you see your nimblism. But even if you have just one red nimblism in your deck, I think this goes up like super high. Because now your nimblism is on 0 for 5. Cost of an arm slot as well. But yeah, build around B+ for me. Next, we have Light Fingers. This is a generic equipment arms. This has Blade Break 1 as well. And it says, when this defends, if you are a thief, steal a gold token the attacking hero controls. So even if you're not a thief, this is still Iron Rod 1. And for that reason, I give it B+.
Yeah, I think Blade Break is important. Again, there's a lot of replacement level at this spot, right? But they're hard to pick up, right? Like if you're Marlin, for instance,
exactly,
you're still going to get your 1 defense out of it. So I have this at a B overall.
Like I think like we can look through all the equipment and talk about this is replacement level stuff, but I think they'll be very highly contested. So I feel like if I see this, like you want to grab these early, and you might not see blocking equipment otherwise.
So what did you give this? Sorry,
B+.
Yeah. So I guess like if you're early on, like you're going to take this over cards like Mutinies, for instance, over like Golden Tipples, things like that. I'm not convinced I would in this set. I think some of these cards that help you enable go wide and bigger turns, I'm inclined to take reasonably early. Yeah,
well, that's fair.
But I like it over most class. I like the equipment over most class cards. I think there's just so many ways to keep yourself open in this format that I don't like committing to, unless it's like Majestic, Level Bomb, or one of the best, like probably the best class. Like for Red Perk Up, for instance, that's one where I'm like, yeah, I'll take that. But there's not many other things I actually take class that early. I'd rather just take a piece of equipment that keeps me open, to your point. Next up is the Quartermaster's Boots. This is generic equipment legs. Defends 1, has Blade Break, and says action. 2 resources, destroy this. The next non-attack action card you play this turn gets go again. It has go again. I am generally just always using this for Blade Break, except in Gravy Bones. I have once used this to give my Turbine go again, my Goldwing Turbine go again, because I just had so many resources on the turn and didn't need it to defend with it, but it was just to gain effective and extra action point to play another attack on that turn. But that was so niche. I have this at a B.
I have it as a B+. I don't think I've given any equipment that blocks 1 less than a B+. That's been my base rate for equipment that blocks 1 in this format. So yeah, but my notes on this is Iron Rod. This is like the same as Light Fingers to me, where this is Iron Rod 1. And I think Iron Rod 1 is good this format. You'll probably find a niche case where you pay 2 to get an extra action point. But yeah,
so niche.
Next, we have Quick Clicks. This is generic equipment legs, blocks for 0. And it says, action, destroy this. Your next attack this turn gets go again. Activate this only if you have played a Nimblism this turn, and this itself has go again. I just build around B. I think it's very similar to the Swift Strike braces, where if you're Nimblism back, but I think it's a little bit worse than Swift Strike braces, because those braces can't just ask you to like play a Nimblism and then you go +2. This one wants you to do something with the action point as well. So I give it half a grade lower than that one, but it is still just build around B.
Literally exactly the same. Exactly the same thoughts. Next is Crash Down the Gates. So same grade. Crash Down the Gates. This is a cycle at rare generic attack action, defends for 2, costs 3. We're looking at the red, which attacks for 6. Yellow for 5, blue for 4, because the text is all the same. When this attacks a hero, they reveal the top card of the deck. If it has greater attack, if this has greater attack, so if Crash Down the Gates has greater attack than the reveal card, Crash Down the Gates gets +2 attack. When this hits a hero, destroy the top card of their deck. I think this card is really good. I have this card at a B+ at red. The yellows and the blues, I think, are C's, whatever. I actually think the blue's still playable because it's a break point and you are going to hit a reasonable amount of the time against a lot of decks. But yeah, the fact that this can be a 2-card 8, and honestly, destroying the top card of the deck in this format is actually really relevant. Getting a couple of cards out of their deck, especially if you're lucky enough to hit like an important piece for them, is very strong.
I give this a B+ as well, because isn't this almost always a Wounded Bull? There's like basically nothing that is going to have greater power than this, right? Sorry, it's going to have equal or greater power than this. That's like very, because the big cards are high tide as well. So there's a very few. There's very, very few.
Yeah. So the like all the HMSs, the two card sevens. There's a reason I have 2 card sevens in this format. The first time this was played against me, I flipped up a Ketch off the top of my deck. The second time I flipped up a Pilfer. So in the 2 games that I saw it, it did not get the effect. But
you're just a gamer.
I think you're probably roughly around like against most decks 90%, like 80 to 90% to hit off this. So yeah, generally a winnable. I think this card's very good. Honestly, the destroy a top card effect is actually very relevant as well.
Yeah, I actually don't hate. It's weird. I feel like it could sometimes hurt you if you're against a gravy and you kill an ally, but at the same time, you also take away knowledge of the top card of the deck away from them if it's not an ally. No, there's just Compass after.
Well, it depends how they play it, but also I actually don't necessarily agree that it is. Sometimes you kill their ally and they're like, I really needed that card to discard to a Watery Grave effect on my next turn to enable my like go again. So like it's not always a true. Usually it's going to be good for them, but it's not always good for them. Sometimes it's bad for them.
Fair. I think most of the time you're just not going to hit an ally off the top because they're going to have majority non-allies, and then you just got a card from them. Oh, I thought it was... Okay, yeah. Next, we have Jack Be Nimble. This is a 0-cost generic action attack. Attacks for 3, blocks for 3, and it says when this attacks, you may banish a Nimblism from your graveyard. If you do, this gets +1 attack and go again. And when this hits a hero, steal an item they control until the end of this action phase.
I mean, I think these Jack Be Nimble, Jack Be Quick things are pretty reasonable. Stealing is a really good mechanic. I have this one. I think they're all build-arounds for me because they are playable if you don't have the thing, because they're a 3-block, 0-cost, 3 attack that has an on-hit. But at that point, they're like C-minuses, I think. I have these at I have this one at a build-around B, and if we just want to do Jack Be Quick at the same time, it's literally the exact same effect, +1 and go again if you banish... Nimblism from your graveyard, and that one steals and untaps an ally until end of action phase. So I have that one at a build around B and a sideboard B+ for gravy.
Jack Be Nimble, I have build around B+, and then Jack Be Quick, I also had build around B+. I give them both the same grade. I guess maybe the Jack Be Quick against gravy should maybe warrant half a grade up. But I think the fact that they block 3 is really, really good. I think a problem... There was a draft set where there was this Nimblism mechanic as well. I forget. Sorry?
Literally, Welcome to Wraith.
Yeah, what was the card that paid you off for banishing Nimblism? I forget the name. Nimble Strike, yes. A problem I had with Nimble Strike in that format was that it blocked 2. So if you ever on the bad sequence of draws where your Nimblism's at the bottom and you drew your Nimble Strikes, you're really sad. But because these Jacks block for 3, it sort of fixes that problem. Where it's like, okay, I draw this early, I can still block with it, and I have a Nimblism later on. Maybe I have the arms. I don't have the full payoff of the Nimblism, but I'm still not super sad to see the Nimblism late. But if you see Nimblism early, then your deck's kind of just turbocharged. So I think if you're in a Nimblism archetype, you want these super, super highly. But yeah, without them, I'd give them C-, maybe even like D+.
Cool.
Because it's not a breakpoint. You're just like juicing out Treasure Island and just letting them get the counters off it. I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. Let's move on. We've got a few more cards to rip through before the end of this as we head into the rest of these generics. So Money Your Life is the next card. This is again a cycle at rare. Generic action attack. Defends 2, costs 3. Looking at the red one. Attacks for 6. When this hits a hero, deal 2 damage to them unless they give you a gold token they control. If you're a thief, repeat this process. The thief one on this is not as like crazy relevant as I thought it would be, but it is still good. I think 2 block, 2 cost... 3 cost. Yeah. Sorry, two card like 2 cards 6 or 7 is not as good in this format, and 6 isn't a breakpoint for Treasure Island. All this on hit effect. I think the red is a C+, and I think the rest are like kind of whatever.
I give this a C at the red. It's not a breakpoint. I don't really want it. There's some value in threat density in a sense. Is 1 card sending 6 damage at them, but not high enough. So depending on my blue ratio, I might just pick a blue 3 block over this. If I already have enough blues, maybe I'll grab this towards the end of a pack. So I have this at a C.
Cool.
Next, we have Flying High. Also comes in a cycle of red, blue, yellow. It's also a rare. It's a 0-cost generic action that blocks for 2. And it says your next attack this turn gets go again. If it's red, it gets +1. And then the yellow one is checks if it's yellow for the +1, and blue checks for the attack being blue to get the +1. I gave the blue a C+ in Gravy because it's an enabler. And then the rest I gave it a C-.
I think the blue in general is just I think the card at blue in general is a C+. Either you end up in Gravy and the card is good, or you don't and it's still a potential hand extender, which I think still reasonable in this format. Like even a Marlin, for instance, hand extenders I think are really reasonable. But yeah, I think this card is weaker than I thought it might have been when I first saw the card for limited. So yeah, same wavelength.
Yeah. Like generally using a full card for an action point is rarely good, right? And I guess many times you can maybe only use it when it gives you a +1. So using a full card for an action point and a +1, it still feels not great enough. So it's kind of like, it's in like a C-ish range. Gravy, I think, can use it the best.
Next up is Clapham Irons. Clapham in Irons. This is blue only, rare, generic action item, 0 cost, no defense on this one. Go again. When this enters the arena, tap target pirate, hero, or ally. It can't untap while this is in the arena. At the start of turn, you destroy this. So effectively, it's going to tap it down for your turn and their turn. It's not going to untap on their next turn, and then this will get destroyed at the start of the turn. I think this card sucks. I've played with it now to try it out in Gravy Bones, and I think it's no good there. It can't be good anywhere else. So I have this as a D.
I give it a D-, and my notes were just gross. Like it's just you freeze them for like a turn. I don't know. Just yep. I don't want this. If I have this in my deck, I'll be really sad. If I need this to like fill out my blue count. Next, we have Regain Composure. 0 cost generic action, blocks for 2, and it says your next attack this turn gets +1, and when this hits, untap your hero. Also only comes in blue. I give this a C- in Gravy specifically because I guess it's a starter. Like it can enable your hero ability, and I give it a D+ in the others.
Oh, I think this card is actually pretty reasonable. This is another Wedge card that I think is good in Gravy and Puffin. I'm tapping your hero and Puffin is actually really relevant, I think. There's not many ways to trigger your Puffin ability without Goldwing Turbine, right? Like we spoke about earlier, and this is one of the ones that's at blue that can actually do that, so replace itself and give the +1 and potentially draw you into something that you might need to find, like another resource card. So and like the +1 creating breakpoints is not terrible. So I think this card is like a C. I think this card is actually kind of relevant.
Okay. The untap is reliant on it hitting though, so like, I think that's important to point out as well. So it's kind of just like it feels very difficult for you to like plan your turn. Even your like suppose they blocked you out and full pass into you and you draw this, it still feels difficult to plan your turn around your on hit going through, which is I think the awkwardness I have with this card.
Sure. Next up, Tit for Tat. This is a generic action, rare again, blue only, defends for 2, costs 0, and says tap target hero, untap another target hero, go again. I think this one is better than Regain Composure. Obviously, it's not conditional, like you say, and also taps their hero, which is also very relevant. I think this card's a C+. I like this card. I
give this a C- in Gravy because it's a starter. And I gave it a C- in Puffin as well. And Marlin, I gave it a D+. Like in Puffin, untap is strong in Puffin. But when you untap with this, as opposed to something like Goldwing Turbine, you're kind of just... You're filtering. You're looting. You're not actually going up.
You tap down their hero, though. You do tap down their hero, which I think is relevant.
So that's the only thing. So I'm kind of like, it's like fine. But yeah. Okay. Again, like I'm not too happy with this card. I think, with many other cards I'd pick over this.
Cool.
Next, we have Fiddler's Green. This is a generic block card. I believe it only comes in red.
Nope. Red, yellow, blue.
Oh, is it a cycle? It's a cycle. Yep. This blocks for 1, and it says when this is put into your graveyard from anywhere, gain 3 life. So then the yellow and blues would be gaining 2 and 1 life. I give it as a D+. I think it needs a very specific play from your opponent for this to be full value. There's something to be said about being able to block a breakpoint with 2 cards and then still getting like full value from those cards. That's not like nothing. It's just very rare that I'm like, I think, picking this card in the draft. But maybe I think this is one of those cards where it could be very different in play than in theory.
Yeah, so important to point out the scaling on this isn't the defensive value, it's the life gained. They all defend for 1. This card is a real big question mark for me. I've seen some games where I've been like, oh, this card is a lot better than I thought it would be, and people will be able to use it to its fullest extent, if not even a fuller extent, which was quite interesting for me. And then there's other games where I'm like, oh, this card is so bad. Because like gaining 3 life in this format, you don't want to be gaining life. You want to be stopping damage is what you want to be doing a lot of the time. So I have this. I think it's like a build around C plus B minus. But I think, honestly, this card can range anywhere from a D to a B minus, depending on the deck. So I think this is a pure, to me right now, I'm putting this in a build around area of the game.
You know what's actually really funny, now that I think about this card a bit more? I think the yellow might be the best.
Potentially.
Because you can discard it and still get the 2 life, and you're discarding yellows, so you can get your gold or your whatever effects from your cards of care by discarding yellows. Yep. And then it still has the thing where your opponent sends a 4 at you, and you can block 2 cards. Like a 3 block and then the yellow, and you still gain 2 life back, so you still use 2 cards for 6 on defense, effectively.
Yeah, or 3 card block on a 7 attack as well.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, next up is Fool's Gold. This is a yellow-only generic resource. At rare, no cost, no defense. When this is discarded, create a gold token. It is a cracked bauble that says when it's discarded, create a gold token. It's at rare. I don't know. I have not seen this card be good yet for anyone. I think maybe it's a build around C plus somewhere that I've not seen yet. But other than that, I think don't put this in your deck.
Yeah, my grade was D minus. It's an upgraded bauble, but I still don't want baubles. Mm-hmm. So that's my take. Next, we have Blow for a Blow. This is a 2-cost generic action attack that attacks for 4 and blocks for 2. And it says, when this is played, if you have less health than an opposing hero, it gets Go Again. And when this hits, deal 1 damage to any target.
I think this card is playable. I think it's like a C+, but I think it's like a C maybe. But I think it's a sideboard B, definitely. I think this card is doing some work against Gravy Bones because some of the most annoying heroes is when they have these 1-cost allies plus potentially a bigger ally, and they're forcing you to kill 1 and keep 1 around. Or you can actually just attack them, keep the pressure on, and then pop off their Rigor Mortis if you can potentially get this to hit. This is important to note. You can hit 1 ally, say Barnacle, and then kill a Rigor Mortis with the 1 damage. So yeah, I think this is a sideboard card mostly.
Right. I give this a D, and then I could see the sideboard card going a little bit higher. It's just the fact that the on-hit 1 damage from any target, it's tied to an on-hit, feels to me like the line where you attack them. The line where you attack them and you try and ping off the Rigor Mortis is just, I think, never happening because it's tied to an on-hit.
Sure.
So
I agree.
So it's only if they have 2 allies on the field already, in which case it's kind of like you're like pretty far. Like because the case is so narrow, where it's actually something I want to resolve, and then other times it's a 2 for 4. The conditional Go Again. I'm not very happy. It probably deserves a bump for sideboard grade. Like maybe if you lack all the Go Again, all the other pieces are good into gravy. Maybe you pick this in pack 3 or something. So maybe it's a bit higher. But overall, I was just like, I think this is a D. Okay, that sounds good.
Next up is Life for a Life, a returning favorite from, again, Arcane Rising. A lot of Arcane Rising favorites returning here. This is a 1-cost generic action. Only the red version in this set costs 1. Attacks for 4. When this is played, if you have less life than an opposing hero, it gains Go Again. When this hits, gain 1 life. This is much better than Blow for a Blow. This card is very relevant. This card is fast becoming one of my favorite cards in the set. Even as we speak, I had this at a B-. I now have this at a B. Card is very good.
Okay, I give this a C. I'm markedly higher on this than Blow for a Blow. And I give Blow for a Blow a D, right? So I give this a C. I think it's reasonably easy to turn on. I think there's a lot of damage trading happening in this format. And Go Again attack for clearing board is also very, very nice.
I love hand extenders and 1-cost. I will first pick this card. I just think it's that good.
Okay. Next, we have Scar for a Scar. 0 cost, 4 attack, generic action attack, blocks for 2. When this is played, if you have less life than the opposing hero, it gets Go Again. This one I'm the happiest out of all 3 of these that we've seen so far. This one I gave a B-.
Yeah, I have B- on this card as well. I think, again, yeah, very... You can just manipulate life total so much more than I thought because of everyone sending damage to try and crack gold. You've just got to be aware that it's gonna break gold, but then you get to do the same trade on the way back, which is nice. Next up is Ravenous Rabble. Again, just so many Arcane Rising cards in this set. It's crazy. Red only again, as is Scar for a Scar and Life for a Life. 0 cost, 5 attack, 2 defense. If you haven't seen this card before, what are you doing? Go Again. When this attacks, reveal the top card of your deck. This gets -X attack, where X is the pitch value of the card, revealed this way. I think this is the worst of these 3 wider Go Again options. Because especially for the decks that want to play blue, like the other 2 are just going to be unconditional in those decks. Whereas so I would take those over this, say early on in pack 1, because I don't know how many blues I'm necessarily going to be playing in my deck. But in the red line decks, for instance, these decks that play less blues, this is unconditional Go Again. I just don't think it's that hard to get the Go Again on the Scar. I have this as a C+.
I like this more than Blow for a Blow, so I definitely rate
I'm talking
but
about Life for a Life and Scar for a Scar.
Oh, got it. Yeah, okay. I feel like this is in between Life for Life and Scar for Scar for me. So I give this a C+. Where I'm just like, yeah, there's going to be enough decks where you're going to want like a lot of blues, and so this isn't going to be full value. But I think the unconditional go again is just nice, and I think particularly like Marlin, it's probably a sideboard bump where like if you're like Marlin into Gravy or something, it's even if this only comes in for 2, you're still probably clearing an ally. Actually no, pretty much into Gravy. Even if there's enough board states where even if this is 0 for 2 go again, you're still fine because it's going to guarantee clear the ally. So I'm a little bit high on this compared to Life for Life, but lower than Scar for Scar. So C+ for me.
Oh, that's crazy. I think Life for Life is maybe the best of this effect, honestly.
That's fair. That's fair.
All right, next up is NIMBY. This is generic attack action. It's a cycle, defense for 2, cost 0. Says when this attacks, you may search your library for Nimblism, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. That's it. It does not say go again. But this card is, it could be a 1 card 6. I think it's a D. I don't think this card's good. I hate this card.
Whoa, no build around grade either?
Build around C. You can have build around C. I think even with okay, so you have Nimblism in your deck. You play this. You go and get a Nimblism. You put it into your arsenal. So you've gone and found a card to have. You first of all have to have enough red Nimblisms. Have not played them already when you draw this, and then you get to play it next turn, unless you have a boots that you're using as part of this to give it go again. I just don't think NIMBY's good. I just don't draft it early and try and build around it. Like if you get some Nimblisms and you're on the payoffs and you get a red NIMBY late, great. It's going to be good in your deck, but like I think it's build around C.
I give it a build around B because again, you don't pick this first. You make sure you have an Nimblisms first, and then you pick this. But in that version, I guess you are right. The downfall of Nimble Strike that I was talking about earlier does exist with this card, where where it's kind of the reverse version of it, where you see a Nimblisms early and then you see this, you are really sad. You're gonna be like, damn, I have this Nimbies in my deck, but I'm out of Nimblisms. So maybe for that reason, I should maybe bring it down to a build around C+ like you. But yeah. Next, we have Rally the Coast Guard. This is a 3-cost generic action attack that attacks for 7, blocks for 2, and has once per turn instant discard a card. This gets +3 defense. Activate this only while this card is defending. I give this a B- in Gravy Bones, and in the others, I'm giving it a C.
I'm just flat giving this card a B-. I think this card has impressed me so much. There's a lot of 2 blocks that are really relevant to every deck in this format, and this turns all of them into potential 3 blocks. I think it's the best 2-card 7 because you can clog up on 2-card 7s in some decks, and they block 2. This one turns them into a block 3 on some of those. This fixes red hands as well, I think. The blue, I think, is also really good. A blue that can turn other sort of bad cards into to block 3s. Obviously, like you say, really good in Gravy Bones, but I think across the board, I think this card has really impressed me. Scurv as well. I think this becomes very high priority in Scurv as well, for instance. Next up is Strike Gold. I think we've actually missed a card here. I think next up actually is Sirens of Safe Harbor, which actually isn't on our sheet, but should be the next card up, which is a generic action attack. It is a cycle, blue, yellow, and red. Red, we're looking at attacks for 6, defense for 2, cost 2. Like I said, when this is put into your graveyard from anywhere, gain 1 life. I think these cards are fine, honestly. 2-card 6s are not great in this format, and cards that block 2 are not great in this format. The gain of life is...
Well, it'll be a 2-card 7, right? It'll be a 2-card 7 because it gains you a life.
Yeah. Sure, okay. But I'm going to reserve 2-card 7s for cards that actually threaten Treasure Island, and this does not. So it's a 2-card 6 that gains you a life. I think that is the worst form possible in this format of 2-card 7. It can potentially gain you 3 on defense, which is much more relevant. I think the blue is probably the most playable version of this because you can discard things, trigger it, gain the life still. But for me, this is still like C- range.
Yeah, I'd give them a C-. I'm not... Like, even as far as filler goes, I think there's better cards I want filling out my deck compared to that. Next, we have Strike Gold. This is a 0-cost generic action attack that attacks for 4 and blocks for 2, and says when this hits, create a gold token. I'm lower on this compared to basically the Wounding Blow that we discussed earlier, so I'm kind of giving this a C-. It's kind of effectively on hit get 2 gold, because you're going to trigger Treasure Island, and this has its own Haunted Creator Gold. But I think generally would just prefer 0 for 4 that blocks 3 and so 1 that blocks 2.
I think this is a sideboard for allies, and it's good. And it's a C+, and the red is maybe a C. The rest are pretty bad, I think. Next up is Traden, another returning card, this time from Monarch. This is all cycles as well. 0 cost, 3 attack at red, 2 defense. When this attacks, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. If this was played from Arsenal, it gets a go again. I think the red is like a C. I think it's gonna have some upside that's greater than that in some decks, and in some decks it's gonna be worse than that. And I think the yellow is like a D, and the blue has some niche cases in like Gravy, for instance, but otherwise it is a pretty bad card.
Yeah, I give the red a C, and I have a caveat. I think Marlin might want the red the most.
Yeah,
because I think the play pattern. Yeah, so I give it a C plus in Marlin, and also giving a C plus into Gravy, just because I think into Gravy just uses one more go again. And Marlin is actually, I think, quite happy with this effect where it's a extender and it says draw a card on it, so you can immediately load. So yeah, I've C plus into sideboard, C plus into Gravy, and sideboard C plus if you are Marlin, and then C everywhere.
What did you have for Golden Tipple? Because Golden Tipple is significantly better than this card, though. Golden Tipple recreates the gold that you use from cracking it. Anyway, I think the trade in having to be from Arsenal and not reproducing the gold for you like Golden Tipple means that for me this is like got to be at least a grade or 2 down below.
Yep, that makes sense.
Right, next up is Walk the Plank.
Sorry, I gave Golden Tipple like B plus and B minus.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. Next up is Walk the Plank. This is a generic action attack, all cycle, blue through red. 2 defense, cost 3, red attacks for 7, and says when this hits a pirate hero, tap them or an ally they control. I think this card is actually like one of the better 2 for 7s. So at red, I actively think this card is pretty reasonable, but because there's so many 2 for 7s, I'm not actually going to take it that highly, even though it has a decent upside effect. I have this at like a C plus. At red, and the rest as basically unplayable.
Yeah, I gave the red a C plus as well. My notes were kind of just like sure. Like, yeah, Breakpoint is nice. Treasure Island and this on hit is going to be relevant probably a fair number of the times. There's probably enough times where your opponent's like, okay, I'm happy you having the gold, but I'm going to give you the gold and I'm going to do a power turn, but you're going to tap me if this hits. So it's going to be enough times where this puts your opponent in a tough spot. But again, I don't want too many of these, and I'm not picking these very early either.
Cool.
Next, we have Nimblism. 0 cost generic action, blocks for 2. The next attack action card with cost 1 or less you play this turn gets +3 attack, and this has go again. So of course, probably not great in Gravy because of you're attacking allies and stuff. I just build around B if you. It's weird to give this a build around card when like the other ones are actually the ones that rely on this, and you're actually okay picking this early. But I think in general, I mentioned that pumps in this format are they're like just fine. So it's so strange to give this a build around thing, given that this is the first one you want to pick, but then it's a build around grade. So yeah, I found this a little bit difficult to grade. To be honest.
This is the most contextual card I think in the set potentially because, and again, this is another wedge card. It fits into Puffin and Marlin. It's not particularly great in Gravy Bones, and you won't get into the archetype that way. The payoffs, though, honestly, like when I think about it, the payoffs are fine. They're not like phenomenal with Nimblism. Like there's like the 2 best ones are at rare. The arms and the equipment are like fine, but also you could have other equipment that give you half the value of that card anyway. So like I just don't know if the juice is worth a squeeze on Nimblism. I actually think I'm more in line with like, I kind of am in the wedge of Puffin or Marlin, or I haven't declared yet, and I get a red Nimblism like 6th or 7th pick, and I'm like, oh, actually this is interesting to me now. So I have this overall like a C plus. And then obviously once you've taken the first one and you're on board the train, I think these become more like Bs at that point.
Oh, that makes sense. All
right, the very last card in the set for our limited set review for High Seas. Thank you for sticking with us if you've been with us this whole way. It is one of the best cards in the set. I think this is on the horizon. This is generic block at common. It is a full cycle. The red defends for 4, and they all say, when this defends, look at the top card of your deck. I think the first one at red is an A-, and then B+ after that at red, and then B B- after that. They do have, their returns after the first one do start to dip. The diminishing returns of drawing multiple of these or finding these when you're trying to be proactive is very real. The blue and the C, I think, are pure filler in like that kind of C- range.
I give this a B+. I like breakpoint blocks. I mean, I rated all the equipment. Anything on blocks 1 is B+, because it helps you block breakpoints. So I give this a B+, and the effect is relevant for all the heroes as well. I will echo what you're talking about, the awkwardness, where it's like when you're on the front foot, you draw this as the worst. But I also want to echo, when your turn involves cracking gold randomly, or drawing random cards for like tipples or whatever, and this is in your deck, it hurts a lot. So I think the first copy is a B+, but I don't... I'd hesitate a little bit on getting the second, depending on what my deck looks like. And if it involves a lot of random draws, I really don't want to be drawing a block card, because you can't block with it from Arsenal.
Yep.
So, B+ for me.
Yeah, I really like having one or two of these in my deck. And I really think that look at the top card is super relevant. Well, what a set High Seas is. Very interesting. I hope you've enjoyed our limited set review. Looking forward to pre-release for myself. I've got a pre-release tonight, actually. Pankaj, if you're playing pre-release, if you're playing pre-releases out there, enjoy. Get stuck in. Set looks very interesting. Can't wait to draft the set. It's probably the thing I'm most excited about. Looking forward to National Season, then, of course, Singapore as well, where this will be the draft format for both of those seasons. But any last thoughts or words on High Seas, Pankaj?
This set looks incredibly hype. It's super deep and complex. And like on the one, I'm super excited to just go see how everyone plays this at Nationals. US Nationals is next week. I'll be casting it. I'm just super excited to see the strategies and stuff that people have developed from it. Like, we got a teaser of it from the world premiere, but I'm looking forward to seeing the more refined, more like practiced execution of these strategies.
100%. Cool. Well, until next time, we will see you in the next episode.